Hey everybody, this is Ray Roberts here.
Darren Rita, what's going on?
So we're down here in Sheridan, downtown Kenosha, here on Sheridan at about 48th Street. So tonight the idea is to have the same presentation as we did last night, providing an actual truthful presentation of what's happening downtown in real time as things occur. So you've already seen already that we're already providing a secondary camera. I started halfway through last time, so I'm gonna keep that camera going. So as we start seeing activity coming in, we'll put that camera back up. Right now it's pretty light, nothing's going on much. And we'll just start talking about what's going on in Kenosha and adjacent areas, things that we're hearing and learning on the ground here versus what you're probably hearing from the mainstream media. There was a lot of press conferences today, so there's still a lot to talk about today, most
definitely. And I noticed, I was speaking to a couple of guys outside when I was waiting to get in, and they said that this road here, that's where they're sending all the trucks full of people coming down this way around.
So yeah, they come into town north from southbound coming in from the north.
So you should see a lot of
if they do what they did yesterday, they're all going to come right in this way. That's why I set that camera up this time. Gotcha. Last night I was describing it to people. Yeah. The idea this time is to just actually let people see with their own eyes.
Yeah, makes sense.
So while, of course, we're going to be, narrating, giving opinions, really, just like yesterday, as much as possible, to actually provide you live footage from us and other individuals around the area, so you can make your own decisions for yourself. You got enough people telling you what to think, so we're going to try to give you as much direct information as possible, and you can decide for yourself what it is. So let's see here. Like I said earlier, we had a lot of press conferences today, or maybe let's pick up from last night. I think we shut down around 3 a.m. last night. Owners here stayed till 6 a.m. actually, but I think one of the biggest things was the idea of, I think the big news, I guess for some people, it's big news to them, is, and I quote, Jacob, that was the individual that was shot by cops in the back 7 times. They're saying that he admitted that he said, that's not what's being said. He admitted that he said he had a knife. We're not giving context of when he said this.
And they won't say the guy. I don't really know who was speaking, but they asked him several times if he actually had the knife on him or if they actually found one, and he said he could not clarify whether or not. Multiple times, so we don't really know if he actually had one or when, like you said, when he said that, if he said that.
Right. So that is definitely a matter there of information is being put out, but it's being put out in a very crafted manner, and that is one of the biggest shocks to me so far today. Local government officials. Local law enforcement, it was extremely partisan in the presentation today. It was not representing the city as a whole. It was very crafted to where examples of speaking about Antifa, which I never saw, still not seen in my whole life. Speaking of Antifa or BLM, it was spoken in a declarative state. It was BLM, it was Antifa, but when talking about, first of all, they did not talk about any white supremacists or any anti-town shooters. It was always, we don't have the information, we need to wait. We don't want to make any speculation. So that was one thing that stuck out. There was a lot of opportunistic play on the right center local politicians, where making this about the state governor, thinking Trump.
Yeah, I saw a petition. People are now trying to recall Tony Evers. And there was no other description other than, let's just get him out. And it's just a petition that was going around.
So the interesting thing about that is, I believe it took 3 to 4 days in Minnesota for them to get the National Guard. National Guard was less than 24 hours under Evers, and they're still claiming that he didn't move fast enough. Now, there's several elected officials. So on the county super board, there was Rodriguez. There was also Terry Rose and what is her name? Aaron Decker. That was the 3 today that were some of the most outlandish and amazing. You had Rodriguez talking about how he's representing the community. He's not, first off, it wasn't his area. It's not his area where it started. He then, we were out there, never saw him. He started talking about how he was talking about his other peers and associates, but it was very crafted. So the actual politicians where that area is, one is a minority. I was with that alderman most of the night. None of them, Terry Rose, Aaron Decker, this hard right group, none of them made any contact with any of the politicians that were around us. So they're trying to create this narrative that this small threesome group, conservatives, they were out there trying to keep the peace in the neighborhood, that they've never even walked down the streets.
Yeah.
And that's not an exaggeration. They have never actually walked down the streets of 28th and 41st. So now they're pretending like that's their area.
Well, forgive me for my ignorance about I'm from this area, obviously live in this county, but not necessarily from Kenosha itself. What are each of their roles?
So we have, so I think for a large part of this conversation, we're going to be talking about two sets of, two levels of local government.
Yeah.
There's the aldermanic council. So we have 17 districts, and then we have county board supervisors. City of Kenosha, alderman.
Yeah.
County, Kenosha County. So coming up from Chicago, your first county going from south to north is Kenosha County, followed by Racine County, followed by Milwaukee. So we'll probably be talking a lot about Kenosha County Board of Supervisors, because that was the Republican group that made the most outlandish statements today, the most insightful, most inflammatory. To where if there is violence tonight, I think they should be held the most accountable.
Yeah.
From what I'm standing, but I do want to make sure that we have a conversation about, from different social networks, what we're hearing going towards the west.
Yeah.
So going inland, more rural area, Paddock Lake, Twin Lakes, Silver Lake. So I want to make sure we touch on that so the people here, because we need people to know that a good majority of these instigators, not counting those elected officials that I mentioned, Terry Rose, I think Zach Rodriguez, and Aaron Decker. So they had internal help to incite and to cover and support some of these white nationalists. But you also had outside coming from these rural areas, and it's very clear, taking off the plates or just big jacked up country boy trucks.
Oh yeah.
People riding with their special flags riding around town. They're clearly not from the area.
But very excited to be here.
But very excited to be here. And that's what you saw last night in those videos. This was a Disney Playland. Let's go across town like the captured shooter. Let's drive across town. Let's go have a playtime over in the black neighborhood. Let's go run back, because we have elected officials like Terry Rose, Zach Rodriguez, and Aaron Decker will cover us.
Yeah.
They will protect us. We have these online forum groups, citizens, what was it called? The Armed Citizens Protecting Buildings. We're going to get into that conversation as well too. So you saw a lot of collaboration with parts of elected officials and government officials working alongside outside instigators, working hand in hand.
Yeah, there was plenty of people out my way, seemingly excited, hoping almost that because there was like a fake thing that went around that a group that BLM rioters, which again, if you're including those in the same sentence, I don't think you fully grasp what's going on here. But so they were saying BLM rioters were going to be coming out to Paddock Lake, the Twin Lakes area, because that's where the money is, and they want to go get the rich old white people, and fuck the city, we want to do that. And
this is a common narrative.
And but it just wasn't true. Every time there were multiple accounts where these people would say X location, there are these many people here, and then someone would, curious as they were, someone would drive by, and then I would get minutes later, there's nobody there. What the hell are you talking about? And multiple people saying that schools were being burnt, and I just think those are ridiculously outlandish statements, and the people run with it, and it's like, well, tomorrow we'll be able to see if the school was spray painted and or burnt to the ground, because then we'll be there.
I think it begs to be noticed that there were certain things that weren't questioned by these certain sections of community. So when they heard that black people from the city were going to drive out to the country to harm white folks, they accepted that. They didn't question it. They started passing it, talking about it. Even though it made no logical sense, they accepted it, and they started beat that up. And again, working hand in hand with certain elected officials. So I saw elected officials like Dave Papp. So, when I first started this, I was saying that, let's try to keep it to a certain level of decorum and decency. But I realized, if you're an elected official, you are representing the people, and you have no qualms. You have no worries about promoting white supremacist, white nationalist narratives. You have no problem lying and not clarifying yourself. You're a public official, and it becomes a point of conviction to then start calling this out. So Dave Papp's an elected official here, and he's now running around saying he wants to run for mayor. Why on earth would I want a mayor who spent the last 2 days? Everyone's talking about the existing mayor. Honestly, I'm not thinking about the current mayor right now. I'm worried about these capitalists who are thinking that now that their nationalist, racist buddies have leveraged this, that now they can use this moment to push their racist agendas. So Dave Papp was one of these local officials, just talking about buildings, and that's that dog whistle racism, where they're hearing about out-of-towners in neighborhoods. You rewind all the press conferences today. They don't talk about the minority individuals that live there. They don't validate all the numerous independent sources saying that the black individuals, the black and brown people of these areas, and the diverse communities, because there's white people living there too, they're not burning down their own neighborhood. You don't hear them repeat that or speak it. They just keep focusing on protesters. They don't even separate protesters from looters or rioters. They lump them all together. It's protesters who do this.
Protesters burnt down X.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, very tactical, extremely tactical, and not directly saying, yes, there was numerous videos, beyond a shadow of a doubt, we had out-of-town people, white people with guns, with armored, with body armor, wearing full military gear, wearing part military, part civilian, video of them being recorded on audio, pretending to be police, talking about how they're working with police, being very palling around with police. They're not engaging this at all. So what you find is they are being very bold about it, very, very bold. So that's why I said this is a time where we can't give benefit of the doubt anymore. If you hear about Dave Papp running for sheriff, this is not a time to play. That guy is one of the ones using those dog whistle racist tactics, talking about protect the buildings.
Yeah, and I think too, to kind of piggyback on that with that whole mindset that these people have, where they say something like, "Well, burning down buildings is not the answer," whatever that is, right? And sure, if we're going to say, in general, we probably don't want to absolutely demolish our own communities, correct? But again, like you're saying, they're refusing to acknowledge that these are out-of-towners. These are not the same people. And two, where my problem really lies is these people that choose to speak up will show, I think you mentioned it a little bit yesterday, where their true leanings are when you chose to not talk about point A at all. You didn't want to speak on point A because it's
extremely tactical.
But then once point B happens, once building gets burnt down, once property is destroyed, then it turns into this was bad, but we can't let this happen. So you draw the line at the building. So you're admitting that you didn't care about this bad thing, which was A, and that's how we got to B. And that's what bothers me the most, I think, is that that they can't. A lot of people aren't grasping that, and that's where these protesters. That's where it all is. That's where it all stems from. No one cares. I think you talked about it a couple of days ago, maybe with the Clayton McKinney or whatever, the white kid that was shot.
Clayton.
Yeah, and he was shot, and within I forget how long justice was served.
I know it was less than 48 hours. It might have been.
I think it was a day. It was less than a day.
Even.
And they took action, and you would run into those people in Waukesha, he said.
So
that's the whole thing, is that there's not justice being taken here. There's not been a course of they refuse to update it, and any update they give is, we're giving this due process. We need to do a thorough investigation. But then when asked, there's no humanity in any of these politicians. It's all playing the game because they know who they're pandering to. They know who they're trying to get reelected.
And that's what it is, pandering. It's Kenosha County is a bellwether county, what they say, one of like 6 to 8 bellwether counties here in the United States, kind of as a weather vane for where the election might go for the presidential election. And that's what you're seeing here today. You saw a very united, strong front for people sympathetic. I am not claiming that they put on a white robe at night. Extremely sympathetic to these dog whistle racing tactics. Again, to your point, where they need to wait for the facts to come out when speaking on the white officer shooting or the white nationalists. But they don't need to wait for the facts. Like, you have not heard a single one of these politicians say, was it BLM who did this? You have not heard a single one of them say in response to that question, well, you need to wait for the facts.
Exactly.
We don't actually know if it was BLM. We need to wait for the facts to come out. And this is accepted by a strong percentage of the population to where if it's bad, it had to happen. It's come back to the rumors last night. It's like, these are old school narratives from the 1920s. The blacks are going to come into our side of town, take our women, take our money. That's what you saw yesterday. These claims that the black people were going to go play the away game. Historically, this has never been the case.
Yeah.
I guarantee you there was no black 17-year-old kids loading up weapons and driving out to the country to go around, protecting buildings in the white side of town. And that's privilege. The idea that you think you can get in a car and drive across town to a part of town you're not even familiar with and walk around in the street. We have hours of video. That is the definition of privilege.
Yeah. And I think too, another thing, I don't know that I saw maybe the sheriff get pressed about it for a second, but he was pretty quick to change the subject in regards to the kid, the 17-year-old with the gun that was here yesterday. And that people are making him out to be a hero. Actually, I've seen that narrative quite a bit. That not in my city.
No, I do want to set up before we get in that. So let's talk about this narrative of all the blacks are coming out there. I was hearing that chatter. I actually know people out in the rural area, and they're telling me, Ray, I'm watching my neighbors and these people around here. Do not come out here. They're telling me, Ray, do not come out here this week. Don't come out here this weekend. They are hunting and they are looking.
Yeah.
And this was actually one guy. He's a Trump voter.
Yeah.
We hang out, but he is a Trump believer, and he's telling me, do not come out. Racists are out and they are looking. Do not come out. So when you get to that point where people that are Trump voters, they can't lie anymore. They can't pretend it's not bad. This is clear cut as day.
Yeah.
So that's the two-part there, where first the lie that the aggressors are the poor and or minority, and then the second follow-up of concealing the activity that actually did occur. So, coming into today with, spinning the narrative of how this is going to work out, I was just amazed today, absolutely amazed at the press conferences and the audacity, the boldness. Even the one elected official, Path, he's like, well, Ray, let's work on this together. It's like, what is there to work out? I'm saying that you are lying, recant your lies. And this attitude is kind of like, okay, so Ray, you have video, you have evidence, you are actually out there. Let's meet in the middle. And that's what you find. I'm lying, you're telling the truth, but maybe we can meet in the middle.
That's moving the goalposts, which is oftentimes what people will do when they're losing.
And this is one of those lines that you just have to draw on. No, you were lying. I am telling the truth. No, we're not going to meet in the middle. So what does the meeting in the middle look like? There was people on both sides.
Yeah.
That's what meeting in the middle looks like. No, there was not black people running around in the streets and groups talking to police, getting water bottles tossed to them, popping shots in the street. You see it on TMZ or the feeds that we had individuals with. That's just not the case.
No, not at all. And like I said, with the moving the goalpost, it's the whole thing. It's even with the whole Black Lives Matter thing, and with these people that are opposed to it, and bring up the white kid that recently passed, which is a terrible thing, and the same thing now with this guy. Before it was originally we want people to defend. If you come to our town, that's what people in the rural areas posting. If you come to our town, you better be ready to. We're gonna make you look like Swiss cheese. All this really excitement almost, because there's nothing going on out there, and they're excited for that, which is as sad as that is. And then that was the whole thing. I want to protect my family, my friends. Okay, that's no one's saying don't do that. You should be doing that every day. But why are you doing that now? And then the second that it comes out that this kid wasn't protecting his property, he came here. Like you said, it was an away game. He's not. Well, now it's we need people helping out our police. Thank God someone's here to help our police. Thank God, whatever. And again, it's moving the goalposts. It's like this politician that you're talking about who it's no, I'm going to say this, and then when you prove me wrong, well, let's meet in the middle here because even though I was down to lie about this and just hope I never got caught. But then I got
the term
caught.
Vigilante. I'm just amazed by this term that we're even. So some people are calling him a martyr and a hero. So 7-year-old kid. So we went from if you break the law because so
well, that's the whole thing. If you listen to police, if you follow the law, you won't get in trouble, right?
Or you don't deserve it. So now they're saying this kid's a martyr. He's a patriot.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is, for their version of America, he is a patriot. He drove over to the black side of town and he went open season. Now, the crazy part is he did actually shoot another white person. But the fact that you made another community a war zone, and that's okay.
Yeah. Celebrated even.
Right.
But yeah, that's I don't know. Like you said earlier, I think before we were on air, that, the video speaks for itself.
Right.
In a lot of ways.
So today, given we were running the live feeds last night, we have a lot of local press involved here today. So a lot of people are asking us questions and following up with things, and so you can ask a lot of questions on the ground, and that's I'd say 20% of the time that's my response. It's like you don't need my opinion. The video speaks for itself. You have eyes, you have common sense. You don't need me to leverage our articulation or skills of persuasion. You can look at the video and you have to decide, are you going to acknowledge what we're seeing, or are you going to continue building these fantasy constructs? For example, a 7-year-old kid was acting in self-defense after he drove halfway across town. Is that narrative going to fly? Because we know, again, fully well, it would not be tolerated for a black 7-year-old kid to go to the other side of town if some people were messing with him. He fires and shoots. The first question would be, what was he even doing over there? Why did he carry a weapon to that side of town?
Exactly.
What was he planning? That's what you'd be hearing.
And I think, too, we're like, because these are the people that are always very quick to say, if you follow the law, you won't get hurt. You follow the police officer's orders, all that good stuff, right? But then it comes out that this kid is 17 years old. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think you have to be at least 18 years old to have a firearm, let alone to open and carry. I think there's there's a process that goes through that you need to go through before you can do that.
Today's been so long and fast for me. I honestly don't know. So I honestly don't know what are the rules, what the age. I don't know if it's 16. 15.
I looked it up today. I think you have to be at least 18 in Wisconsin.
18 for open carry?
Yeah. I think to own a firearm, you have to be 18.
To own, well, okay, so, and again, I don't
could be
know.
wrong.
I don't know if it's the difference between owning and possessing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the same. Because I wouldn't think twice if I saw a kid hunting with this guy, for example.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm hesitating.
But again, he's out in public with a semi-automatic weapon.
Again, just amazing. And hold on, someone's saying here.
Yes, it is 18.
Jason's saying yes, 18 in Wisconsin. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure. I didn't want to put out bad intel. So I'm just trying to figure out. Now, is that to own? So is there a difference between using the term own or possess?
Well, I think either way. 18 to register it.
Okay, 18 to register yourself.
But so either way, I think he's breaking the law by running around the streets without an adult and with this firearm.
So let me just make sure our mics are properly set up for everyone here.
Gotcha.
I'm getting feedback that individuals are having it's not bad, but
Gotcha.
Make sure folks can hear us here.
You have to change is your mic set up to the Scarlet in there?
Oh. You know what?
Yeah, so it probably switched to that camera.
Yeah. I used to be a smart guy. That's pretty impressive if that thing was actually picking us up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm holding this microphone.
How about now, Bert? That's pretty crazy. So if that mic was already picking us up out there, it's crazy because we actually had the full mic set up going here. So we're watching the lights turn green. So we're telling ourselves we're doing it right. We're doing it right. And that's not being fed into you all. So hopefully this is coming out a little bit clearer. Maybe someone will give me a heads up later. But yeah. Okay. Now we're cooking with Crisco. Thanks. Good look, man. Because we were definitely looking at these lights turn green over here.
We would have never known. Gone all night. I had no idea.
And just run off that little Logitech camera up top. Yeah. So.
But that's what I was getting to with the whole obeying the law. That this kid, by showing up, I mean, that aside, and I think that's absolutely right what you were saying about him. Why was he there in the first place, right? But two, I think and possibly an even more damning question is, why does he illegally have this gun at this place in public, and now is committing murder with it? And why is that not? Why is this is a hero? But then the same thing would be, if a black man was pulled over and had an illegal firearm on him, let's say, and the police officer said, "Hey, do you have whatever?" And he leaned over to go get it. He would have been shot multiple times, killed, all that. And I just find that very convenient. We keep calling the shooter kid. He acted and made a choice.
You know what? Let's see. Let's go ahead. So Kyle says, we keep calling the shooter a kid. He acted and made a clear choice as if he were a man. Same way black youth and gang violence are labeled. Let's stop adding to the normalization of this criminal. You know what? You're absolutely right.
Absolutely, yeah.
If this was a black 17-year-old, it would be like you'd be seeing it online. Make stupid choices, win stupid prizes. The moment he decided to go out there, she would treat like, let's talk about Tamir Rice. Tamir Rice was a 12-year-old boy playing in the park with a toy gun. And that was the rationalization. So you're absolutely right. That was the rationalization that, hey, he's a child. He's not a child. Well, he is a child, but he made a stupid decision as a child. And, it's tragic. It's unfortunate, but that's what had to happen, or that's what happens when children make silly mistakes. So even a 12-year-old was held accountable. So, yeah, this was the moment he got in that car and drove. You're absolutely right. That was a criminal. That was a murderer.
Yeah.
Looking to commit an act of violence. He was seeking an opportunity. So we talked about the different types of agitators yesterday, malicious agitators and ignorant agitators. So some of the politicians I was just talking about, I call those ignorant agitators. I don't really think they wholly thought out that their actions would result in violence.
Yeah.
They did, but I don't think they said, I'm going to say these things online and create this aura.
Yeah.
That child, that boy, and I'm not going to call him a man because a man doesn't do that. That coward. How about that?
I like that.
That coward. He leveraged his white privilege to run around with a weapon, to act in a way that
a weapon illegally too. Like I feel like that's something that a lot of these people keep leaving out. Where it's like, if it were, again, like you're saying, if it were a black man and if it were that would have been the end of story. Well, if he had just obeyed the law, X, Y, and Z would have been what they would say after that, right?
Right. So it's to your point, we talk about that all. Guns aren't the problem. Liberal democratic cities are the problem. You know what? This is not a big city.
Yeah.
That was a boy that was a coward from a rural area with an illegal weapon, operating it in a way to commit murder. So, where is the outrage?
Yeah.
Where is the concern with, this should have never happened. Let's enforce the laws. Nope. Instead, you're hearing, I think we're going to start up here. We got the motorcycles riding in. So I'll probably cut in the other street feed coming pretty soon to make sure you guys can get it as we ramp up. We're at 8:30 right now as it is. So anybody wants to come on throughout the neighborhood, tell us what you're thinking, tell us what you're seeing. Anyone that has a live feed, we can take those feeds in here and put them out for the public to see. Just let us know. But that's what we're set up here for tonight. So we'll try to stay, mainly keep it going with you most of the night. We might shift to the street feed and take breaks every now and then. But the idea here is I'll have people coming in and just talk about local Kenosha. So people don't forget there's actually human beings that live here. And, to someone's point, this would be a great time to hear to talk about that all lives matter.
Yeah.
Hey, Daniel, out there from Spain. What's going on, my man? Yeah, it is pretty crazy up here. Muy loco. So, sí, verdad, por supuesto. So, yeah, don't be like us. I mean, no place is perfect, but this is not the best face of America right now. Having said that, I will argue this is one of the most honest faces of America that I've seen in my lifetime. Probably one of the most honest faces. I would definitely say that.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement, especially with what we were talking about earlier about the politicians and other people making very bold statements and remarks towards everything that's going on, and really showing exactly where they stand. And I think we've spoken about it before, either in private or on my show, where you had explained how it's easier once the enemy, quote unquote, puts on the uniform, right?
Right.
And I think a lot of these people are deciding to take the uniform out of the closet now and put that on.
And so it's interesting because they, quote unquote, had a uniform. Mm-hmm. They dressed a certain way. The problem is the way they dressed like law enforcement. There was a lot of plainclothes officers.
Yeah.
We did have FBI, DEA on the ground, local police. We saw them on motorcycles. Mm-hmm. As they head out at the end of the night, we were able to see that while they were leaving the city. So you had plainclothes officers on motorcycles. So it was hard to tell who was who.
Yeah.
And I leveraged it. I was talking to a friend today, and I said, you know what? Had you sent in an all-black army unit, last night would not have been possible, because these individuals were hiding amongst law enforcement. Now, so rioters. So let's think about this. Rioters, the people actually trying to burn buildings.
Yeah.
They hide amongst the protesters. These white nationalists, they hid amongst the law enforcement. And that's what I don't think people are getting. These white nationalist groups, the individuals that came from very local, that's only 15, 18 miles away where he came from.
Yeah.
That culture, that neighborhood that created him, because he was created.
Yeah.
He was created in a culture that bred that up. He's not a one-off. Yeah. There was a lot of him out here, a lot of teaching, a lot of raising, a lot of nurturing that mentality. They were able to hide amongst the law enforcement and the military. So you had two extreme groups seeking to incite or welcoming violence, and they were hiding internally inside other groups. Yeah. Again, the looters hiding in between the protesters, and we have been seeing a lot of that violence hiding within the protesters. We've seen gas stations attempted or even being robbed. Yeah. But you've also seen these individuals who are not from this area with strong racial line ties. They were engaging from the point of view of, let's hide amongst the police. And that really says something when you think about it. Like, they can hide in the open in between the police. And that's what you saw even in the videos that were going out there, laughing it up with the policemen, getting water bottles tossed at them from the police. That's what you saw happening.
Yeah. Well, I think that says something about, or if that doesn't, at least worry you about, your law enforcement, I think it should. I think that you should be absolutely at least asking the questions as to how that's possible, as to how those people can fit in amongst that crowd without anyone batting an eye, or without those people that are trained to be in that crowd batting an eye.
I think you got a couple questions like, is that a coincidence? Did they just do that not knowing that they could do that? Or was it not a coincidence? They do this like knowing, hey, we're going to be able to blend in with them. Which one was it? So these are the kind of things that since some of our elected officials have decided to pick sides with these white nationalists, with these out of town armed instigators, since they have made that active decision to say, this is my side, I support this. The community has no choice but to stand up for itself, since until they can handle these elected officials, which, and by that we mean removal. Removal, and not just elected officials. Again, local business owners. We talked about it yesterday. These local business owners supporting this kind of behavior, supporting these groups. I mean, that's what you saw last night. A lot of these groups were telling lies. We were talking about that earlier. A lot of them, when they were running around, they were claiming that local businesses were paying them to protect their buildings. So that's what he's like. Oh, this business owner is paying to protect my building. But dude asked them a question like, "Hey, who owns that building?" They couldn't give names. Or I'm not at liberty to say. That kind of mess. So I think that's one thing that this community should do when this is all settled and done. Go business to business and say yes or no. Did you pay some of these out of town individuals to defend your building? And if you don't have an answer, we're going to assume that's a yes. That's what the community needs to do. Don't allow businesses in your community that will hide. Because I'll be honest, I don't think any of those businesses in that area paid armed security. I saw businesses that had security. Like, we had security here. We had paid security here. It's obvious when someone is paid security or hired security. But this idea that all these random buildings, roaming, like they just gave these contracts out. Like, how does that even work? How does that walk us through it?
You can go chill on the public sidewalk with your weapons and guard whichever buildings you want to for as long or little as you'd like to.
Right.
Because that's a real thing.
And even with us, we had actual licensed security. Because we know we here as African Americans, we know the rules are different. So we didn't just go deputize one of the guys here in the area. We actually made sure we had licensed security. So even that boldness of, we're just going to let whoever run out in the middle of the night, being roaming security for who? It was a de facto deputization of out of town guns. I don't know much, you ever heard of the Pinkertons?
No.
So Pinkertons was for hire guns, out, in the old Wild West times, defending payroll, things like that, building the transcontinental railroad, or maybe you had a mining town. That if people were paying out of town individuals, that is basically what we're saying here. We had the Pinkertons. We had the Pinkertons in town. And what the Pinkertons were notorious for is not being mercenaries. Not caring about the people, not having an interest in the people. And you saw that in the rhetoric online. It wasn't about the people. It wasn't about the locals. It was about, hey, I'm here to defend buildings. And that's what you saw over and over online. Let's protect buildings. Again, Zach Rodriguez today, no mention of the people who live here. It was all about the Danish building and how it's over 100 years old. And this other building, he started even mentioning black businesses. He doesn't know those black businesses. He doesn't know those people. He has no idea who they are. I've never seen him in any of our business meetings or any of our black business meetings. He doesn't know anything about what he's talking about. He used a pseudo narrative, but he couldn't even help himself. Even on camera, it came back to buildings. So I urge all you individuals in Zach Rodriguez area, is that the kind of person you want representing you? That when it's your life or a building that you don't own being destroyed by people out of town, does he care more about that building than your children, than your family? Now, I'm going to be very specific. I'm not going to say he doesn't care about any children. He cares about some children. He cares about some families. But if you watch those press conferences today, it is not your family that he cares about. If you are a local living in this area, Zach Rodriguez could care less about you. Terry Rose was one of the other individuals today. He said an amazing quote today. Terry Rose, with all this going on, he said, Kenosha doesn't and never has had a civil rights issue.
Very bold statement.
Well, here's what I know about Terry Rose from the Black community. Terry Rose is a local attorney who is absolutely known for doing nasty things to minorities. So lawyers, they have to do pro bono cases. Okay. I don't know how many, but pro bono is like, okay, part of this thing held here. So let me tell you about Terry Rose. And I verified with these people who I'm about to use their names. So if anybody wants to have the courage to follow up on this, you can verify these. These are facts. These are not hearsay. These are not gossips. I know a gentleman who he found himself in trouble with the law, young, about 19 years old, Black individual, that can't afford a lawyer. He was facing 3 misdemeanor charges. Terry Rose was his pro bono lawyer, his pro bono attorney. Terry Rose comes and talks to this 19-year-old and he says, hey, I did a little talking and I was able to get your 3 misdemeanors knocked down to 1 felony. I'm going to say that again. Terry Rose tells him, I was able to get your 3 misdemeanors knocked down to 1 felony. So instead of facing 3 misdemeanor charges, this minority, through the guidance of his counsel, Terry Rose, took the felony charge. He got 7 years sentenced for 7 years in prison. Now he was able to get out in 3.5, 4 years. He has now become a pillar in his community, and his name is Charmaine Harris. And that is one of those stories. And he's just one person. So you have a man who that we can prove that. We can show that firsthand testimony. This is what he does to the minority community.
What does he gain? I mean, not to cut you off, what does he gain from doing that?
It's a lot easier work. You don't actually have to do anything. Yeah. Slam dunk for the DA's office. Because, unfortunately, our justice system, they get rewarded for convictions.
Yeah.
So just think about it. That is a slam dunk.
Yeah.
Wow, you got him to take a felony? We were only going after misdemeanor charges. He doesn't have to do any work. He was able to trick this 19-year-old kid. So think about it. He has a responsibility to his client, and he did that. Now, someone might say, well, if you don't want scumbag lawyers, then don't commit crimes. Again, you can keep moving that goalpost all day long.
But that's the thing with the people that move the goalpost eventually, everybody that keeps moving the goalpost, right? It's like eventually no one's going to want to play with you, and that's when buildings get burnt down. That's what I don't think people quite understand or grasp. And I don't think anybody is really saying that yes, that's the correct course of action. We should burn everything down all the time. But I'm just saying.
Well,
think about it in the sense of if I'm playing a video game and you've never even seen the controller, but you've been keeping the lights on so that I can play it, right?
Right.
But I don't let you play. So let's say 60 or 100 or so years in, I'm like, here's this controller. It doesn't have all the buttons, but here's a controller. You've never even seen the fucking controller, right? And now you don't have all the buttons. And over time, or after time and time again of it being explicitly clear and you proving that you don't have all the tools and an equal playing field, I'll slowly keep giving you a little bit more and more. And I'm going to keep moving that goalpost. And now you get that classic thing where it's way better now than it was whatever else. And that's, again, I think you keep moving the goalposts. You keep not giving someone the controller, whatever it is. Eventually, they're just not going to want to play your fucking game anymore. And
right.
That's why I can't stand the people that, again, when I was talking about earlier with talking about B, which is building gets burnt down, but refusing. That's the only time they'll bring up A, not when A happens, when man is shot, dead, or paralyzed in this case. We don't want to say anything then. We'll acknowledge that was bad after said buildings are burnt down. And that's where I think a lot of my frustration lies towards that issue.
So, we hear you, Thomas. So he's talking about we all heard of Monopoly. I mean, think about we're playing Monopoly, but you get 15 rolls in a row and you start off with an extra $20,000-$30,000 before we even get started. So,
Yeah.
or shoot, you start out with all the money. How about that? You start out with all the money. So, absolutely.
Yeah, it's playing something that they've never even seen the game.
I I just wanted to say, you get fed up, and we always hesitate and stop short. We don't want to burn things, but if you think about what I'm doing here tonight, we've known this information inside the minority side of town about people like Terry Rose. That story is I want to say at least three. Let's see. So that story's at least 7 years old about what he did to Charmaine Harrison. We got other people, so we're like saying now, know what? Now's the time. Like today was a tipping point where watching Terry Rose go out there and say, we have no civil rights issues. Like, man, the thing about the line, not only are you going to be a walking, talking civil rights violation for minorities, you're going to have the audacity to go in front of that camera and talk about a Tony Evers. Tony Evers ain't put no black people in jail, getting them to take one felony over a misdemeanor. Tony Evers, ain't nobody around here on the black side of town talk about, man, Tony Evers did me dirty. They are talking about, Terry Rose.
Yeah.
So they are talking about Aaron Decker. So my thing is, it goes too far. So yes, I argue there's different ways of burning it down.
Mm-hmm.
I argue that what I'm doing right now and what the rest of the community that we're going to start doing, you don't have to physically burn something down.
Mm-hmm.
We can go get that bullhorn right now. We have access to the world right now.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I just did an interview with CNN. I got one with Al Jazeera tomorrow, bro. There's going to be people in Syria who know Terry Rose's name.
Yeah.
There's going to be people in Qatar that know Terry Rose's name. There's going to be cats in a cave in Afghanistan talking about Terry Rose.
Yeah.
That's my goal, bro. It's like we're beaming this out. Like even like my videos and everything, they keep asking me, how much money do you want? I'm like, no, you don't got to pay me in money. You just make sure you spit these names. Terry Rose, Zach Rodriguez, Path, help me get the world to know what these people are about.
Yeah.
I can't control other people. This is America. But you know what I can do? Put this all on blast.
Yeah.
So I haven't taken any money. So that's the other thing too. I don't want anyone claiming, well, these are opportunists. Man, I'm a data scientist.
Yeah.
Let's just say I'm not waiting at the unemployment line. Okay.
Gotcha.
Let's just say COVID didn't affect my income. In fact, COVID increased my income. So it's like, this ain't for me to come up so I can go get me, a couple sausages or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
This here, I saw what they were doing. I was like, you know what, bro? You now have my attention.
Yeah.
And that's really how I'm feeling right now. And I'm just getting other active members of the community to say, you know what? These cats think because we have not made them our attention so far. I don't know if they think we're stupid or we're ignorant or we're punks, but we now need to give these types of people attention.
Yeah.
And make sure their name rings out, every time they slither out the streets and try to talk about how there's no civil rights violations. Yeah. I want to be saying it so much that Terry Rose tricks himself into thinking that because he's a lawyer, he can shut me up. I can make the money faster than he can tie me up in court. We can do this all day, every day. That Zach Rodriguez kid, I don't care if his last name's Rodriguez. I don't care, because that's how they're going to play it. Well, he can't be racist. His last name is Rodriguez. I don't care what his name is. We're talking about him right now because of his actions.
Yeah.
Anyone that has to tell me, hey, anyone who knows me knows I'm not racist, bro, I don't know you. I didn't know you when you popped your mouth open. Yeah. Don't ask me to get to know you now. What we're not about to do is long walks on the beach. I don't care if you play jazz flutes. We're past that point, bro. It's like,
it's like you were saying about people making very bold statements with their actions. You're not doing anything else except for highlighting them. You're just, like you said, bringing the attention to it. You didn't make them do that. You didn't make him screw that kid over.
Right.
Nobody. You didn't. That's not you. That's not the community that's now going to speak up on it. That was him. He did that. And all you're doing is just bringing that to light. And so is the rest of the community. I think that's what you should do.
I think everybody has absolute responsibility for their own actions. So you heard me say that yesterday where Jacob, he has 100% responsibility for his feet moving and his hands reaching for the door and going inside. That's him 100%. Having said that, That police officer has 100% responsibility for having his weapon out and for using his weapon. 100%. Those cops together have 100% responsibility for how they chose to handle or not handle, control the situation, to control the suspect. So it's like, let's keep it even. You have responsibility for your actions. What comes out of my mouth is 100% on me.
Yeah.
Let's say I said something wrong tonight. Shame on me if I come back and say, well, it's not me. Someone told me bad information. No, everything that comes out of my mouth is on me, which is why even today, when they first started saying the kid's name, I wasn't trying to mention his name. I was like, I don't know that. I was like, only thing I kept saying was, I know for a fact that he's not from around here.
Yeah.
He's definitely an out of town player, but I don't know his name and I don't know where he's from.
Yeah.
So, let me go ahead and bring in my boy, Steve.
Awesome.
Hey, Ray.
Hey, how we doing, my man?
I find that this works a lot better on my home network.
Okay. Yeah. We go in Ethernet hard over here.
Good. I've been listening to a little bit of you guys' conversation. I hope you don't mind me. I was going to just send you a message. So for those of you that don't know me, my name's Stephen Moy. I work as an acupuncturist at Aurora Healthcare. And I used to live in Kenosha. I'm up in the Fox Valley area now. But I actually used to live on 61st in Sheridan, where everything was happening last night. So last night was a hit home literally to me. And I have some exciting news to be able to share with whoever's listening and whoever might be out there that might be interested. So me and a few of my acupuncture colleagues are coordinating some services throughout this week and into the weekend, and looking at long-term services that we can offer as a profession to the folks in Kenosha, both the people that are on the ground facing the trauma from one side, and also working with the KPD as well, to help them with their stress levels.
Okay, man. So are you thinking Saturday?
Yeah, I'm going to be there on Saturday. We're still working on where it's going to be, but I can tell you that my colleague Laura Cox will be out at Library Park tomorrow, doing ear seeds in the morning. So ear seeds are a form of acupressure on the ears that can help with things ranging from stress, anxiety, sleep issues, all the sorts of things that can come about from being under, especially an acute stress situation, but also people that have been suffering from chronic stress for, pretty much the day they've been alive. So that is one service that is available. She also is offering a hypnosis class. It's $50 for the group hypnosis session, and 100% of those proceeds will be going to support small businesses in Kenosha.
Do you mind maybe putting that information here? And
Sure.
are you coming at us through which, we're coming through Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So whichever one you're coming through, if you wouldn't mind just putting that in the box so people can get direct access to you guys.
I will, absolutely.
And I'll make sure that we mention it again later throughout the show.
I will absolutely do that. And then, I know that this is a real heated topic. And Ray, you and I have had many conversations about this sort of thing even before it was happening, at least in our town. But if people are interested, and if you guys are interested, I don't know your name, other person that's with Ray.
Hi, I'm Darren.
Darren. Oh, I think I maybe have seen you on someplace sometime before.
You may have.
Yeah.
Especially with everything that's going on.
Yeah.
Been out and about. So
awesome.
It's nice to meet you.
So I practice something called heart coherence, and it is a form of very quick and easy stress management or intelligent energy management that kind of exploits some of our physiology. So are you two interested in trying that out?
You mean like right now?
Yeah, it takes like 30 seconds.
Okay.
Sure thing, let's do it.
I think I'm gonna be here for a minute. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Hold up. Do I need to stretch? I don't want to. I don't want to pull a hamstring.
No, that's the beauty of this, is that you can do this anywhere, anytime, and that, once you get more practice, like to most things in life, you can do this in the heat of the moment. So, as both of you probably well know, when we're in a stress response, our body physically cannot perform as well as it can when we're not in a stress response. Our minds cannot think as clearly when we're in a stress response than when we're not. So this is a way to quickly manage that stress response and move to our more rational minds that can think more clearly, and our bodies perform better physically.
So, like, I'll become more centered after this.
Centered. I don't know where you're at right now. So if you're feeling your emotional batteries drained, you may feel that emotional battery recharged.
Let me get to the important question. Yes or no, will I be able to do the touch of death?
I'm not doing any 5-point exploding palm techniques tonight.
Oh.
Sadness.
All right. Well, fine. Let's try it anyway.
All right. So just a little bit of background on the science of this. So our heart has its own nervous system that sends more information up to our brain than our brain sends down to our heart. And the information that our heart sends up to our brain can help regulate our emotional centers. If you think about it, every thought, every emotion that we have runs through our heart. When we're afraid, our heart starts beating faster. When we fall in love, our heart releases oxytocin. So it's a powerful tool that we can use to our advantage. So the first part is just to be in a spot where you're not going to fall over. Looks like you two are in good shape. You can do this with your eyes open, eyes closed, whatever you'd like to do.
Okay. All right.
But ultimately, you're getting to a spot where you can do this with your eyes open.
I think my chair is good.
Okay, good. So focus your attention in the area of the heart. As you breathe, imagine the air flowing in and out of the heart or chest area, breathing a little slower and deeper than usual. And find a easy rhythm that's comfortable for you.
So Joe Rogan gets weed and I get breathing techniques.
We're using our, it is the same endocannabinoid system. Our body can create that itself. Now, the second part is to make a sincere effort to experience a renewing or regenerative emotion, such as love, care, or appreciation for someone or something in your life. And if you feel your mind start to wander, just bring your attention back to that air flowing in and out of the heart area. And that's it. When you're ready to, you can reacclimate yourself to the space that you're in.
So like, do we say who we thought about, or is it like a birthday wish? Okay.
No, that's it. Yeah. You don't have to talk about it. But even just that breathing, even just that heart-focused breathing is enough to help regulate our sympathetic and parasympathetic response, which is that fight or flight or the more calm, rational approach.
So here's the thing, man. I actually do feel pretty good right now, but I had like another 34 bars of venom to spit on some cats.
Well, you know me, Ray, if you're gonna bring the peace-loving man on your show, I like to talk about ideas and policies. I try to leave personalities out of it.
Like I like had the last track from 8 Mile Plan in my head, and the whole crowd was just like, just going, and you just threw me off the beat. Now
I started playing classical music.
Yeah, you got him in too good of a mood now. It's gonna be tough to get back into that.
That's all right. I'm sure he can raise a really good at bringing it back around to a point. But part of my point with all this too is that using these types of tools can also help in communication. So Ray, you do talk a lot about authentic communication. And that authenticity really comes through when we're in a state of relative calm and we're able to express our ideas and make sure that they got across.
No, absolutely. I I maybe don't think about it or speak it the way you do, but let's say when emotions are off center, that was my terminology earlier. Even if you are an articulate person or alleged to be like I do sometimes, uh, you'll notice that when you're off center, your communication is less on target towards the listener, meaning you're still talking, but you're not actually reaching the audience. I'll notice this. And how does it manifest for me? I'll start talking faster. There'll be less pauses between sentences because it's no longer about the listener. It's about, I got the damn gates open, and it's just,
you got to get out what you got to
it's just
get out.
flowing out. So I agree with you that it could be a useful thing to where you can still be in a quote unquote moment, but make sure you're not forgetting what you're here for. So yes, while we may be sharing ups and downs, there's great things about this city too, and we will talk about them. Let's all, I think it's a good point to make sure that you're not forgetting that the point of this is not just to talk for your own sake, but to actually get some messages out to people, to have an authentic dialogue, a true back and forth of listening and hearing and seeking to understand.
Yeah.
So
I think understand where someone else is coming from, understand where you're coming from even too, because I think talking stuff out sometimes works better than even being trapped in your own head, especially with all the stressfulness, like all the stress that's going on in the world right now.
Right. That makes me, what's that movie? Watchmen.
Oh yeah, I love Watchmen.
Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah.
Without condemning or condoning, I understand.
Yep.
I use that a lot. I don't think he made that, but that was the first time I heard it said in a single sentence.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I'll put it in the chat too. So I'm operating off Facebook for most of this. So if anybody is watching from another platform and wants this information, pop over to Ray's Facebook page or and check out the comments below. But I'll be holding regular heart math practice or heart coherence practices too. So for everybody that's out there, no matter what you're doing, all of our emotional batteries are being drained, and if we're not taking proactive steps to make sure that those stay at a certain level, it's not just the buildings that are going to be destroyed. It's going to be relationships with family, friends, people that ultimately we want to live with and flourish with.
You're right. And, that's the big thing here where one of the many questions you keep getting asked repeatedly is, do you think it's going to be, how do you think it's going to go? And, objectively, I feel that because we don't, as a community or as people in general, understand what you just said, I think it's probably going to get worse before it gets better, because we don't have enough people centering on their heart and thinking about their breathing and thinking about, focusing on something. Or, we used to even say that, what do you care about? Put yourself, what are you here for? What do you care about? I think a lot of people wake up every day, and even though they're brushing their teeth and combing their hair, I don't think they're actually taking a good hard look in that mirror. I really don't think so.
I don't think they're happy with themselves. A lot of people I don't think are happy with, their current state of, how they see themselves if they do glance in that mirror from time to time. And I don't think they're happy with what they see outside the window either. I know personally for myself, I'm going to have to hit Steven up here because I all my stress goes to my neck. So I get it's like, I think it's part of my posture too, but I know when I'm really heated or things are going sideways for me, I can feel it in my neck and I start just like tensing up, and it's, you'll see me kind of cracking my neck and whatnot. So, and I think with everything that's going on, that's been very heightened over the last couple of months. So I can definitely see that, if everybody took a little bit more time to take care of themselves, maybe we could get do a little bit more good with everything else going on too.
And I think fatigue is one of the words of the day where
you mentioned that yesterday too. I think
I'm okay with people saying, I think I did mention that, but I think I know I'm okay with people saying this is just a lot the last couple of days. I need to take a break from it. I need to not watch the news. I've watched enough news. I understand.
Yeah.
You have to find, if you're, even watching this kind of stuff, so you can pour out. So maybe you're pouring into something or someone, and you can also be just dealing with a lot of negativity. It's draining. It sucks out of you. And that's what's happening to this community right now. This community is being drained right now. To where,
Well, I got kids, and I don't know if you have kids, Darren. I know you do, Ray. One of the things that we got to all realize too is that children are looking at what we adults are doing right now or failing to do right now. And my kids have a song it's an album that's called The Bucket Fillers. But one of the songs is about that I've got a lid on my bucket, and I'm not going to let people dip into my bucket of goodness that I have for myself. And just protecting, a level of protection for your energy, your zest for life. So
what you make me think of there is, let's talk about some other things I saw in the community, kind of similar to that. I saw a lot of local people in the community. So for example, actually he was on with me last night, Andy Berg. He was out at his garden. He grows food. He has a nonprofit, Garden of Eden. They grow food for the homeless and for the local shelters. And with all this going on, he's still checking out the gardens, because life still has to go on. I saw individuals who were, yes, all this is happening, but today's Wednesday. I know an individual who's graduating with their bachelor's degree tomorrow. So that's what they're saying. Hey, I'm turning in this last paper tonight, and then I get my degree. So, and that person was excited because they're like, okay, now with my degree, I can be an even better asset for my community. So with all this going on, I just saw all these examples of people in the community. Yes, indeed, being, dealing with the same as we're all dealing with, but still moving forward. I actually had one guy, he actually made me laugh. He wasn't trying to be funny, but with all this stuff going on, he sent me a message today because, I do investment, and he sent me a message today, and the way he wrote the message, he wrote it as if nothing is going on. And I don't say it like he was being offensive. He was saying it like it was just any other Wednesday. He's like, hey, Ray, just so you know, I met with this person, and I'm going to have that report for you early tomorrow. And I'm just kind of like laughing, like, yeah, bro, I'm going to be looking for that report tomorrow.
Yeah.
But it was just so genuine. It's just like, well, I appreciate you, man.
I think-
A little normalcy.
Yeah.
Is that Wilson? Yeah. A little normalcy is
I
okay.
think that goes kind of with what Stephen was saying, with having us do with that exercise too, and either thinking of someone or something that just trying to experience some form or some uplifting emotion, right, in that moment. I mean, like that wasn't anything super special to you, but it was just a genuine moment of something good, positive, that's going on.
Right.
And that was able to lift your spirits, and maybe focusing on a little bit more of that. Is necessary, but I also think that we gotta, keep our attention on the task at hand.
So
absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
all of this. Yeah, I also want people to understand that as I myself am a nonviolent person that practices this level of heart coherence and want to see every person that I walk by as a member of my one human family. I also firmly believe that we need strong institutions that are out there to safeguard the well-being of its community. So there are both things going on. It's not just all love and peace. There's the other side of justice that has to be there.
Most definitely, yeah. That's what I just thought that was interesting to bring that back to that exercise you had us do.
So. Oh, that's what I was gonna ask you. So, man, talk to me. How was your day? What were you up to?
It was a little bit distracting, no doubt about it. I was on the live stream with you last night when we saw everything go down on 63rd, and just to see, like I said, that was my neighborhood. My kids had children's classes in the park, right there, on 63rd, right across from where First Step used to be. I know families in that neighborhood. I I lived right there. You know, my kids went to daycare across the street. You know, it was just it was surreal to see that and to know that you know is happening right there. And it was interesting too because I reached out to some of my colleagues and the administration with the department that I'm in, and one of the admin, he is from Minneapolis, and he worked at the Target that was all over the news that had burned down when he was in high school. So, oh my gosh, it's kind of crazy. So it was also an opportunity to kind of connect with some of my coworkers on a deeper level, which was really nice.
So like, if you're walking inside of a Target that had a fire, so there's like trash everywhere, there's like stuff that looks horrible, it's like in complete disarray. How can you tell that from a normal Target? Help me understand. I mean, I've only gone a couple times, but
you've infuriated
is it the
many
smell?
people.
Is it the smell? Is that how you'd be able to tell the difference? The smoke?
Where do you shop then, as opposed to Target?
Instead of stopping at Target, well, let's look. Where do I shop?
That's fair.
uh,
This is all Target drip right here. This is all $15 shirt, sweat shorts.
and it doesn't smell like smoke. Okay, so it's the smell.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
I'd say the smell.
all right. I was just curious. I just wanted to know. So, no, that's fair enough. Yeah. So I talked about local people working on the garden, the community groups. You saw a lot online. People helping businesses, which, you know, it was kind of triggering for me because it's like, you know, there's people who live here, but I saw people as well asking like, hey, can we help out homeowners, or can we help out people who rent and live in this area? Do they need help? So that really made me feel good to see that there was people within the community doing that, asking those questions, you know, because, you know, a community is more than business. Don't get me wrong, I'm a business person, but shame on me if I pretend that the citizens matter less than my business itself.
Yeah.
You know, you can have a community without businesses in it. You can't have a business without citizens.
True. Very true.
Let's see here. I wanted to continue talking about things that I saw good happening around the community. I saw an amazing level of coordination because, you know, you now have like I said, you have CNN, you have Associated Press, you have Al Jazeera. I was amazed with the level of coordination behind the scenes with the local community here, the local Black Lives community, to where you didn't see some guy like, oh, I'm gonna get my 5 minutes of fame. You did not, you know, people were doing interviews by the radio. You did not see that. You saw everyone talking to each other saying, hey, I just got this call from this group. This is what they want. You know, I saw, you know, I'm watching internal private threads where individuals like, hey guys, I did see something last night, but they want to interview me by my business. Is that okay? Yeah. And we're like, you know what? This is our community. Let people know your business exists. Yeah. You know, because they're framing it like the people that live here don't have businesses. You matter. Your business matters. Yeah. Absolutely. Let's do it. You know, even that's why one of the interviews I had here, like right here, Jermaine Coates, he's got this business here. It's right here downtown. It's like, you know, I want them to know that we have a stake in this community as well. So it's like, I'm here so much. People ask me like, is that your business? Like, no, it's not my business at all. This man and his family, they've invested in this community. And I think it's important for people to know that we invest, you know, we, the Black community, we invest in communities just like anyone else. We don't have a different genetic disposition to where we don't care about our own communities. You might have saw last night, the young kid, he was like, you know, come on, man, why would I burn down my own taco joint? I love tacos.
Yeah, I did see that.
You know,
that's the best justification I've heard.
Someone else.
Wait, that doesn't make no sense. Nobody burns down their own taco joint.
maybe that's the same one that I heard, but I had seen someone tweeted about. I guess they're putting a Taco Bell up at Paddock Lake, and they were like, "Dude, please, no one come to Paddock Lake. No, I'm not gonna help burn down whatever this Taco Bell that I've been waiting 5 years to get built. Like, no, come on, man. That's
Now a
my
Taco Bell? No, a Taco Bell. I might burn down a Taco Bell. I've had many of bad nights.
You don't like
'Cause-
Taco Bell?
Yeah, White Castle too. I might burn down a White Castle.
I will say I was
That would be justice.
White Castle.
actually.
I think that's fair. I don't think I've ever eaten at White Castle, and I don't know anybody that has either.
Oh
So,
no, there's people eating there. They might not admit to it. There's people. Put it this way:
that's terrible.
they're staying up. Someone. You know the other one. I don't.
I've
understand?
eaten there before, so you know at least one person.
Here's what I want to
Oh,
know:
man, Steven.
who over the age of 7 is eating at Little Caesars? Like,
Hey, that's my son's favorite pizza joint.
okay,
I can't have you badmouth Little Caesars.
your son, your son. That's my point. Like, yeah. If cops want to round people up, round up adults eating at Little Caesars by themselves. if you just want to mess with people and ask them for ID and maybe put them in the back of the car, start with people who eat at Little Caesars by themselves.
God, yeah.
Like, that makes no sense to me at all. Like, that's like highly suspect. Like, especially if I see a grown man sitting there at Little Caesars by himself, I'm like expecting that Chris Hansen dude to come in and be like, "What are you doing? Who are you waiting for?"
Yeah.
That's what I'm fully expecting.
That's rough. It's very rough. Leave White Castle out of it.
what are you telling us here, Jason? Tell us to leave White Castle out of this. Tell you what, I'll leave White Castle out of it if White Castle stays out of the neighborhood. How about that? We just veer clear of each other. So, yeah.
Well, Ray, thank you for having me on. I will make sure to get that information posted to anybody out there listening that's interested, and I'll be sure to be in contact.
No, thank you, sir, and thank you also for giving us the breathing exercise there. Okay, I appreciate that much.
Appreciate you. Nice meeting you.
All right, sir.
Likewise.
So yeah, we'll make sure I do some breathings a little bit later.
Yeah, as things heat up, I'm sure we'll need to get back to that.
So it's looking. I'm almost wondering. I think it was about this time. We're not at 9:30 yet, but it was about this time where that was most of the riding was coming into the area. So I'm still seeing cars. Let's flip to the screen out there. So we're still have cars pushing out on the street. So even though the feds are in, we actually didn't talk about that. So I still don't have the full story, but we saw the video of it looked like federal agents of some sort. There was some kind of car accident and they started breaking open windows and everything, dragged the people out of the car, drove the car out and moved them away. And we don't have a clear-cut story, so I don't want to do a speculation, but so it started off, that was actually during daytime that happened. So it's wondering if they're just on standby or response somewhere.
And where was that at?
This would have been Washington. That would have been Washington and I think 22nd. No, Washington and 30th. That would have been Washington and 30th. So by Nofty's Cafe, there's a gas station there, the Chase Bank there in the corner. So that's right there in the intersection. There, I saw that video moving along. So I didn't share that through here because we don't know any of the cameramen that did that one. But yeah, absolutely, that was pretty interesting. So if anyone has any more information on that, you can share that as well. But since then, I'm not seeing much from this area of town, at least. And actually, I guess I shouldn't be saying that because I'm not actually checking my my messages here. So why don't I go check my messages and we'll see what's up going here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we don't got. I've only seen. Well, we've seen the patrol cars coming through here. I'm sure they probably saw a couple as well, but nothing crazy. I don't know when they when they have those armored trucks come in. Were you guys able to see that coming through here as well?
Yeah, so we were able to see all that yesterday. And that's why I set up this camera, because I was like, okay, if that's the direction they're coming,
Gotcha.
then let's just try to be better informative to the public, and have it going that direction.
Yeah.
So let's see here. Trying to catch up with everything you guys are sending me. So, wow. So, actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and. Okay. Sadly, shouldn't be surprised, but let me go ahead and share my. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen here.
I think I know you're about to pull up, and
So.
Wow.
Let's go ahead and go take a quick look at this. So someone just forwarded this to me here. So I'm going to blow this up so you can see it. So this is the official Kyle Rittenhouse Fund by American Wolf. $50,000 has been raised. 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse is facing felony charges of first-degree intentional homicide.
What is this on?
So, so I guess I wasn't paying attention here. Give me a sec.
Yeah. So I wonder if we could pull it up, and actually, I'd really love to see what the description of that campaign is.
You know what? Let's go and see what we can find here.
What does it
Official
say?
Kyle Rittenhouse Fund by American Wolf.
Fundly.com. It was on it. If that's a real thing. Wow. Maybe
Let's try that
it
again.
wasn't GoFundMe. It was like a weird website. It said like Fundly. So maybe you could try that.
Okay, so we're seeing a couple funds. Oh, Fundly.
There
Let's
we go.
see here.
If it'll-
GoFundMe. So we're seeing this. So let's go down here. So GoFundMe. There's the one went up for Kyle Rittenhouse. GoFundMe took it down. So this other group, Fundly, I guess they haven't caught flack yet. So here is the site here. So let's see what they're saying. 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse is facing charges of first-degree intentional homicide after protecting his life and shooting 3 attackers in Kenosha, Wisconsin on August 26th. 80% to Kyle, 20% to nonprofits out of Olympia, Washington. This is just crazy.
Wow.
But this is an honest America. This
donated $1,000. Wow. Charles Mackin.
so
Crazy.
a lot of anonymous here. So they don't want to be found that they're helping this kid out. And that's the thing. It's always hiding. Always hiding.
Wow. Just wow. That's all I have to say about that.
Saying he was in self-defense. No, he was not.
Preferably only reach out if you were in close contact. Interesting.
These satanic commies are only upset someone had the balls to defend themselves against their savagery. I always find it interesting that the left is both seen as weak cowards who are afraid of violence and don't like guns, but they're also these crazy savages that you have to put down with guns because they're just so violent. It's like, how are they both encapsulated in the same body?
Well, I also find that always entertaining that people right of center will criticize those left of center as being like snowflakes and not able to handle any situation, but yet any criticism of something blatantly illegal, like with this.
So this is actually, I tried to set up Kyle's GoFundMe account. And so they're complaining about this. They're basically saying GoFundMe would not allow them to set up, but look at these,
What the hell does word? This is terrible word WordPress website. That
Yeah.
For this. Well, let's show a couple nice pictures of him. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, look at him. Oh, look at that little child.
Little cute boy.
Yeah. So, but I think this is the point here. This is the America that we have. So, yeah, you see a different one. So,
Crazy.
that is amazing. Yeah, you're right. Schrodinger's liberal. The liberal that abhors all forms of violence, is it a pansy and weak and blows over if you blow on them. But that same liberal that if you challenge their communist ways, they'll kill you. So they're savages that you have to put down violently. I find it amazing that people are trying to convince me that I needed a 17-year-old boy from out of town to defend me.
Yeah.
That because I'll say that you're not going to see any of the locals saying, yes, we're so glad.
Our savior.
Oh, hold on.
He's here.
Did someone say they couldn't see what we just showed? So, okay.
Maybe the screen.
Hold on. I guess I wasn't sharing the right screen. So were you guys able to see when I showed the website with the official Kyle Rittenhouse Fund or no? Someone let me know if you guys are able to see it. Otherwise, I'll go back and I'll pop it in. So, but yeah, that idea of I need a 17-year-old country boy, 10 years in the military, 6 years Army, combat deployment, but I am supposed to be saying thank you for a 17-year-old kid. Like, is me and my family just to breathe a sigh of relief for people I don't know? And we kind of talked about this earlier. Just think about this. These are usually demographics that say how much they hate places resembling city.
Mm-hmm.
That, we can't stand those liberal controlled areas. Okay. So we were only able to see the Facebook page. Okay, I think I see what I did wrong. I had it frozen. So let me do this here. So while we're talking, I'll just go ahead and show you what we had. So I'll just do entire. Okay. So you'll see some of how the sausage is made here, but I do want you guys to see this. Where was that? Okay.
Yeah, that's lovely.
So I'll bring it back up while we're talking. But for these individuals, he comes from an area, Antioch. And again, before I continue, this is not about everyone living in Antioch, but this is representation of a particular culture from these rural areas. When you drive out there, it is just line after line of signs of Trump for these go to these places. So this idea is, we don't like the city. Those are the silly, stupid liberals, the leftists, that's the idea. I don't even want to go in there for a drink. You'll hear these kind of talks. These are the same people that now are trying to convince us that we are going into the city to save it. Yeah. You spend the majority of your life saying, I hate the city. But now you want me to believe you're coming into the city to save it.
Just out of the kindness of your heart.
Yeah, just out of the kindness of your heart. And it's like, okay, I'm not quite sure why I'm supposed to believe that. Yeah. Why is that supposed to make sense to me? Man, these guys are thirsty every time I move the mouse. So I'll just keep scrolling here while we're talking, but you have these disconnects between actions and behavior. Civil rights activist James Baldwin, one of my personal heroes, he gave a talk on the Carl Van Dyke or something like that show, or Dick Cavall show, I believe. And he basically gave a talk in real time where he talked about faith versus evidence. And that's what you see a lot of right now. despite the evidence of year after year, day after day, you saying you don't like the city, you don't like the, too many people, everything's horrible, the crime. I'm supposed to have faith that after all that evidence, you were coming here on the city's behalf to save the city, coming back to these public officials, trying to convince me that these people who have never been around, have never cared.
Yeah.
I mean, let's put it this way. After all the smoke clears, will I see these big trucks here in town to help board up?
Yeah.
Will I see guys from Antioch and guys from Twin Lakes and guys from Paddock Lake saying, hey, Liberty, brother, let me help you put that fence back up. Oh, you have this garden where you're helping the homeless? Let me help. I have my beliefs. I don't know the future, but I don't expect to see trucks riding around after the smoke clears to come help us build, to come help us do some remodels, to help us do some humanity for habitat.
Yeah.
When we're doing our mentorship, we down at the lake, we during the summer, we do a chess program for the kids. We teach them chess down by the water. I don't think they're going to be like, hey, let whoop my ass in front of these kids so they can learn how chess goes and they know it's not a bad thing. What are the other programs? Our free code camp, teaching adults, kids, everyone, anyone in the community. We've been running free code camp now for 3 years. I don't expect to see these individuals saying, I'm going to learn code, Ray, so you have another teacher to come help level up the community.
Yeah. Because that's not their goal, is not to help that community. It's like we were talking about earlier. It's a game to them. It's an away game, and it's a chance. Like you said, they're opportunists. They want to come here, and it was a chance for them to do whatever they wanted. And so in this instance, Kyle Rittenhouse did that.
That's, and coming back to, what do you want the leaders to say? That's what I want the leadership to say.
Yeah.
Instead of sitting around talking about the protesters, like, okay, it's okay if you protest peacefully, but we won't tolerate. I need to hear what my leaders say. If you're going to come into town to defend the town on these nights, I need to see you here other nights.
Yeah.
I need to see you here other nights to help this town out.
Yeah.
Otherwise, stay out there in the boonies. Do not come back. Yeah. That's the kind of leadership this town needs. And that's then, because really what we saw was not only a moral vacuum, we saw a leadership vacuum. And that's where I'm able to step back objectively. This was just a leadership vacuum.
Yeah.
Now, oddly, this is a place where I align with some people that I don't normally align with. So that's one place we agree. Across the board, there was a leadership vacuum. And you could see in real time where opportunists, again, the opportunists trying to make this about pro-Republican, even Brian Steele, amazing that guy, where they're all in on Trump. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do if Trump doesn't win.
Yeah.
But not only do you have the opportunists, but you have, I think, some people that just were scared, like they don't know how this is going to fall, where the chips are going to lay.
Mm-hmm.
So publicly elected officials, that was really where it's at. And then that's been the question the last 2 days. Where are the leaders at? Where are they leaders? So I don't know how, in that absence, we can really be surprised outside of seeing things like the official Kyle Rittenhouse fund by American Wolf. So,
yikes.
Yeah, yikes.
Yeah, and when you mentioned in there, about how these leaders will say, "Oh, you can protest, you can peacefully protest, but whatever," and then they just choose to focus on the rioting and whatever. I think it's interesting to note too that when you watch those lives of people, on Facebook, whatever, showing what's going on during the actual protest, and you hear the guys over the intercoms explaining that this is an unlawful protest and all these things. I get what you're saying, but I think we also need to acknowledge, why is it now an unlawful protest? Because there's not a curfew in Kenosha. But there is. You moved the goalpost, right?
Right.
You made it that way today. So
like we have it now. Yeah, now we have it.
Right now there is one. So now you can tell me I can't protest.
Right,
you know what I'm saying?
right.
But then And I think that's very convenient. And I'm not really sure how I feel about the curfew in general, to be honest, but I just thought that's interesting to point out.
So Perry Bell was that an AR-15 he was carrying? I'll be honest, I wasn't looking directly at his weapon system, so I can't say. I'm sorry, sir. Maybe someone else was taking a closer look. Honestly, that really wasn't even where my head was at, my man. So I apologize. I can't answer that for you. But if someone else brings it up, I'll definitely relay that back. I know I've got some people who are probably more keen. So things like that. I apologize. I'm going on 2.5 hours sleep for the last 36 to 40 hours.
I think it's forgivable then. I think it's okay.
Let's see here. Denoke. The problem is that these dense population centers are typically Democratic controlled and are exerting their influence on otherwise rural conservative populations. So let's go ahead and get into it. Let's talk about why everything that Denoke just said is completely wrong. So an MSA, a major statistical area, meaning a densely populated area, it's legally defined as more than 250,000 people. Kenosha, Wisconsin is about 100,000 people, maybe a little bit more, and it's pretty well spread out. Kenosha County is, if you actually go pull up a map, you don't have to trust me, you can look at this for yourself. It's not that dense at all. So we have a portion of the population here, the city side, so even when we use a city, we really shouldn't use the word city, it's town. Okay. Now, what you have happening here is the rural areas are quote unquote dying. There's no business out there. They are dying. They're killing themselves. There's no democratic influence. It is them killing themselves. No business. It's a brain drain. Their kids leave as soon as they possibly can. They don't want to live out there. There's no hope. There's no future. And this is across the Midwest. So these, again, things that we can check here where I think the last time I checked, less than 3%, less than 2% of the American population makes their income off of agriculture or farming. So, this isn't the 1860s where 70% of people make their money off of farming. Those days are done. Now, because of progress of technology, while there's fewer and fewer people in farming and construction and mining, if you look every year, you'll see that there's more GDP or more money produced. So we produced more food with less people. We mine more coal, more gold, more ore with less people. We create more construction with less people. So that's the first problem with this statement here. There is no control unless you're going to blame technology on Democrats, which you might have a point there. Democratic areas have a higher income and they have a higher education. So if you could have an argument that if you have a Democratic area, you should expect more innovation, more progress, more technology. So you could even see that in access to Wi-Fi. So that's the first problem with Denoke's statement there. The next one is exerting influence. So this area here, where we're talking about these county areas, there's no way you can spin that liberal influence made other people do something. We talked about it before. I can't make you do anything. That is a lack of responsibility. That is a victimhood example. So this criminal, this coward, wasn't made to drive into town. So let's talk about this. He got in his car and he drove at least 40 minutes into an area that he does not live. He has no ties. Liberals did not make him do that. His culture, his people influenced him, but we can't even say they made him do anything. He was influenced by his rural conservative upbringing, its culture. His people are his influence. We have to be careful about these weak-hearted, in the Army, we called it THS syndrome, tiny heart syndrome. We got to be aware of these tiny heart syndrome explanations where everything I do is the liberals' fault. The way you're talking here, the fact that there's no money and there's no jobs in the Midwest, that's not the Midwest's fault. That's the Chinaman's fault. The fact that if things are not going well, it's always someone else's fault. It's a design structure for a weak-hearted mindset where nothing on your life is because of your activity. But everyone around you, they are not doing enough. They are holding you back. I will challenge anyone to provide a single rural county that is being held back by Democratic adjacent policy. We have 3,147 counties, including protectorates, Puerto Rico and stuff like that. Go ahead and pick one. We'll be here all night. Pick a single one. So that's mostly smoke, my man. I think you got a couple here. So yeah, this is Truth Night. Let's go ahead and go through them. VA, so Virginia. I live down in Virginia Beach, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. VA is a prime example. 2 to 3 counties essentially control every state election, over 100 counties. I find this interesting. While I haven't lived in Virginia in a while, I think it was very recent actually, that in Virginia, Democrats took some level of control. So I challenge you to timestamp you speaking publicly when the Republicans were in control and having an issue with how things were laid out. Also, what you're leaving out is North Carolina and Virginia have had some of the most contentious battles with gerrymandering. Now, while gerrymandering is done on both sides, the predominant number of cases of gerrymandering are actually on the Republican side. I think the last Democratic one I can think of was actually out of Maryland. Anyone can fact check me there. We all got the internet. I'm trying to spin off the dome here, but that was the last Democratic gerrymandering case that I can remember in America. I think if you go chronologically through time, the previous 15 will actually be Republican, including Virginia. What up? All right. Oh, my boy teed up another one. All right. It's sad to see the ultra liberal policies warp otherwise happy and healthy. Yeah, this is more victimhood mentality, my man. You gotta
It's easier that way.
You gotta
accountability.
You gotta go to a doctor, bro. You need to ask that bro. You need to ask him to put you on the schedule. Get you a grown man's heart. That's what you need to do. Okay. Get that full size heart so it can pump an appropriate amount of blood to a grown man's body, so you can start taking active control over your life and your actions. Okay. So if you're otherwise healthy rural community, which again, I challenge you to find this rural community that keeps growing and bustling, that is not being fueled by city educated progressive money. If you can name me one, we can definitely talk about it. We all have the internet here. We'll zoom in. I love economics, brother. Let's do it. Okay, let's see here. Oh, I think Perry's back here. I know why they made fun of Henry Ford, like the assembly line would never work. I guess he showed them. Well, I'll tell you something, Perry. One of my favorite Ford quotes is, I think I got a couple actually now that I'm thinking about it. So the first one a lot of people might know is, whether you say you can or you can't, you're right. So if a man sits around saying that the liberals are keeping him down from becoming better, if all the people out in this fantasy rural land that the Noki's living in are saying that the reason why the rural area has a reverse population or is net zero population, and they're aging and their incomes are declining while the incomes in the cities are increasing, if it's always someone else's fault, then he's right. If he says he has no power, then he's right. I often talk about, I think I might have shared this with you, unconditional responsibility versus unconditional blame. So I'll set it up for you and let's talk about this.
Let's do it.
So if I ask you to tell the story of your life, you can tell no lies, but you can tell it where you are blaming everything around you, or you can take responsibility for your actions. So let's give an example. Let's say you're out in the middle of the sea in this rickety boat, old man in the sea, whatever, storm gales, waves crashing over, you're bailing out water and everything. You're trying to control the helm. I can ask you to tell me that story. And you can tell me how, Ray, 1 minute I'm bailing water. Next minute I'm pulling the sails tight. The next minute I'm trying to keep the rudder from breaking my arm. I'm just trying to keep the boat. So then I run to the front just to make sure we're okay. I go back down. I'm bailing out more water. That's unconditional responsibility. You told a truthful story, but the majority of your conversation was about what you did in the moment. You focused on telling me the things you control.
Yeah.
What Denoki's representing here is someone who does unconditional blame. He tells the same story, but the waves crashed in on me. The water knocked me over. The boat wasn't built properly.
Yeah.
The same, and it's all could be true, no lies. But the focus is he's not in control of his life. He's narrating a story. So when you hear people talk about this idea that you just go back and read the writing here, we can go back through it. The narrative is the rural area is not in control of their story. Everything happens to them.
Yeah.
Let's go back through it. Everything happens to the rural area. So that is, let's rewind from the beginning here. So you look there, they're not in control, exerting their influence on them. So he's telling a story. So let's even pretend it's true. He's not talking about what the rural area does to handle this, to stay up. Yeah. How are they building up? How are they attracting young people? How is he attracting the young people to come in to stay? Farm country, all these counties. We only have I think 12, 13 major cities. We have thousands of rural counties. This story is a story of what's happening to me. The water's crashing in. Let's go to his next one. So this here is these 2 or 3 counties are controlling us. They're controlling us. Not these are the things we're able to do, but these are the things we can't do. So even if it's true, again, it's the story of unconditional blame, victim mentality. Let's go back to the next one. These liberal policies are warping, meaning you're so weak in your mind that if someone passes legislation, you lose your values. You started out healthy, but you're so weak. Your community is so weak that legislation breaks your family, breaks your values, makes your kids say, I am leaving this area and not coming back. Let's continue on. I think he's got a lot of fodder for us here. Wow. Oh, talking about the wolf thing. I see Jason here. My eyes are going bad, so I'm trying to go down so I don't miss them. Yeah, that's the AR variant. Yeah, I got that. Oh, I jumped to the end there. Sorry about that. We're not going to make sure I get everything because this is great material you're providing, Denoki. Please keep it coming. So I love freestyling, brother. Progress always impeded by stubbornness. When the Model T. So I was talking about a Ford quote. Yeah, we kind of got off topic there a little bit. The buggy whip lost it. So what he's talking about here is creative destruction. So here's some crazy, useless trivia for you. When the Ford Model T came out, it did destroy certain business industries. So think about it. Before cars, what did wealthy people commute with?
Horse and buggy.
With horse and buggy.
Yeah.
So think about these horse ranchers.
Yeah.
They're millionaires. Now they don't have business. So they got put out of business. But there's one I really like. So in the city, think about it. This is actually a problem. You can find newspaper clippings if you look hard. You don't have to look that hard. So in the cities, you got all these horses, and the horses are crapping all over the place. This is becoming quite a big deal. Like, okay, what do we do with all this horse crap? It's very unsanitary, very unhealthy.
Yeah.
There was actually a union for picking up horse crap.
Really?
So this union was actually very powerful because, again, think about it. That's a lot of horse crap to pick up. Yeah. And you can go and you can find this union was trying to make it illegal to mass produce cars because they said if the horse crap picker up union is destroyed, America will be destroyed. And that's what they put in writing.
Wow. That's crazy. That's like, actually, I believe, I could be wrong here, but Twin Lakes was originally, a lot of their economy was centered around ice. Like they took ice from the lakes because they had the two nice.
Oh,
lakes
yeah. Okay, I can see that.
Refrigeration had gotten more and more regular, and people had freezers now, and we could create ice. I don't think they ever really recovered from that. And it's not that it's a terrible place, but it's like you're saying, you're not gonna. That's technology wiping out an industry because there was a lot of I think in I would be, maybe I'm wrong. I believe a lot of the Great Lakes areas, not the actual Great Lakes because they don't freeze over, but around that area
we had a lot of people that were selling ice. That was their job. You were an ice picker. You chopped out the block and you sent it. It would go in the truck that was insulated, and they would send it off to wherever else.
Right.
And then eventually, we don't need that anymore. And I think that's, I mean, I think you mentioned Tesla. It's something we're leaning towards now. It's, a lot of the, there's a lot of talk about that now with the coal industry and gasoline and whatnot.
I remember my favorite Ford quote now. I remember now.
What is it?
Ford said that if he had listened to his customers, he would have made a faster horse. I think, certain times call for innovative solutions. So my day job, or my normal life, is as a strategic planner and also as a data scientist. So it's all about let's not use too many words, just say design. How do you design solutions?
Yeah.
So let's use the idea of a car. Okay. Let's see how good I can do if I connect this to Tesla. So let's say we have a car like the one we hear zipping by right now, and we want to increase its fuel efficiency 5%. That is an improvement play.
Yeah.
You want to improve the existing thing. So think about the word improvement. You can't improve something until you have something. So you can't start from scratch with an improvement play. You have to have something in existence.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like someone who's like, I can't write an original track or song, but I can always make it better.
Make a remix.
An improvement person. Yeah. My boy Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I take that back. He's got originals. Let me stop
He's
hating.
got originals.
Yeah. Okay. Next, you have growth. So growth is, I'm going to do the same thing I do in a new place. So maybe you can consider you're down here with us. We hope we see you again more often.
Oh yeah, I'd love to.
This would be a growth play for you, for your influence. And everyone definitely check out his page, his stream. He's very active, great content. So check him out. You can find him on YouTube, right?
Yeah, YouTube and Spotify, Apple Music, wherever you stream podcasts as well. Darren Rita. It's just
spell it for him.
Darren Rita on everything. DarrenRita. And the Detox podcast is that's my predominant show. I also make music for myself as well as other people. So.
And not to make it about me, but he gave out awards for his first year of complete podcasting.
Oh yeah.
And I won most interesting. So that's right.
Yeah. Yep. Most informative.
Most informative.
Gave us the most
okay,
information for sure. And it was and having you back on, you're probably already in the running again this year. So.
All right. So the last one is innovation. What does innovation mean? Innovation is, I want to do something that's never been done in a place that's never been done before. So let's give an example of Tesla, bringing it back to our boy Elon Musk. So in 2015, Ford and Tesla had a recall. Something with their hybrid vehicles, where when it was at the gas station, it would have a spark. Okay. And so you don't want sparks at the gas station. Yeah. All right. So they both had to do a recall. I think Ford had to recall like over 100,000 vehicles. Tesla was able to do a software upgrade, and that passed federal government inspection. That's innovative, to where no more recalls. So all the people who bought the car had the issue. They changed the code. What's innovative? Ford is a car that has great software, and Ford is great. I love Ford, at least stock.
Yeah.
Ford is a car with great software. Or let me say this: Ford is a car that has software in it.
Okay.
A Tesla is software that happens to be a car.
Yeah.
It's a different mentality and approach and design. So that is what we talk about with innovation. And even when I'm sitting here, we're having these conversations, I kind of think like, we can't do improvement. What happened here in Kenosha, we can't do improvement. We can't say we want things to be 5% better. Mm-hmm. And, we're not about to expand Kenosha.
Yeah.
Despite what the Noki's saying, we're not about to take over the rural area and plant a Kenosha flag and say, we claim this for the city of Kenosha. That's not about to happen. Mm-hmm. Innovate.
look at it from a different perspective.
You look at the problems we're dealing with today. These are problems from 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, the 1920 race riots. So we can't keep doing the same things and expecting a different result.
It's insanity.
So even like some of the more ignorant comments you see online, well, these basically, why do they burn down their side of town? They said the same thing to Martin Luther King.
Right.
They said the same exact thing to Martin Luther King. So you keep saying the same thing, expecting a different result. Well, you just listen to officers and you change. How many cities, how often does this have to happen before you stop saying that? Before you realize, even if you believe it, it clearly doesn't work. Like, we have no historical evidence of someone saying that, and then everyone's like, huh, yeah, I didn't know that.
Never thought of it that way.
Let's just remove all crime or even suspicion of crime.
Yeah.
Let's just remove all suspicion of crime for society, and then we won't have any problems. Like, when you talk it out, it's like, what are you saying?
Yeah. I don't think they do that. I don't think they take part in that exercise.
Oh yeah, of course. And then even like, because you'll see the same thing. It's actually monotonous. It's not even cool anymore. We're like, someone will say, well, who doesn't, people don't get messed with or by the cops when they're doing nothing. It's like, yeah, Breonna Taylor, she got killed in her bed. Well, that doesn't count. Why doesn't it count other than your feelings?
Yeah.
Again, tiny heart syndrome, get a full size heart.
Yeah.
So let's see here. So we got our Tesla one. So if you see peaceful protesters essentially looting, burning down businesses without consequence, you don't expect people to defend said businesses in the absence of law enforcement. I guess let's pretend that happened. So let's take it chronologically. If you see peaceful protesters, essentially, I'm going to see. There's no inferred looting or burning. You can't. There's no halfway crooks when it comes to looting and burning. Either you're looting and burning or you're not.
Yeah.
So, let's go chronologically. If you start out peaceful and then you transition into looting and burning, you're no longer a peaceful protester. You're a looter and a burner.
Two different things.
Yeah, these are two different populations. So that you're having a logic fail there. That's kind of like someone saying, if you are a 12-year-old child and then you go to college at 18, that makes no sense.
Yeah.
Are you 12 or are you 18?
Yeah.
So yeah. You don't expect people. Well, key there is what people.
Yeah.
What businesses, because it wasn't the business owners out there. And absent of law enforcement, where was there absence of law enforcement? So I think this is you spinning another world that just to get you to go to sleep at night, which free country, brother, do what you got to do to get to sleep, What we got here? Oh, they made fun of Harry for like the assembly. Oh yeah, we did cuss that one. Yeah. Again, I'm not an expert on I did some research on gerrymandering on the analytical side. So what I remember, I don't remember it flipping back and forth. In fact, I do know you're full of it. There was actually a book called, the book was actually called Rat Fucked. And it's about gerrymandering in the United States. They don't actually use the U, they use like a star asterisk, but look that book up. Actually, I'll tell you who wrote it.
Okay.
Actually,
David
Daly, and I'll go ahead and put this on the screen for everybody watching. We can all learn together. Let me take care of my boy Bezos. I heard he didn't make enough money today, so where's the Amazon? All right, whatever. I guess it's not gonna go to him. Whatever. Hope he forgives me for this.
I think he'll get over it. He'll recover.
He sends me cards when he goes on vacation. Let me see here. Like whenever his family goes on vacation, he's like, "Hey Ray, me and the family just want you to know that we appreciate you. We couldn't live this life without you. Keep sending all your paycheck for books." And I'd be like, "Man, And people say he doesn't care about the people. This guy always thinks about me. Okay, let me go ahead and put this on the screen here. Um, yeah, there we go. No, we're done talking about him. There we go. So this is the book I was talking about here. Let me bring this up a little bit bigger. So yeah, I forgot I did read this. So this is a great book, and it really talks about representation of state legislator. And I would say an overwhelming proportion of the book is about Virginia, and it's about North Carolina and some other places in the South. Now, again, he provides some other examples that comes, but he gets really in depth. It's very accessible, so you don't have to be a math geek or anything to understand it, but definitely a book worth checking out if you're actually seeking truth and not trying to peddle some kind of partisan agenda, just to rock yourself to sleep at night. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up, man. Let me go ahead and put this in the Dropbox for everybody as well. There you go. Yeah, good topic. Appreciate that. Let's see here. I appreciate your interaction, but I think you are a bit. Oh, well, I appreciate your interaction, but you are a bit too far left for me. Well, I can't really challenge that because you know yourself better than I would ever. So if you are considered, let's say you're alt-right, then yes. If you're alt-right, I would probably be too far left for you. I can respect that, my man. Okay. Oh, did we miss one? I'm trying to keep up, folks.
If we stop testing, we will slow the curve.
Should I just be showing the comments here? Just showing the screen comments or something? Well, everyone else can see it, but I'm trying to pick the ones here. So maybe I won't go through everything, but let's see. Let's pick some fun ones. Thanks for spicing up the night, my man, Denoki. Otherwise, I'm going to start having people name objects in the room and try to freestyle. Okay, let's see here. Oh, man, you boys are going at it. Hold on, man. Let me try to keep up. I live in Roanoke, Virginia, hence Denoki, self-made millionaire growing up in the rural communities you say are dying. How many of your people are millionaires, bro? I'm not even going to challenge you to millionaire. So how many of you guys are millionaires? I don't know. And actually, Roanoke, Virginia. Let's take a look at that. Let's pull it all up together. You know what? We got City of Virginia, Roanoke. Okay. Let's do Roanoke, Virginia demographics and economics. Okay, 2017, Roanoke, Virginia had a population of 99.6 thousand people with a median age of 38.4. Okay, that's pretty young. And a median household income of $41,483. That's balling, bro. 41,000. Yeah, all you millionaires rocking out there. Okay. Yeah, 41,000. If I was rocking like that, bro, I might need to move out there. Yeah. Actually had a 0.25%, 0.24% increase. Okay, I'll give you that. Okay, so you're the natural birth rate to keep a place steady is about 2-3%, but you managed to do like a subpar growth. Okay, so all right, Roanoke, VAs. Let's see what's keeping it afloat. Let's see. Got a little market research here. Let's do some quick looks, see if we can find some quick answers. Let's see here. What's Roanoke about? Okay. So we got incomes. Let's see if we can find out where the money comes from in Roanoke. You guys gangsters out there, what you dealing? Corn? Okay, let's see here. Okay. They're doing demographics by splits. I'm not finding jobs. Okay. Well, someone else do that for me. I don't want to take up too much time. See if you can give me the top 10 employers for Roanoke, Virginia, so we can kind of get a good handle on, keeping it even. I'm not trying to hate on a place, but let's just keep the real information out there for the peoples. Okay. So, but I'll tell you this, my man, if you really want to prove to us you make all that money, send it to us.
That would help tremendously. Tremendously. That's the only way I'll believe you.
I
Actually.
promise you, if you send all the money, we will rebuild the buildings. We will rebuild the buildings. Hey, what's going on, my man?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
How are you
I
doing?
just wanted to come in and make sure y'all over there behaving yourselves.
Oh, look at me.
He's freestyling a little bit over here, but
That's
we're trying.
water. That's water on the table, right?
Empty water. I'm so hydrated right now, bro. I'm so hydrated. Absolutely.
I'm not up to nothing, man. I just check it in on you, man. Pop in real quick.
Hey, I was talking about you earlier and yesterday. Why don't you introduce yourself to the folks? Talk about the good things you be doing in this world.
Charmaine Harris here, community activist out in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Been running a fatherhood program for over 5 years. Recently branched out into my own business, doing work with fathers and guys coming out of prison. I also am excited. When I press this button in about 10 minutes, I will be submitting my final paper and I will be done with my bachelor's degree in management and marketing.
Oh, boy.
Congratulations, my man.
So
Congrats.
double major. And then on Saturday, I start my master's degree in business innovation and design, kind of like an MBA, but it's in design and innovation. So super excited about that.
Awesome. Where are you going for your master's? Where are you going through?
So I'm at Carthage College right now.
Okay,
And
cool.
yeah, I'll be finishing. They have a master's program at Carthage College as well. So I received a full ride scholarship for my bachelor's, and then I just received a half a fellowship for my master's. So I can't complain. Yeah, God is good.
Congratulations on that, man. That's awesome.
Yeah. So
What have you been up to today?
nothing much, man. I was talking to some local groups. Had a couple interviews. I interviewed with the media broadcasting network called AJ Al Jazeera.
Okay, never heard of it.
So they're big on social media, and then I got a couple calls. I sat down with the Urban League of Racine and Kenosha, and we're talking about actionable plans we can come up with and talking points when people start asking what we want from the Black community. I was out in the march today during a peaceful protest. Just get involved, connecting with some of the leaders. I do a lot of work, on my end of things, but while I'm out there, like boots on the ground, there's some guys out there organizing stuff. So I kind of just take a back seat and listen to what they want to communicate and take what they say and communicate it to the people that need it to be communicated to. So been doing that in addition to, of course, taking care of my family.
That's all very important, good stuff right there. What I want to know, what are some of the things that you were talking to about? What were some of those talking points that you mentioned?
So we want to see. I mean, we saw the press conference today, but we want to see the arrest and charge of this officer. In addition to, we want police reform. So kind of just kept it there, and there are some layers to each of those items. But number one, we want to make sure that we communicate, and that we want to see accountability being held for the officer involved, all of them really, and also moving forward, police reform and some type of accountability, some type of system where the community has more say in both disciplinary action and the hiring process of officers coming into our communities and serving our communities.
I think that's absolutely fair. I know Raymond talked about that on my show a couple weeks
Yeah.
ago, 4 or 5 weeks ago. We talked about that on how if we expect so much out of cops, we should definitely and for the importance of the job, what they do, they're policing, serving, and protecting us. I think it's totally valid that we should have some say and input into who is put in those positions early on, as well as when the decisions are actually made.
And we talked about a little bit about intentionality in hiring minority or black officers. And Ray, I got a question for you. So
I might have an answer.
Darren, has Ray talked to you about the 4-point plan? Have you talked to him about that, Ray?
Yeah, we talked about that on my show.
Yeah, of course, man. I had the beats and everything.
Let me ask you this, Ray. So I got a little pushback on that. Because I mentioned it in the meeting, and there's already a process that is so punitive or robust or whatever that it minimizes the chances of black officers being hired, right? And so let's say you stole a candy bar when you was 15, they'll bring that shit up and say you stole a candy bar. So I'm asking, with your thing with the increase, double the training, make it harder to stay a cop. I forget the other one, and you about to follow up with it. But
so 1 through 4, I'm ready.
Wait, let me get this part out.
Okay.
The question is, does what you present minimize the risk? Minimize the chances of the people that already are discriminated against in the hiring process?
In the making it twice as hard to become a cop, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, and making it twice as hard to stay a cop from like an HR perspective. This is what the guy was saying. Look, they already got to go through so many hoops to even get there. If you do that, sure, you're gonna weed out the ones that we want to weed out, but you also gonna give them some more ammo to weed out the ones that we don't.
Black people from getting those positions.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly.
I actually thought you had a real question for me. I thought you were gonna I stretched for nothing. All right. So yeah, that's too easy, bro.
Come on, man. Let me hear it.
No, for real. It's a valid question.
Yeah.
Define twice as hard. So what I mean by that is when I say, so just so everyone knows, the 4-point plan that I've been proposing with others, okay, is and it's not the holistic. These are the first 4 steps. Double police salary. That's what I say. Increase police salaries.
Yeah.
Increase training budget. Increase it. 3, make it twice as hard to become a police officer. 4, make it twice as hard to stay a police officer. So we're talking about number 3. Make it twice as hard to become a police officer. Now, I did not say take the existing systems and increase them. You might have heard me talking earlier about improvement. I did not say take the existing system and improve it by making so the same things that weed out minorities don't improve on how well you weed out minorities. So what would that look like? You could say the definition of hard is how well you are culturally agile, culturally aware. So how well do you sync with other cultures and communities? You can make that the definition of hard. Okay? We can be dramatic here. You could say, hey, any criminal history, misdemeanors that don't, affect these certain lists, we don't even look at that no more.
Let me throw this in there. What about, he's black. Of course he meshes with the community better than other people. That's unfair because he knows them. I'm just throwing that out there.
That's a play that you hear a lot in economics. So in economics, let's say a person like me will say, hey, tariffs are bad for the community. And the guy who owns that shop, he'll say, but it's good for me and my employees. Which is the bigger population? The community or the people who work at that shop?
Yeah.
So listen to what just happened there in that voicing. I'm saying it would be better for the community if they had people who represented the community. The response was, but it will hurt the 2 or 3 of us. When in doubt, always go with the customer. When in doubt, always go with the consumer. When in doubt, always go with the citizenry. So I am not going to zoom in and focus on some applicants. I'm going to focus on the bigger population, which is the community. What's in the best interest of the community? So don't let them shrink you down to think about this small subset of people. I mean, that's one of the problems we have right now. We have some people who have decided that this subsection of society is more important than society itself. That these small group of community people that happen to wear badges are more important than the overwhelming group who is the actual community. That's when we got things going bad. Feel me?
Yeah. Gotcha. Cool, man.
We still wargaming it? We good?
Yeah, no, we good. We good.
All right.
I'm sure I'll come up with something later.
Ready. You ready?
Yeah, man. Yeah. So yeah, we just sat down today and came up with a list of the narrative, and it was big. We wanted to make sure that we stop allowing people to kind of shift the narrative, and that is like, it's unfortunate the after effects of what's happening, the rioters. I don't condone none of that stuff. It's not cool. Matter of fact, when we was at the march, I put a video up of the young woman speaking and saying, "Hey, it's curfew right now. Anybody else that's out here after curfew, you are not with us." So people become opportunists at night, maybe spirits, liquor get in their system or whatever. But I always want to just remind people, like Jacob Blake, look, let's stop trying to shift it from him. Let's keep it focused on what happened, and not let it be hijacked so the narrative is taken to something else. As bad as the reaction is, let's look at the what sparked some of that. And I'm real big on not allowing them to take that and spin that on nobody, and spin that on me.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. We talked about that earlier. And one of the things that really frustrates me is that yes, like you were saying, like, we don't want our city to be, you don't want our city to be burnt down. Nobody wants it, right? But
right, I live here.
And what these people choose to do is they choose to not speak on the topic at all whatsoever until B happens, which is city buildings get burnt down. Then they'll concede that, okay, what happened to that guy was wrong, but this is more important to me. So now I'm going to speak how I feel about this.
Right.
Now I want to get out there and do that. When the whole problem lies in that they don't care about when A happens. But again, what if B wouldn't have happened? What if no one would have burnt down that building? Then you would not even be involved in this conversation.
Exactly.
Then they wouldn't say anything. They wouldn't do anything to be coming. They wouldn't come to anybody's aid. And to be frank, they're not really coming to anyone's aid right now.
Yeah, and even when I'm looking at George Floyd in Minneapolis, a lot of the business owners were outspoken about saying, look, we can build another business, but you can't build another life. Many of them said that. If someone said it here, I might have just not caught it yet, but the stuff that I'm just seeing online is just like it's terrible. You know what I mean? Financially, that's terrible, but nothing compares to a human life.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know I'd seen some people, I saw some people tweeting about it that are from the Kenosha area, or their families own businesses that were that did suffer some damage and some destruction. And they were very clear in stating that they're still for the movement, and they understand that that's not the same people, first off. And two,
Exactly.
just to your point, these people have insurance, and these people, if they put their whole life into that business, again, we don't want that to happen. We don't want that to happen, but we're willing to rebuild that business. We want this community. End goal is we want this community to be better, right?
And you have another opportunity to create a business. You have an opportunity to reassess that business. what Philando Castile and George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, they don't have another opportunity to talk to their kids.
Yeah. And
And
even
so, yeah,
well, and I was just going to add on to that. And even in this situation now, he's not going to be able to walk again. He's paralyzed.
right.
Right. So he doesn't get to, there's no rebuilding that until, maybe science takes a leap in the next however many years. But you know what I'm saying? Like you're saying, those people can't come back to life, can't rebuild their lives. It's over. But these buildings can be rebuilt.
Yeah, and it gets to a point where it's like, man, the utter disregard for human life is just crazy. So when you hear me talk, most of the time I'm trying to get people to just realize these are family members. You know what I mean? This is somebody's dad. This man had kids. And I've been working with fathers all my life. I've been working with what you consider at-risk fathers, guys coming out of prison, guys dealing with divorce, child support, or whatever, and trying to impute that confidence. And even though they're going through whatever they're going through, but just to have all of that going on, and then on top of all of this, and then just to see the comments online, like, it's nuts to think about how people just disregard human life.
Yeah, and it's conveniently so, because they don't when it's the police officer. Then it's he has a family, he has a daughter,
Right.
whatever else. This man was shot in front of his kids. Like his kids, that man's kids saw him one way, and after that day, which they witnessed what happened, will never see him the same way.
Yeah,
Even though
and that's the point.
he gets to live.
Yeah, and when you talk about the convenient part, like, I get it. The police officer are fathers too. You know what I mean? They want to do what they can. They want to do what they can to provide for their family. They're out there working hard, doing what they got to do. Look, I'm not saying I don't want police officers. We need police officers. I want my kids to be safe and feel safe in their community. But how can you feel safe when you have officers that are taking actions or taking the law into their own hands? And then on the flip side, on the backside of it, you got people playing both judge and the jury when they say stuff like, "Oh, he was a felon anyway," or "He had," like, come on, that's for the courts to,
and that has nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
if you do
and it
something
don't.
wrong, I saw a girl I used to go to school with. She had tweeted something out, and it was going viral. That it was a lot of these white suburban people that will say what you're saying. He was a felon, or maybe if he just had listened, whatever else, that wouldn't have happened. But they forget that just because you do something wrong or illegal even does not mean that the cop has the right to kill you, to murder you.
Yep.
No, none of those same kids. I've been at house parties with those kids growing up, and they were all underage drinking, whatnot. House party gets bust. They push the cops over, sprint to the woods, right? Did any of them expect to be shot dead? No.
Exactly.
And if they would have, that would have been absolutely wrong. Because just because you do something illegal doesn't mean it's grounds to murder you, and that
it's not a death sentence.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You don't get the death penalty for being a felon. And that's what you see happening. A lot of uneducated people just assuming that somebody should get the death penalty because of whatever small crime or whatever was on their background. You know what this tells me, as a guy that overcame a lot of these obstacles and things like that, and I'm in a community, working in a community, I don't care what it is. If something ever happens with me, or let's not think worst case scenario, but my record is always going to be brought up all the time, and that's why I willingly talk about it. Yes, I'm a felon. I sold drugs. I'm gonna tell you first, because then you can't really use it against me, because I know who I am as a man. But I make that point to say that even though Ray, is at the level of life he is, I'm at the level of life I am. I'm one traffic stop from being Jacob Blake.
Yeah.
Real talk.
Absolutely.
So here's the angle I talk. So I say that we don't want to treat felons differently because it's a feel-good moment. It's not about, okay, let's just, hold hands and all that. Follow through the logic. If somebody does something, if they make a mistake, if they get caught for it, if you create a situation where you basically tell them no matter what they do the rest of their life, it doesn't matter,
Right.
that's a dangerous situation. You basically told the guy, point of no return.
And what's
I
that going to
can't go
bring?
back. I can't go back. We had a saying. Actually, I don't say we had a saying. This is Army. Let's go back to World War II. Desperate men are dangerous men. There was rumors in the forest of Bastogne, France, that the Germans were killing. They were executing American soldiers who surrendered. Don't know if it was true or not, but it just got out to the U.S. soldiers. So when the U.S. soldiers were surrounded by the Germans, outnumbered in the forest, it's just crazy fighting. And you watch Band of Brothers, the scene I'm talking about, it's the exploding forest. That really happened. When the Germans said, why don't you surrender? General McAuliffe wrote, I'm just nuts, which I guess was 1944. F you, homie, come get me. So we love hearing and cheering about that story, but we don't often as citizens talk about why they refuse to quit, even though they should have. Because they were under the impression that if they surrender, they were going to be executed. Desperate men are dangerous men. It's no different than putting an animal in a corner and making them feel like there's no options. So those cats fought like it meant everything because it meant everything. So that story was told to me where when we were overseas, always make a man think he's got choices. Don't put a man in a box. I don't care if he's half your size. I don't care if he's a quarter your size. Don't put a man in a box and make him think his only option is to cut right through you, because you might get surprised and be sitting up there at the pearly gates telling a crazy ass story about how a dude 2 foot tall did some crazy stuff you ain't never seen before. And since you up there, you ain't never see again. So coming back to people who've made mistakes and they're trying to get back in their life, don't make people feel like, you know what, I made a mistake, point of no return. My only option is to go this way full steam ahead. I messed up. Society won't take me back.
Yep.
So I might as well just go grimier. We don't want that. You want people to feel like, hey, at any moment, you can turn this ship around. That's what you want. Now, let's be clear. Turn the ship around doesn't mean like you don't pay consequences for your actions.
Yeah.
But once someone's done their time, man, let it go. Let it be. Because if you just keep hanging that over a cat, you cannot, at a man level, at an adult level, you cannot act surprised. If you tell a cat, hey, no matter what you do in your life, you trash, you an animal, you subhuman, don't be surprised if that cat bites you.
Yeah.
So this is not a feel-good situation here. This is not doing it to be a nice guy. That is a survival play. I am for people being able to repatriate back into society, so I don't got to look over my shoulder. Let this cat be able to come at me straight up, re-immerse back into society. Yeah, maybe he comes in, moves up higher than me. Hey, that's better than trying to take mine any other way. Take it up legit. So that's really what we want to be feeling on that one, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean that's my all day, everyday conversations with guys I'm working with. Like, look, I know you've been through what you've been through, and it can seem like you want to get bogged down. And I was there, you know what I mean? Feeling like, damn, I can't get a job here. Man, I remember I tried to volunteer for Meals on Wheels. I was out of work and I was just trying to volunteer. You know what I mean? I was trying to do something to keep myself active. I got told no. I'm like, damn, I can't even volunteer with a felony. So that's that. But I had a different spirit. I'm like, I'm not gonna be stopped. I'm gonna keep going. But that's not the spirit everybody has. So it's for me to introduce that spirit to other guys coming up or coming out, to let them know, like, look, despite what you went through, you still alive. You know what I mean? You still breathing. You still got opportunity. You still got chances. Try to take advantage of them. despite what the world tries to box you in and tell you are. And I think me and you talk about this a lot, Ray. The problem with being identified as something is when you start believing that shit.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Even some let me not go there. Some diagnosis of stuff that maybe somebody was misdiagnosed. Let's say mental illness, but now they bought into it so much that, oh, I am this is me. So the problem
We've
with it
heard the
is, yeah,
stories. We've heard the stories, and we love those stories. When
yeah,
someone was told they'll never walk again,
yep,
and they say, "No, I'm not hearing that." So we've heard those stories, and we love those stories. So again, we're not trying to demean someone who maybe was told they can't walk again and they never walked again. The only point in sharing that is that you know keep that heart going.
yeah,
That's really all we're saying here. And that's what you hit on. Only thing worse than someone being told they're garbage is them believing it.
yeah,
Only worse than someone being told they're subhuman is they believing it. And I see that in poor communities. I see people being convinced that because they don't got money, they're less. That's a lie.
no,
I don't care how little money you got, you ain't less. The same way I don't care how much money you got,
That's
you're
us,
not
yeah.
more. And don't tell me nothing about you, who you are.
yeah,
Yeah, it might tell me about your level of comfort or discomfort, but I know lots of miserable people, making above the median income. Hey, let's keep going through here. I want to try to keep up with people coming at us here.
okay.
Let's see.
I'm about to hop off, man. I just want
All
to
right, sir. Good chatting with you,
come
man.
check
Nice
in
to
on
meet you,
y'all.
Carmine.
Yeah,
All
most
right, you
definitely.
too, man. We'll connect soon
Absolutely.
Peace.
for sure.
All right. I see. We're going to try to keep up here with y'all. Let's see. Lisa Love just came across your live. Facts don't lie. Love it. Grown man heart. Oh yeah, that's actually a medical term. THS, tiny heart syndrome. Ask
Really?
your friends about it.
Wow.
Let's see here. Oh yeah. Actually, somebody hooked me up with Roanoke, Virginia. So remember, our friend was saying that Roanoke, Virginia is farmland, right? So remember, it's about 100,000 people. So the number one healthcare provider in the area is Carolyn Clinic Hospital, 10,000 people. Wells Fargo Bank, 1,000 to 3,000. Another healthcare group, HCA, 1,000 to 3,000. Kroger, 1,000 to 3,000. Walmart, 1,000 to 3,000. Advanced Auto, Ply Gym. Does this sound like farmland to all y'all? Don't sound like farmland to me. So here's what I actually think. I think that Roanoke probably is a diversifying place. Not a lot of growth, but it's probably a place that's transitioning, bringing in a lot of out-of-town people, which is why I didn't have a net loss. I don't think that's natural growth when you're hearing those kinds of jobs. Anyone can check behind me. I doubt Roanoke's got all these different things being grown in home. You probably, and actually you can find that in migration, out migration. If someone's interested, this is how I do it as, when I'm doing economics and analysis. See the trend for Roanoke, Virginia. How many people move in? How many people move out? I'm looking at these jobs and I'm guessing Roanoke is shipping a lot of people in for the money and maybe the quieter life as well, possibly. So, because, 100,000 people is about the size of Kenosha. So that'd be my guess. I don't think the farmers are just going off like gangbusters. So, yeah, that's my guess on that one. Let's see here. Oh, someone wrote a book. Oh, we're back on Ford. Okay, we bouncing all around. Ford was hailed by a genius by Hitler. Actually wrote a book. I believe it was called International Jew. Ironically, Hitler blamed all of Germany's woes by blaming somebody else. Yeah, blame game. You just let a man talk long enough, he'll tell you if he lives unconditional responsibility or unconditional blame all day, every day. There can be a whole conversation about what types of education are available and promoted when kids go to the city. It's not only in our country, in other places too. The type of education such as provided in cities are often not applicable to the reality of rural life. Well, I say that's not wrong, but the reality of rural life is that is not a growth industry, my brother. That's just the truth of it. Oh, we got thrown all the way down there.
Wow, missed a lot. Got
Yeah,
carried away.
we got carried away. Let's see if we can keep up going here.
All right, so that was your
Oh.
link. Look up John Edwards, VA.
Oh, so some of you guys are just kind of going around in circles. So I think we'll skip that. That don't mean, okay. Okay, you guys are going around.
Interesting.
Trying to find something fun to talk about. Let's talk about this. This is important. So, update on acupuncture offerings. Free ear acupuncture for stress. I got PTSD. Tomorrow, 8/27 from 12:30 to 2:30. Sunday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Harbor Park CrossFit. All right, sir.
Sunday I will be there. I had nothing going on. I'll go.
Okay, yeah.
I need it.
I wrote something. Probably wasn't that important. I wrote something else. Who cares what I got to say? Oh, no, that's not fun. That's too easy, man. Oh, man. Danoke. Oh, Roanoke. Danoke. I got it. Look at me. I'm catching up. Come on, man. Your stuff was better in the beginning. Let's see this here.
I don't know that answer.
What percentage of KPD currently are minorities?
Do you know that?
I do not know that, but I'm pretty sure I could. Well, hold on. Let's define minorities because, you playing these games, So a lot of places will say that white women are minorities. So a lot of places will say, hey, we have 30, 40% minority, and it will be mostly white women and then a couple minorities. So, and I'm not saying that's wrong, but we don't all have the same definition of what minority is. So you mean by gender? I'm assuming you might mean by race for these areas. I think we just heard today in a press conference, there's about 3 dozen KPD, 3 dozen, 4 dozen KPD, I think we heard today. So there's less than 50. If that's what,
if that's true,
if that's accurate, what was released in the press today. So I'm going to guess, someone can call me out. I'm going to guess 10% or less on whatever, whether it's 30 or 50, I'm going to guess 10% or less. Maybe 15. If you're asked about minorities. Oh man. That
was a bus.
Oh, okay. So that's my guess. We don't know for sure. Okay. Let's see here. What else are you guys talking about? Do you have a community without business and commerce? What would be a community without business and commerce? You got business and commerce in prison. What are we talking about? I don't know, man. You was actually giving me some stuff to think through before, Dano. Come on, man. Step your game up, homie. Let's see here. 77.1% white, 10% African, 6% Native American, 1% Asian. Okay. I like numbers too. Whatever's. Okay. The guys. Oh, let's see here. This guy says buildings can be rebuilt after they set on fire. The problem is when you torch apartment buildings with people in them, you are potentially killing others or attempting to kill. Well, if you torch a building with people inside, I'm pretty sure guaranteed you killed them. And I'm pretty sure the building torch count with people inside, we're at a big fat 0 right now. So come on, man. You need to get on that list for that THS. Get that new heart, brother. Okay, let's see what we got. Our boy Eric here. We need better screening of future candidates. Absolutely. That's what we were talking about earlier. Screen the current ones, and Raymond's 4 points. This is the most epic HR problem in history. Man, if your insurance company guy accidentally blew your house up once in a while, Southwest new tagline, we'll get you there 98.76% of the time. Some of our guys may or may not have panic attacks during the landing evolution.
Shout out Art. That's my uncle Art. That's my
oh yeah?
Yeah, that's my uncle. He's been on my show. He's been on my show too.
Okay, so here's the funny thing to me. I will often have people will say, well, Ray, we can't be perfect. What level would you guys, and they're not even being mean, what level of police shootings is acceptable? And my response is 0. And I'll say, Ray, be realistic. What's a realistic number? And I say again, 0. I guarantee you, when they are building airplanes, they don't say, what is a realistic number of planes falling out the sky? And they say a number higher than 0. And I know they don't do this because there's this thing called Lean Six or Six Sigma. Six Sigma is a mathematical representation basically saying 1 in 10 million, which is effectively 0. The goal for Six Sigma is 1 in 10 million. For every 10 million of whatever you make, whatever you do, you have a subpar creation, you have a failure. So I'm saying, stop telling me what we do all day, every day in corporate America. Let's talk about Amazon. Their uptime guarantee. When you decide to use cloud solutions in Amazon, their guarantee for uptime is 99.999. Guaranteed. So don't tell me that the things that is running the world right now can't be applied towards this. You can absolutely decide that the goal is 0. You can do it. The question is, do you want to do it? That's what this is about. Lean Six Sigma police. Make it to where for every 10 million interactions, we have 1 incident. Lean Six Sigma it. Fair point, but does society put the man in the box? Oh, come on, bro. What are you listen to some good 1970s rock. You got a Pink Floyd album going now, don't you, bro? Come on, man. You getting on up in there. I think I'm going to leave that thread alone. Okay. All right, so, yeah, you guys are handling that. Oh, my boy, Daniel. Let's see what Daniel's got to say. Why is it always wrong to be different? We live in a world where we have different political beliefs is seen as wrong. This can also be said about race. Not everyone thinks this way, but some do. I'm going to tell you this right, brother. If your political beliefs are that I'm subhuman, I think I got strong reason to believe that there's a reason that you are wrong. I don't think that's a agree to disagree type moment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's some things that are.
I say that all the time where it's, if you want to talk about, who's getting taxed what, that's okay. That's a political debate. But if you want to talk about human life and, humanity, people being discriminated against for nothing that they could control, there's no disagreements there. There's no back and forth banter. We can't do this. This isn't politics anymore. This isn't you being different. This is you being fundamentally wrong.
I actually had a guy say that a couple of days ago. I said, black people just want to be treated equal. And his response was, well, can we meet halfway?
Oh my God.
He couldn't even help himself. Can we meet halfway? What does that even mean, bro? What's halfway? He's like, I just think we should meet. His exact words were, I just think we should find a way to meet in the middle of the street. If I'm on this side of the street called everybody gets treated equal, and you're like, hey, can we meet halfway? Man, I'm going to say, yeah. Let me not say that because this is all recorded. No, I'm not going out there.
God,
I was going to make an analogy about busting shots at you once you came from behind that car. But that's a scene in Black Hawk Down where he's like, you come over here. He's like, nah, F you, bro. You come over here. Because he'd already shot at them. So what does that even mean?
Well, meeting you halfway is assuming that they are losing something. And that's what I'm saying.
And they might be losing something. Absolutely. So, and that's where you have to just keep it real and honest.
But that's the thing. It's out of fear of losing that thing. But then it's like, okay, wait. So what are you losing then? Are you losing that white privilege that you don't have? Is that what you're losing?
There's a lot of people who've been winning the race because some people weren't allowed to race. Yeah. And they feel in themselves.
Yeah.
And the last thing they want is an open race where everybody's allowed to race. Coming back to that THS, I'm telling you, we don't have enough heart transplants. We need more people getting full-size hearts. Because if you're really about that life, you want everybody to run. So when you win you can tell everyone you're number one.
Oh yeah.
Guys with small hearts, they happy to hear that 50 people weren't allowed to join the race. They happy with that. They don't mind rocking that trophy,
That's
showing it to their mama, knowing they didn't earn it straight
no,
up.
they won off a disqualification.
We should probably start a GoFundMe, get good full-size hearts for cats. Let's see here. If we all just took a moment and saw the beauty in each other, differences, then maybe we can start to solve some problems. But that's just my opinion. What is yours? Yeah, I agree with that.
100%.
Now, I know you, so I know you're legit, my man. But here's the problem. Normally when the black community hears talk like that, it's to them. What the black community needs, the minority community, what we need to hear that spoken to the police. We need to hear that spoken to the rural people who drove in to start trouble last night. We don't need to hear that message.
Yeah.
And when I say we don't need to hear it, I'm not saying don't give it to us. You can give that message over and over and over, but don't just give us that message. Okay? Give it to everybody. You know, all ears matter when it comes to that message. Let's see here. Let's see here. I'll give you one more, Danny. Well, oh, we already got that one. Sorry. I was scrolling up too fast. I'm going to stop beating up on our boy Denoki. Let's see here. As of August in the city of Kenosha, 11% of residents are black, but just 3%. Okay, 7. What did I say?
For what? What is our police officers?
About 7%.
The
7.
The
I said
city-
less than 10%, right?
I thought you. something
Ding,
around
ding,
that,
bro.
yeah.
I said 10%. All right, bet. I'll be honest with you. If we're 11% of the area and we're set at, it's 3%. I'm reading this wrong. Okay. So we're underrepresented by, call it 67%. No, even more so. We're underrepresented about 70%. Over 70%. 70% underrepresentation. So we're at 30% of the representation we should have. So 7 of the city's officers. Now, I dare say, I don't think representation should be based on the demographic of the city. I think representation should be based off long-term trends of where most of your policing is done. Let me say that again.
Explain that.
Let's say hypothetically that 80% of your police activity is done in the black side of town where there's 11% residents. If 80% of your police activity is done in that side of town, I think 80% of your police force should be black. I mean, that's what you hear all the time, right? Well, most of the crime happens over there. Fine, great. So make most of the police officers look like those people over there. Stop sending in people who are not from that area, scared to death, scared to look, because they don't know anything about those cultures or languages. Now, I said long-term trending because you can't be going year to year flip-flopping. That would be a little ridiculous.
Yeah.
But you could do 5 and 10-year trends. I'll tell you one thing, too. People will stop yelling out those fake stats all the time, too. And I'll also tell you this. If you did that, you would actually start seeing those trends actually drop down. You start seeing those trends change. Because just like how those out-of-town boys were playing away games last night, some country boy cop who now becomes a cop at KPD, it's a coin toss. Maybe he was raised just like that guy who came in shooting people. He just got a badge. He was raised the same way. But now he's got a badge and he can get away with it a little bit more easily. So I'm saying, why don't you structure it that way? I'm telling you, a lot of people will stop reminding you of crime rates. They'll be like, you know what? I actually think crime's down in the black side of town. I think they're really behind. Yeah, because they'll want those white cops more than anything. You'll control that narrative. Was I not saying it right? Six Sigma?
I think he was just repeating.
Okay.
I think he might have been responding to somebody.
Overall, police force is 89% white, while the city's population is 67% white. So yeah, as I was just saying, I mean, I'm not offended if you go by the population ratio, but honestly, I think if most of your interest and efforts, and we've seen that, we are not seeing even policing. You know, there's a black and brown side of town. You know, I don't see the same level of police activity over at the college. We know that they're doing drugs in the dorms. We all know it. I don't see the cops rolling through the local college, kicking in dorm rooms, looking for weed. Danoke, I'm Six Sigma certified. There are allowable failures where you work, bro. And if you really want to know, nothing is ever really Six Sigma compliant. Is a goal not right? Now that he's actually right. It's more like a goal. The point is, though, it's your goal. I guarantee you that when you're sitting in a room talking about Six Sigma and you're like, hey, that's our goal, there is no one in the room saying, let's not even talk about this because it's never possible. Let's just call it a day.
Yeah, and you were when you were explaining it earlier, you were asked when you were saying that people ask you, well, what's what's your goal then for police shootings, and you said zero. That's what
goal.
It should be.
That's
should
the
be
whole
zero.
point. So thank you for confirming what I just already said.
It's like, do you play a game with the intention of losing some parts of the game or some games? No, you want to win everything.
Oh man, Josh is feeding us the legit stuff here. For the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department, which serves the county as a whole, 88% of deputies and sworn officers are white, compared to 75% of county residents is white. So I guess that's actually a closer gap, actually, for the county. Okay. So I guess for me personally, that contextually doesn't help me. Where is most of the interest and the effort? So if it's spread across evenly to where, again, we can do the statistics for significance by areas. If it's spread across evenly, then by default, go by diversity, ethnic groups. But if it's like we put most of our effort going after this side of town or that side of town, then if you truly are, we talked about that yesterday, Robert Peel's policing, his 9 policing principles and his 3 core values from 1829. What's your goal? To get high crime stats or to reduce crime? What are you willing to do to reduce crime? So let's see here. Oh. No, man, you're good. And thank you, sir. You good, man? Most def. Okay. Let's see. Roanoke has a police force, but up until recently couldn't fulfill a recruiting class going on. That doesn't make sense. I thought Roanoke was bustling, all the people moving in, because you need young blood, that doesn't make sense. It's a Green Acres wonderland.
Interesting.
All right. So I think we caught up. Okay. So out here, Kenosha, we're kind of watching the street down here in Sheridan. We're actually seeming pretty like low key here. I'm trying to check the feeds.
Yeah, to see if anything else is going on. But I just saw the one bus, and then I've seen a couple of cop cars drive by.
And I'm completely okay if tonight's going to be a nice, quiet, easy night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what we got going on around here. Yeah, seems pretty. Okay, yeah. So why don't we just keep on going talking about local Kenosha things, So you're getting a lot of economics about the area. Let me tell you some more stuff about Wisconsin. So Wisconsin is the only state out of the 50 states that most of your states, the mix of rural to urban by population, it becomes more and more urban over time.
Yeah.
Wisconsin has the slowest or lowest transition rate. And in fact, it was near standstill from 1978 till I'd say about 5 years ago. Last I actually checked it, 5-6 years ago. Meaning we have like a 75-25% ratio between rural and urban.
Yeah.
That hasn't changed.
Well,
Versus most states, when you look at that demographic change,
yeah.
it becomes more urban.
Is it similar to in some of the other Midwestern states then?
No, that's my point. It's
Oh,
the
really?
only one like that.
Wow.
Out of your top 10 jobs, employability in Wisconsin,
Yeah.
only one of them requires a degree.
What is it?
I think it's nursing.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
A
you're
lot of
testing
nurses.
me there.
Yeah. No, I was just curious. My girlfriend's going into nursing.
I think it's nursing. Yeah.
Shout out to her.
So what's another one to point out? So by comparison, our neighbor, Minnesota, the top 10 employed jobs, I believe 6, if not 7 of them require a degree. Just to give you, and what does this translate down to? On average, not guaranteed, but on average, a college degree results in a higher income rate over the course of your history of your life. So what does that look like? It looks like you having more money, which again, by default, on average, this is not going to speak about every single person who goes to college, okay?
Yeah.
On average, the more experience, the more education you get, the more you come towards the center, if not left of center. So this is just a trade in humans. Now, having said that, it's almost like a boomerang.
Mm-hmm.
So as you become more experienced and more educated, you become more liberal. But as you age, and you acquire more possessions and wealth, at least in America, let's say demographically, the last 30 years, you tend to become more conservative.
Makes sense.
Again, that's not everyone. So don't yell at me if you're 50 and you think I called you a Republican. That's not what I said. And don't yell at me if you're going to college and you think that means I'm calling you a
Snowflake.
Yeah. So it's just overall aggregations of how people are. That's the only point I was bringing up there. But it's kind of interesting things of how people move and grow. So, maybe another way to say it is like when I was young, I was like, man, I don't care about the police. Now I got stuff. Now I'm like, you know what? Police ain't that bad. I'm now at that age now where I say things like, I pay your salary. Because I pay taxes now because I can't hide no more. You start making a certain amount of money and you can't hide no more.
Yeah.
I miss those days. Now I got to pay.
I'm living in those days. So
let's see here. In London, outlying and not as wealthy boroughs, they reduced crime by implementing a beat-tight system like the old days. I have read it helps. It's reduced crime and create a better community, sense of well-being among residents, reducing crime, increasing business foot traffic. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you care about the area you're walking around, that's a complete different thing. Absolutely. And by the way, that's Robert Peel, 1829, policing actions. And I think, British police officer, 1829. So I was like, man, this is so great. Why don't we do this? I'm like, oh, we don't do this because this dude was not in America. Oh. Yeah, I'm kind of skipping some. I'm only taking the interesting things from our boy Denoke. I'm actually feeling bad. Come on, people. Somebody's like wants to join Denoke's team. Like you ever been playing b-ball and it's like, man, we're up by 20, man. Let's cut half of our team and put them on the other team.
I'll play with them.
Yeah, go play with them, man. This ain't even fun no more. Come on. Someone join that team, bro. It's why they're called Bobbies.
I thought it was interesting yesterday, and it kind of going off your point about college and the your overall wealth being higher. Generally speaking, after getting a degree,
right? Everyone loves talking about the guy who majored in underwater basket weaving, and now he has $5 million in debt, and he lives with his mom. All right.
No, and that absolutely happens. But I thought it was interesting yesterday. I think you were bringing up the point of people will do this, or maybe it was a couple of days ago, all the time where they talk about how hard they work. And I think you were describing your conversation in Waukesha with that group of I think they were bikers or something like that, or maybe they weren't. But you were talking to them, and they were explaining how hard they work and how everybody just wants something handed to them. And you said, "Amen." Amen, brother. Like I'm with you 100%. That's what guys like me say about guys like you.
Oh yeah. I can tell that story.
Yeah. I just thought that was a really interesting way to put it. And I think a lot of people who get this, like, it's the same entitlement that they bitch about people with college degrees having,
Right.
where they have the same sort of entitlement when going straight into the workforce, which I don't see a problem with either or, because we need both. But I just find it interesting how when you flip that on its head, it sounds just as silly.
Yeah, he's referring to this last Saturday. So I gave a Black Lives Matter speech up in, I don't know, is that an hour north of us? Yeah, about an hour north of us in Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Waukesha's a scary place.
West of Milwaukee. And gave a speech. I was given 10 minutes, so I used 16. So I finish. And so I was kind of explaining the other day, long story short, I'll go speak anywhere and everywhere, Black Lives Matter. But right now, I'm not saying never. Ray doesn't march. Ray doesn't hold signs. I'll write up an economic business plan to shut down the bad people. I'll help put a political action committee together, but I don't run around a rich man's building with signs. Ain't my style. So I gave the speech, and then they started doing the march. So I see these people coming, and they have signs kind of tucked under their shoulders and everything, and they come in, and I'm like, hey, you guys are late. And that's what he's talking about, where turns out these were White Lives Matter and All Lives Matter people. And he was talking about the opening of it. We're not going to go through the whole thing.
Yeah, we don't have to.
He was talking about the opening where they're like, all lives matter. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. And they yell at me again, all lives matter. I said, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I agree. And it's like, yeah, white lives matter. I'm like, yeah, those two, they fall under all. I agree with you. White falls under all. And then the third time he says all lives matter, I finally asked the guy in front of me, I was like, you've said the same thing 3 times now. And I've said, I agree with you every time. And you're still kind of making a defensive posture at me, bro. I was like, if you want to fight, just say so. And I was saying, before you start thinking, Ray's a tough guy, the guy's like 5'2", 5'3", Coke bottle glasses. I'm like, why are you yelling at me, man?
Yeah.
And that was the point where you woke up in bed looking for a thing, and whether I'm participating or not, you got something going on in you and your heart, to where even when I agree with you and say, yes, I agree, all lives matter, that doesn't offend me. And so you might say, Ray, if it doesn't offend you, then what's the big deal? Oh, did I spell Robert Peel wrong? I thought it was Peele. Okay. So you might ask, Ray, if you're saying your Black Lives Matter, and that guy ran up and just started a conversation saying all lives matter, and it didn't offend you, why is it a big deal sometimes? And here's how I explain it. I don't represent all black people. I missed my last 2 meetings, and I didn't vote for Biden, so I lost my black card.
According to him.
So for me, and maybe anyone who thinks like me, if I start the conversation saying Black Lives Matter, the only acceptable response is what I said to him when he said all lives matter, or even when he said white lives matter. Absolutely, I agree. If I initiate the conversation Black Lives Matter and you say all lives matter, wrong answer. So you see the consistency there? If a guy walks up to me and says white lives matter, it's like, yeah, absolutely. Now, if he keeps saying it 5 or 6 times, I don't think I'm a jackass for saying, why are you keep yelling at that at me? I have said I agree with you every single time. What's happening here? Is your hearing aid not working? What's going on? So that's why it matters sometimes, and it's right. Sometimes it doesn't other times. Now, someone might say, well, that's just weird. Doesn't make sense. You know what? There's this thing in humanity and in communication called context. I can walk into a room and say to my wife, hey, sweetie, hey, toots. If you see that and you walk behind me and go, yeah, hey, toots, yeah, you shouldn't expect the same reaction from my wife that I got. And if you're saying that life is too hard for you to understand that difference, why I can say something to her and you can't, I think you should stay inside and turn off the social media.
Yeah.
Because you're not built for engaging with others.
Yeah. Interesting.
So let's see what else we got. Let's see here. Am I missing? Oh, it is a college degree. So, okay, let's take a little tack there. Let's see where this goes.
So he's saying,
So let me ask this. Do you concede that specific degree matters? Or are you advocating that any college degree is a better choice than no degree?
I'd say right off the bat, I don't think, me personally, I'm not saying that any degree is better than no degree, but it depends on you as a person. And I think it depends on what you were just talking about, context. Because I think for if you're going into a business, if you want to start your own business, right? Let's say your goal is to own your own construction company, right? And you can go work for a company for X amount of years, get all the experience you need, acquire all the funds you need, make the right investments, and then now you have the assets to start your own company. I think if that was success in your mind, then I don't think you need a degree. I don't think any other degree would have been better for you if that was the path you wanted to take. And I think it really depends on kind of what you're trying to get at here. Is that some degrees don't matter? Because I think that's subjective too. I think that any degree is important if it's important to that person, if it's going to bring them value in some way. Now, I'd advise that you don't just go to college to get an art degree because your parents are forcing you to go to college. I think that would be pretty stupid, and you just don't know what to do, so you do that. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say that any degree is better than no degree per se. I don't know what you feel about that.
So I'm not big on feelings.
Okay.
I got them, but for this one, so there was I'm hoping I was the last generation. I'm hoping I was the last generation that was told, just get a degree, any degree, it doesn't matter.
I don't know, man. They were still saying that shit when I was in high school.
Oh, that's not cool.
Yeah.
All right, so that's sad to hear. So what the evidence actually shows is the degree does matter. It absolutely does matter. And why does it matter? I'm not saying this one is better than this one, but the mental concept of simply telling a kid, just go to school. It doesn't matter how well you do in school. It doesn't matter what your degree goes in. You are setting someone up mentally for failure because you're telling them it's not about learning. It's about the piece of paper.
Yeah.
And as the world becomes more technologically advanced and more demanding, you're going to find fewer and fewer places that are tolerant of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the time where that was acceptable never actually existed. You look at the percentage trends of the number of people that had college degrees in America and the workplace. We were never at this point of 50, 60, 70%. We were never there. I think the highest we've hit is 30%. You know, someone's got the numbers in their head better than me. Call me out. Absolutely. But I think that it does matter in that you shouldn't tell kids just get a degree for the sake of getting a degree. They should be getting a degree in something they're interested in. They should be going to learn something. So I know kids, well, they're not kids now, we're all grown. I know people that I went to even grad school with. I got C's, they got A's. But they did not learn anything. They just they played the system to get A's. And what does that mean, play the system? You got a C or a B,
school,
and you complained to the teacher to get an A. You did extra credit. You played a game. Me, I'm like, C, shoot, that's passing. But I actually learned. So today, and that, you know, it is not bragging or anything, but that actually happened to me where grad school, people that had straight A's, this was only 2-3 years later, they're applying at a major company. I'm the gatekeeper.
You're the one doing the interview.
I'm the one doing the interview.
Yeah.
I'm the guy that you have to go through because, you know, everyone can talk that talk, but at the end of the day, people kind of want you to actually be able to apply it.
Yeah, we when I was in high school, I was in a lot of like engineering, tech ed courses, and they had like the dual credit stuff, and you basically those dual credit tests that would come at the end of the year that would sort of expose those guys that you're talking about that would play school. Because my tech ed teacher was actually all the tech ed over in Wilmot. They're really good, and they actually all were very realistic in that, if a degree is not for you, it's not for you. And so they were very realistic in that sense, but they also were great teachers. And so, but you would come to this end of the year, and towards the end of the year, we'd have to take this test. This test would it's nothing that you've necessarily seen before, but it's all problems, all assessments that are basically testing your cumulative knowledge of that year. And what you would see is you had to get, I think it was at least a 7 out of like 9. It was like a 9-point scale. I don't know how they actually scored it, but it was like a 60 point question or something like that. 60, like multiple choice, whatever. You could do the work and whatnot. But you would be scored on a scale of 1 to 9, and you needed at least a 7 to get the college credit. And what happened, this happened 3 of the 4 years that I was in these classes, where 2 of the kids that were acing the class, and these are good teachers. We had great teachers. So it's not like, these guys were just flying under the radar of bum teachers. They just knew how to play the system, play school. This would happen where they would have an A all semester and then not be able to get the college credit because they couldn't get a 7. They would get 5s or 6s. Now, you still had to have like a B. I think you had to have a B average and then get a 7 to get the college credit. But I just think that's interesting that Ray brought that up. What else you got here?
Sorry about that, y'all. We had some out of town people lurking around the building.
Oh, really?
We got cameras going everywhere, so
Okay.
people think because it's dark that you can't see them. So we got under control though. So I didn't hear your ending on the college degree.
Oh, I
or
was
your
I was
response.
explaining that when I was in these courses that they were dual credit. So at the end of the semester, you had to have at least a B average, and then you had to get a 7 out of 9 was on this test, as they scored at 1 to 9. And it was like a 60-point multiple choice question test where it was all these different assessments just to test your like cumulative knowledge of what happened during the course. And so it wasn't verbatim these worksheets and these other assignments that these guys knew how to play, who already had the A's and whatnot. And then, no, we had great teachers. So I was explaining, like, they weren't just flying under the radar of some bum teachers. They just knew how to play the system. They learned the system early and they played it. And so this happened 3 out of the 4 years I was in these dual credit courses, where we'd get to the test. These guys have A's. Now, mind you, I have a B minus, B. I'm still doing fine, but these guys have A's, teacher loves them, everybody, whatever else. And they're getting a 6 on this exam or a 5 on this exam. And now they don't get the college credit. Well, then me and my buddies that have C's and whatever, we're getting 7s, 8s, and 9s on these exams, getting the college credit. And I think that was kind of interesting to what you were saying, that a lot of people do play school. And I think a lot of people put way too much stock in the piece of paper as opposed to what you actually learn.
So I call that application versus education, or education versus application. Some people are about the education and some people are about the application. So I would say if you're hiring, you're looking for people who can actually apply.
Yeah.
You're not the world is beyond rote memorization. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got going here. Oh, is he clapping at me? Let's see what he's got here. I think I might like this one. Don't feel bad for me. I'm doing just fine. You literally have 4 YouTube viewers. Well, I don't think you're doing the math right, because you're a millionaire. So even if the other 3 are on welfare, my average viewer makes $250,000 a year. And to be in the top 1% of income earners, you only have to make $147,000. So, bro, my average viewer is balling outrageous. So, status.
I am not balling outrageous, just to make that clear.
Well, if you jump on, my average viewer is still doing.
That's true.
200,000.
I could bring it down.
Minimum.
I could do some damage.
Minimum. So the fact that you are watching my show, bro, in between shooting that rap video, spitting all that paper, making it rain, I think I'm golden.
I actually do.
You're
rap.
counting the wrong numbers. You're counting the people. I'm counting the paper.
I do rap though, so if you have some of that money that you want to throw for a video, I would love. I'd love to do that. I'd love to take you up on that.
Let's see what we got next. Let me make sure we don't got any other people.
People just want to fight.
Oh, we already talked about that one. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. What's Danny boy? Oh, Danny boy. I think that it's all about what you do with the degree that you get. Well, I think that's what we're saying, my man.
Yeah.
How do you apply it? But if all you went to school for was the paper, that's going to be hard to do something with that. Actually, I got a joke for you. One of my earlier business mentors in investment, he used to he bought all these copies of his college degree. Okay, he just had all these copies like just stacked up. You know, after you graduate, you can just the school will give you as many copies as you're willing to pay for.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
I didn't care.
They're going to
So-
tax you, bro.
Yeah.
They're going to tax
Oh,
you.
that's fair.
So if you want to buy 50 copies, they'll sell you 50 copies. So
What is he
this
doing with
so this is one of my first mentors. I mean, guy was a millionaire. He's showing me the ropes, whatever.
Mhm.
And he had a stack of his college degrees. And you'd walk in some days and he would have his college degree taped to his chest. And you be like, what are you doing? And he would say, I just felt like using my college degree. I never use it. So I just felt like using it today. You'd come in another day and he'd have like, like the captain's hat,
Oh,
out of paper.
Yeah.
He would
The
have the
origami.
hat on.
Yeah.
And you'd be like, what is that? He's like, oh, it's my college degree. I just felt like using it.
Thought he was gonna use it for
And he
firewood
would just
or
do
something.
this like every now and then out of the blue. He'd like have like paper wrapped around his arms, pretending to be like a robot, and like just wanted to use my college degree. He was very adamant about making this point that how he got to where he got. Now again, he's an outlier, anomaly outlier.
Mhm.
I would not recommend everyone thinking that this is the path.
Yeah.
But he just wanted to make a point that his college degree in communications or whatever,
Yeah.
did not relate to the business that he had,
Oh, yeah.
which is odd because his big money business was cell phones, but different kind of communication. I digress.
True.
Choose a degree that interests you because that's what's going to inspire you. That sounded too cheesy, man. Now you got me breathing again, like our boy Steve.
True though.
Center myself. Center myself.
Everybody needs a little cheese now and again.
I will say this: if you don't know what you want to do, I would personally recommend you focus on things that the world wants. If you truly have no clue what you want to do,
I think a lot of people do know what they want to do, though. I think, like, I know there was
Really?
a time. No, I feel like deep down that they do. I think, like, there was a
so
time.
most of your friends didn't switch majors.
No, I definitely think that they switched majors, but I think that even the ones that they switched to, maybe they're not necessarily, that's not what they wanted to do. I think, like, for me personally, like, I was going to school, and originally I got to play basketball, for those who don't know, for my first 2 years. So I wasn't super focused on what I was going to school for. I had no idea. I was just getting my gen eds done, making sure I was on track to graduate once I picked a degree. So I
Okay.
got my first 2 years done while I was playing ball. And it was as I was finishing up those 2 years is when I had started really taking my like media stuff seriously and realizing that was something I wanted to pursue. And so then it was a matter of deciding on how do I do that. And so I'm going for marketing and media stuff like that. So I will major in marketing at the end of this year and get my degree. So
I have zero evidence behind this statement, but I believe
let's hear
that
it.
nobody knows themselves. No one even has the slightest clue about themselves until the age of 28.
28.
That's the number. That's my number. 28.
I don't know about
Anybody under the age of course you don't, because you're not 28.
That's fair.
See
I guess
how
that
it works?
I guess that works
See how
for what
it
you're
works?
saying.
Yeah.
But,
So whenever I hear anyone under the age of 28 saying this is who I am, it's like, you don't know that. You don't know that. Now, I don't have any
I
evidence,
feel like there's a
but
lot.
I have a ton of feelings.
So you don't do feelings.
I ran out of feelings for this one section of life.
Okay.
I invested it all in that. I bet it all on black.
That's
So
fair.
that is my number. That men and women, you don't really have an idea who you are till 28.
See, I feel like there's a lot of people like, someone that might go into nursing, like maybe that wasn't their first, like when they were growing up, they weren't like, oh, I want to be a nurse, but they were like, they always had a joy for helping people or for looking after or nurturing whatever that was. Or maybe they didn't even always have that, but as that they grew into somebody that valued that. And maybe that's what steered them down that path.
Oh, so I think I absolutely think that those kind of things, they kind of stay focused on you. They kind of keep going. But here's for example, like if you're like if you're 29 and you're dating a 23-year-old and they say you're the one for me, you should be like, yeah, you probably don't mean that. And they're like, no, I really. It's like, no, you think you do. You really like. I don't. So that's another way to say it. If someone under 28 says that they think you're the one, and then they change their mind, I don't think in my little twisted world you can legally hold them accountable for. But you said I was the one.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but I think that like people definitely make up their mind. Different people make up their minds differently and at different points.
These
in
are
time.
always aggregate conversations coming when it's me. It's always aggregates. I mean, unless we're specifically talking about anomalies.
Yeah.
So, we spent a lot of time coming back to what's going on, which I'm happy to see how quiet things have been. Very little noise.
Yeah, I haven't seen
But,
a lot.
We spent a lot of time talking about the extremities
Should I move
instead of
this?
most people. Yeah, see if you can figure it out.
Yeah, I think I can rotate.
I think they've been staring at me long enough, so it ain't that bad. But if you can figure it out, oh, there you go. Yeah. So, why did I bring that out? Oh, picking college degrees and stuff like that. So yeah, I honestly, if you just gave me 100 random college freshmen, I would bet money on all 100 of them that they're going to change their degree, and I think I would be a net gain. I think that'd be a solid investment.
Oh yeah, I specifically.
I don't think they're all going to win.
Yeah,
But I think that would be above 50% consistent enough that I could call that my investment portfolio. That's my belief.
yeah, I'm with you. Oh, well, that's a reason I didn't want to have to be in college for an excess amount of years. So that's one reason I remained undecided and didn't start taking a bunch of classes for like a major I wouldn't want to do, and then have to switch and backtrack on credits. And that drives. I will say that the school system does still, as much as they were still preaching like, oh, you need to go to college, you need to get a degree. Once you're there, they're also like, when are you going to pick a major? What are you going to do? You got to decide right now. And I was just like, hey man, I'm just here to play basketball right now. And they don't like that very much either, which it was, I was stupid to say to them, but it was, half true. And then now I figured it out. But I feel like when, you commit to something, like you said, you don't know. And at that point in time, I didn't really know.
Actually, I agree with this one. I want everyone to see this one. Follow that up with professional qualifications to commercialize that interest. Oh, yeah. So absolutely, but still the same thing. Do not think that, I'm showing all my biases tonight. So there's no evidence behind any of these things, but I can't stand that guy where he hands you his business card and he's got like 15 acronyms behind it. Like, chill out, bro. Chill out. Now, I'm not saying he doesn't have them, but the fact that you need everyone to know and your business card is a big donut because it wraps around, I think it's a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, yes, have the professional qualifications, but here's my attitude. If you have to tell me that you're a PMP, project management professional, if you have to tell me you have a PMP certification and you're our project manager, we got a problem.
It's like that forklift certified meme. Have you seen that?
If you have to tell me you're a lean green belt, black belt, if you have to tell me and you are our process improvement guy, we have a problem. If you have to tell me.
Yeah.
I guess that's my attitude.
If you have to, yeah, I get that.
If you have to say it, it isn't. Let's see here. Oh, let's mark this day. I think we're agreeing on something. Am I reading that right? I think we are agreeing that the field of study in higher education matters. Why have we not curtailed the influx of student loans by issuing them selectively based on degree need and pay back per? So I can offer a devil's advocate argument to why not. I am mad because I can't remember the exact title of the book, but it's something about the usefulness of the usefulness of useless knowledge. So what this talks about is, if you think about innovation, we don't know what's going to be useful later. One of Einstein's first papers, written in around 1915, it was a great paper. You know, it got published, but no one, including Einstein, knew what to do with it. That paper was not leveraged till about 70 years later, I think, until we started doing the geosynchronous satellite system. This paper basically, it gave us the math to account for the differentials in time, space-time, when you're out in outer space, to keep all the satellites in sync. So the paper got published in 1915, maybe 1911, don't hold me to it. I try to find the year later, but it wasn't utilized until 60, 70 years later. So imagine if somebody denied that paper being published because we didn't know what to do with it. So in the realm of education, yes, we focus on the person, but education is not always I'm getting an education to get someone else to pay me. I went back to school after my military time, not looking for a job. In fact, it's funny because I actually felt that teachers gave me less attention than they should have as a student, even though I was paying the same money. Mm-hmm. I got less feedback and attention from my teachers because they knew I was a business owner and I had no intention of getting a job when I left, because they were measured on how many kids get a job. Yeah. They talked about it very often in this program. Yeah. So once they realized they had this guy that had no intention of getting a job, not getting too much into my stuff, but any job that I would take would be a demotion. They just like, forget him, screw him. So you then should ask, well, Ray, if you had life like that, why did you go back to school? Believe it or not, it's possible to be an entrepreneur and still value education. I know we love talking about your Peter Thiels or Thiel, our Palantir guy. He loves talking about how useless education is. He's paying kids $100,000 to drop out of school. You know, free country, let that man walk his walk. But I personally don't see a conflict between being having a level of personal independence, professional, financial, and still being a strong believer in education. Yeah, I don't see an issue between the two.
And why would educating yourself be wrong? You know?
I have a hard time explaining people whose logic I don't understand. But that's a pretty popular narrative. Yeah. I mean, look at old Ye, look at old Kanye's old college dropout, you know. That's a big proud thing to say, like, hey, look at me. I don't need that kind of I don't need education.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's totally fine. You can still be successful without it, but I think, you know, devaluing it altogether is a mistake.
Oh man, so I see. Are you guys talking about the fact that I was saying that my average? Hey, you know what? This is my show, so we're going to talk math.
Oh man,
that is absolutely correct. When you're talking about money in a community, you use median and not mean. Why is that? You heard me make that comment earlier about my 4 average people watching us right now. If one guy's making $1 million and the other 3 are making 0, if you just take the mean, that's $250K each person. Yeah, but that's artificial.
Yeah.
Median is, where is that line of 50% of the population? That's the difference.
Yeah.
So the line that splits 50% of the population is 0.
Yeah.
So why is this important? If you're still listening to this, you know, we're supposed to be listening to you talk about the riots, whatever. There's no riots. We're happy right now. But let's keep talking about our community. If someone starts talking to you about the average income in Kenosha, they haven't really told you anything. Right to the north of us is Racine County. In 2010, height of the crash, Racine County was simultaneously, it had the highest unemployment rate of any county in America, and it had the highest average CEO salary in America.
Racine County.
And these are median. I know I'm saying average, but these are median. Had the highest unemployment rate and had the highest median CEO salary. So if you took those CEO salaries and you averaged them across all those unemployed people, you would have an artificial look of how well the economy is doing. You actually hear this right now. Stock market is rocking right now. And amazingly to me, you will hear the brokest people with no money in the market say, well, Trump's taking care of us, look at the market. The market doesn't tell you anything about how the average American is doing because the average American has less than $2,000 in equities. So yeah, I ate good this month.
Yeah.
Tesla cooked me up. Apple hooked my boys up. But I don't think if you pick 20 random people in the street, half of them are going to be talking about, yeah, bro, I'm just waiting for August 31st too. 5-1 split, homie. Yeah. Plus the extra 4. I don't think most people even know what I'm talking about because most people don't got Tesla stock.
It's true. I don't have Tesla stock.
There's a lot of Tesla stock out there and a lot of money's being made. Actually, more money's being lost trying to short the man, but we don't have to get that geeky. But yeah, you're absolutely right. So Daniel, it's actually funny you said this after we just mentioned the point I made. So he's like, damn, I didn't know I had that kind of cash. That's basically an average Trump voter right now. They are not making money. But because other people are making money, they're celebrating as if they're making money. It's the craziest thing.
Weird.
But ball outrageous, homie. Live your life. Let's see here. I think the system's getting mad at us. All this Wi-Fi and connectivity. What's going on? Okay, let's see here. Okay, good. Y'all can handle that without me. Degrees, yeah. I don't know what 31 to 32 means. People younger than me that make me angry. I do know.
Here.
Let's see here. Keep scrolling. Okay, where are we at? Oh man. So don't get me wrong, I love all of you. But right now we're streaming through Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Okay. So I think the last time I played a video game was, I don't have a year. I have a game. How about that? Oh, look at someone. Look at one of these outliers. Kevin. Okay, so let me stick at one thing at a time. So that's right. The last time I played a video game, GoldenEye.
Nintendo 64.
GoldenEye was the game.
That
So
shit smacks.
someone do that math, go online, figure out what years. GoldenEye
I played that shit growing up.
and Halo had just came out.
That shit was fire.
Halo had just came out. That was the last time I think I held a game controller.
I see. I'm on that new Avengers.
So whenever I get people through Twitch following, I'm like, whoa, man, I'm not even a gamer.
There's a huge community on Twitch that's not dedicated to get like totally aside from gaming. But yeah, Twitch is actually, it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun over there. Said hello, mates.
Oh, I see what's happening. 31 and 32. Okay. Oh, we're talking about ages. Oh, so Eric's saying the age is 31 to 32. And Kevin is saying, so Kevin is saying that when him and his wife met on the farm, they were 23 and 21. And well, that's different. You guys, live a different life. I think marriages last longer out there in those rural areas or whatever. I'm not going to count that into my statements. I'm still going to stand by 28. Eric best friend was 20 when he met his wife. Oh, and they're still sweethearts. So we're going to see them when they're all 80 and everything. So yeah, coming back to my my Twitch statement. I don't know how you found us, man, but super cool. Super cool. Let's see here. What's our next one going? In my opinion, the best skill you can learn is fake confidence. What would you guys say is the most important skill that you can learn? I would say the best skill you can learn is that the worst skill you can learn is fake confidence.
Yeah, I would just, the reason I would disagree is because I just think being yourself, like I think if you're just authentic, like that will do more for you, because even if I'm authentically the worst at something, but I own that, I know that by admitting that, that's step one of problem solving, right? You got to define the problem. So if I really want to be good at this, but I'm the worst person in the room at it, and I can authentically admit to myself or to anybody else that I need to get better, then I will. If so, being as long as I want to, right? But yeah, I don't know about fake. I think I get what you're trying to say, but I think those are a lot of people that would practice or subscribe to that would probably end up falling flat on their face at some point, and people not feeling very bad for them.
So I think I know what you're trying to say, all jokes aside, but I don't think that's what you want to call it. So I do, when I'm doing mentorship I help people write their resumes. And we do practice interviews sometimes here in the community. And there's a lot of people who've been misled to believe that they should only apply for jobs they're qualified for. I want you to think about this now. They've been led to believe falsely that you should only apply for jobs you're qualified for. I'm going to tell you this right now. You should never apply for a job you're qualified for. You should always apply for jobs you're not qualified for, but you're able to stretch. Think about it. If you only do jobs that you know you can do because you've done them before, how can you climb to a new job?
Yeah. Gotta shoot up.
I find this very often, and again, maybe the middle class and on the left end of the spectrum, middle class, this mentality that you only apply for jobs that you have done before. Gender-wise, women believe this on average more than men. A guy will be like, you know what? I could be the president.
Yeah.
Women on average will say, I can't be the president because I've never been the president. If you look at people who climb, they go after jobs that they're not qualified for, and they work to stretch, and hopefully they are able to.
Yeah.
If you can't stretch, you get fired. I have never applied for a job I'm qualified for, ever. I've never applied for a contract I'm qualified for. Even as an entrepreneur, I have never applied for a contract I'm qualified for. Actually, that's not true. When you're getting the contracts in volume, that's a little bit different. But like the ones I'm focused on,
yeah,
you know what, that gets my heart going.
Yeah.
It's not. And now you might say, well, does that mean you're lying? No. That's how people grow.
Yeah.
There's aptitude versus achievement. Achievement is you've done it before. Aptitude is you're capable of doing it.
Yeah. When you're selling yourself on a resume as well, right? You're trying to.
But you're selling yourself.
Yeah.
You're not selling a lie.
You're not selling fake content.
True or false? Do you have, true or false? Do you have the aptitude? Do you have the ability to give me 30 points in a game? Maybe you've never done it before.
Yeah.
Do you have the ability?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the ability. I've only done 27 before, but I have the ability. Yes, I'm a 30-point guy.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying 100%. Yeah.
So I would say it's not about fake confidence. It's about realizing that who you are is not just your achievements. It's also your aptitude. Focus on the full spectrum of what you are. And even looking in the community, again, when that's, I remember one guy, he'd been working at McDonald's for a while, and I looked at how long he'd been working there. Oh, that's what it was. So he had one line item on his resume, and it just said McDonald's. I was like, You've been working the same job at McDonald's for 7 years? Like, I don't know much about McDonald's, but my idea was if you last longer than a week, you're getting promoted. You've been working at McDonald's for 7 years and not getting promoted? He's like, oh, no, I've been promoted. He thought because he was working in the same company, those promotions don't count. So then he's like, well, I've been a shift manager for a while. He goes, so I'm thinking about applying to Burger King for a shift manager. I'm like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. If you're a shift manager at McDonald's, you want to go for whatever's higher.
Yeah.
And that's what we talk about. So when you're making transitions, you shoot for that stretch. Call it a stretch goal if you want. Better you find out what you can do than not. And no, I do, if before someone asks, I do not think that's disingenuous. Life is about growth. If someone has a problem with you not wanting to do the same thing for the rest of your life, I think that's an indication you need to start looking for another job and stretch while you're doing it. Predicted 40% default rate on student loans by 2023. That doesn't indicate an overall net gain. I've seen similar numbers before as well. I have no reason to believe that there's smoke. Having said that, I think that that's a snapshot on a person's life. I know lots of rich people who've bankrupted more than once, and that bankruptcy doesn't dictate their lifetime income. I think it's completely possible that someone can get into student debt and not, and then later on come up and do well. So I don't think it tells the full story. I don't see any ready to challenge the statement, but I don't think we should reach too far and think it means something more than it does. Oh, let's see here. Hey, Anthony, man, go ahead and sign out, sign back in. Seems like something going on with your device.
Oh, is he trying to connect?
Yeah, he's trying to connect there.
Oh, gotcha.
So we got someone coming in here. Actually, one of our local aldermen. Make sure it's not us on our side.
I was gonna say I might have a wired mouse if you wanted to.
Yeah, you got another one. This one's really
let me
bugging
see.
me. Actually, why am I being so funny? Let me just go over here while you're grabbing that. Okay, let's scroll down. Battery's dying on the mouse here. Okay, let's see here. I don't think it's a battery. I think it's a bad USB, Bluetooth. I was told in business school by my center director that the important thing was necessarily what we were learning, but that we were learning how to learn. So actually, I did forget to say that. So, and this is not opinion here. So let's talk about what an undergraduate degree is. An undergraduate degree, this is an analogy, but it's not too far from reality. An undergraduate degree is a learner's permit. They call it foundational learning. If someone has an undergraduate degree in a topic, they have a foundation. So think about what a learner's permit is. A learner's permit means that someone can legally drive. Would you give them the keys to your Ferrari? They can legally drive. Doesn't mean they know how to drive. This was something that people did not teach me when I had my first restaurant. People didn't tell me that a person who just graduated from cooking school, culinary school, that's a learner's permit. It doesn't mean they know how to cook. It just means they're less likely to poison you. That's all it means. So undergrad, foundational. Master's is expertise, a mastering of it. Doctorate means that to achieve a PhD, you have expanded mankind's knowledge in an area further out than what it was before. So that's a quick little way of understanding the three's relation. And if you think of it that way, And then allows you to realize that just because the one person has a master's and one person has a PhD, you can't automatically assume that the PhD has more value. They have more value in that thing they specialized in, maybe, but expertise, and at least in a business setting, a master's degree, and depending on the situation, they're not really one's higher than the other. It depends on your business case. So just a thought to put out there. Did you find another mouse?
No.
Okay.
Thought I had a wired one on me.
Okay.
Usually keep an extra one.
Let's see here. Yes, Tesla and Apple are splitting soon. That's why we brought it up. Oh man,
Great
now I'm
game.
sad. The Noak's leaving, and Kevin said he'd be the worst farmer ever. I'm sure you'd be an okay farmer. You're British. You'd be the worst cook ever. You guys don't season anything. I think that those are really good things to talk about, because coming back to your community, I argue that society today, I'm a Rage Against the Machine guy, and Bulls on Parade, they say they don't got to burn the books, they just remove them. I think we're now in such an information-driven society that they don't got to even remove them. You're just flooded with so much information out there. How do you find what you need?
Yeah.
You're drowning. You're drowning in information, actually.
Oh yeah.
So I think that's the problem these days.
I don't disagree with that. That makes sense to me.
So coming back to this, is where it's like, try to share with people the information that is more likely, especially at the community level, putting things out there. What's more likely to benefit the community? What's more likely to help them engage?
Yeah, I was curious as to like if there are any other I don't know if there are some like organizations and whatnot that myself personally could be involved with in this area to be helping more, and to just be especially where I'm from, being in the more rural area. I know a lot of those kids that get the degree and leave, and I know a lot of those people that go to school and never want to come back, right? And sadly, I am still finishing my degree, so I am not leaving quite yet. But I wonder if I feel that I could assist these people in getting through some of the shit that they're having to go through being in that situation. And I feel like maybe not leave this area to just be so helpless as it sometimes feels, and not necessarily Kenosha, but the surrounding areas and whatnot. And because I think, I don't know, I want to know what you think, for myself personally, and maybe people watching, like things that we can do in and around here just to make a bigger difference and to actually see tangible change. Because I know I very much am a fan of your 4 points, the 4 talking points that we talked about earlier with police reform. But I would love to know, like, what are some other things? Because you said that's just the foundation.
So let me unpack that. You had a lot there.
Yeah.
So you like crouching, see.
Yeah.
So I would say, first thought I have here is, let me make sure I'm understanding the focus here, because we kind of started talking about brain drain, then I felt like we went to police. So let's start with brain drain.
Okay.
That, I argue, is a very tough one, because while it focuses on jobs usually in the conversation, I argue that it's actually about culture. So again, let's compare Wisconsin to Minneapolis. I don't remember the exact numbers right now, but we're dwarfed by how much money per capita Minnesota, Minneapolis puts into arts and culture compared to Wisconsin. Here in Wisconsin, it's a very conservative approach that's a waste of money because you don't see a direct pay. The problem with that is there's some things that are very useful that have secondary and tertiary payoffs.
Yeah.
Let's take an example, public transportation. There's not a single public transportation system in America that makes a profit. Not a single one. So you'll often hear people say this: shut down the public transportation. It doesn't make money. It doesn't make money directly. Public transportation gives a route of a lot of people. What you normally see is when you have public transportation, you then see that real estate next to the public transportation becomes more valuable. Businesses and offices build along the route of public transportation.
People use that transportation to go to and from work.
Two jobs that now exist,
spend
tax
money.
revenue, spend money, but make money.
Yeah.
Commercial buildings have a tax footprint. People who work in these buildings create revenue. Put it this way: no one in their right mind thinks shutting down the New York subway system is going to make New York wealthier.
Yeah.
So this ties back to here. We need to get people to realize that putting money into public arts and culture and making things to where if you're a 20-something-year-old about to graduate, you're like, yeah, things are pretty cool around here. I want to stay. That is the payoff.
Yeah.
The cool things that you like are not going to pay directly. You staying is where we get the payoff.
Yeah.
You have to get at a progressive enough and intelligent enough leadership base. And actually, you can't just blame leaders, because leaders can't force you to follow. So you have to get a public that
Culture, like you were saying.
understands. You have to get a public that understands if we want people to stay, we have to give them something worth staying for. And we have to realize that this is not going to be a direct payoff. So let's say all you guys want a punk rock club. Maybe the punk rock club is not going to pay off, but you guys staying is the secondary pay.
Yeah.
You guys buying houses, you guys investing in businesses, tertiary, that's the payoff there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the brain drain one there. It's not, if you're looking for a straightforward approach, I argue you're not going to achieve it. Because, look what happened now. It's not about jobs. Amazon's here, 2 million square foot buildings. Guys like you are not going to stay because of Amazon. An Amazon box is an Amazon box.
Yeah.
You're not going to stay because of Amazon.
Yeah. That's absolutely right. Yeah.
So you're going to go to a bigger place because of, you want diversity of people. You're like, hey, I love you guys where I live, but I've been looking at your asses my whole life. I want to look at different faces.
Yeah.
So you want something going on that brings different people in the town.
Yeah.
You want to see different things. You want options in your food when you go out. You don't want to say Chinese, Mexican, or Italian, or Italian, or Italian.
Yeah.
That's great for a retiree couple who loves the fact they can get a big old plate of lasagna for $5.
Yeah.
But for you, you're like, you know what? I'm not in college no more. I'm now starting my life. I can splurge. I can do the Applebee's 2 for $20,
Fucks with Applebee's. That is my shit.
So I think that's what you need to focus on. You get the public to realize that it's not a direct payoff you're looking for.
Yeah.
The product is not whatever these, like, Jake, I don't know. Let's say you guys cared about the trolley. That was a big fight.
Yeah.
They're like, the trolley's not going to make any money. And this is just an example. I'm not saying what. Let's say the trolley, though, keeps people to stay that are leaving.
Yeah.
That's your payoff, not the actual coins in the trolley itself.
Yeah.
So,
which makes sense.
So that was the first part of your question. You were kind of asking, what can I do to get people to stay?
Yeah. Well, because I want to use my platform too and help
I
people.
think a good thing to stay, just off the top of my head, maybe getting young people saying in public forums, this is, okay.
It was the biggest presidential.
So I think whenever Anthony's ready to come into the feed here, we'll go ahead and put him on the feed. Let's give this a try. Hey, Anthony, are you ready for us to put you into the feed here, sir?
I'm the white man's puppet.
Take that as a maybe.
I'll take that as a maybe. So let's try this. Anthony. So whenever you are with us give us a wave, and we'll go ahead and introduce you and bring you on in.
He's busy.
He's busy. He's busy. Okay, so that's probably because I just left him in the side too long. Okay, let's see here. Hey, Daniel, have a good night, my man. Thanks again. Oh yeah, I'll always be on HH's thing, talking to things we talk. So one of my other buddies, he Have Hope is his name, HH, Horseman, and we kind of have a separate podcast where it's just black guys from all over the world, different backgrounds, some from Africa, American expats in Germany, British black guy, stuff like that, and we just kind of all engage on the world today from our different vantages.
Yeah.
Just kind of letting you see that, hey, we're not a monolith. And so that's actually how I guess he I don't guess, I know that's how we met, him finding us on that show. So
Gotcha.
yeah,
And-
let's see.
Thanks for tuning in, Daniel.
I'm not gonna put this one up, but the Noke said, I don't know, watching the homeless guy poop on the New York City MTA last time I was there made me decide I'd take Uber from then on. Well, I've heard many subway poop stories. So let's think about that. I have heard many subway poop stories, meaning the first couple subway poop stories did not go viral enough to keep people who haven't seen subway poops from getting on the subway. So I'm sure it would scar me too. But I think if I told my buddies I saw subway poop in New York, they're like, oh, that's horrible. Then like a year or two later, they're like, oh, I'm going to New York. They would not see subway. They'd be like, oh, yeah. Remember that funny story Ray told? And they get on the subway while saying, yeah, that was so crazy. Ray saw a guy poop. I think people are still going to New York.
Okay.
Speaking of subway poop in New York, so one of the first times, not the first time, but one time I went to New York, I was there for about a week up, I think it's Astoria area, North Queens. And I was there for about a week to 10 days. And so the first day I got there, I go to where we're staying and I'm like, oh, there's it must be trash day. So just thinking about you going to a neighborhood, you're like, oh, it must be trash day. So then I wake up and I go out the next day and I'm like, oh, I guess they must maybe like alternate sides of the street because it seems like it's trash day to day too. And it took me about 4 or 5 days to realize that in New York, every day looks like trash day.
Wow.
Well, in their defense, one, it's a very big,
It's a lot of people.
it's a lot of
More
big
people.
towns, so they don't do all the garbage in one day.
Yeah.
The same way we don't do it here.
Yeah.
It's sections, and two, it's just a dirty place.
Yeah.
I mean, so yeah, in my opinion, I'm sure I didn't make some friends from the NYC side, but every day looked like trash day.
Never been to New York, so I don't know.
Well, when you go, just now it could be worse. It could be New Jersey, and every day smells like trash day.
Okay, that does sound worse.
So
Rather
I
have it
will
look
choose
like
every day looks like trash day than versus smells like it. Oh, he's still sharing us. Yes, I agree. New York does have rats the size of cats. I did see that. I might have. So maybe all this story is not true, but I'm pretty sure I saw a rat in New York mug a man. Like said, give me your wallet. I'm pretty sure I saw that occur. They're big. I think I saw a rat knock a guy out, like mug a guy, and drag his body back behind a dumpster, go through his clothes, and then scurry off. So they are huge.
The
And
rats in
everyone
New
thinks it's a
York.
joke, but when you see one, like, was that a cat? No, they are huge.
I always think of the Princess Bride. Have you seen the Princess
Oh,
Bride?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Have I seen a Princess Bride? You basically asked me, did I go to school in America? I think it's a requirement.
Nothing good happens in Jersey. Yeah, that's fair though. We watched that in school. We did watch this. My dad. We watched it on repeat. My brothers and sisters, like growing up. It was like one of the how you have those movies when you're growing up where it's like one movie for like a year of your life. Like you might not really remember much else, but you know you watched the same movie
Right,
every
right,
night
right.
for however many months. That was one of them. That was
Yeah.
definitely one of them. And then when we got to high school and everybody watched it, everybody in my class was like, "This movie fucking sucks," and I was like,
I think
this movie.
I think they had us watching that in high school, even, you know, like substitute teachers and stuff. I think, at least in my time, I think we were still watching it that late in the game. That was definitely, you know, when you wheeled the TV in back in those days.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure we were still watching that for sure.
that's funny. It's a classic.
I just saw lights. So, you know, it's pretty interesting. Like, it's pretty quiet. Let's try our buddy Anthony again, see if he's ready to come on in. Hey, Anthony, you with us?
Yes. How much did you hear before? Anything or nothing?
No, we only heard like 2 or 3 words. I mean, they were very key words, but we only heard like 2 or 3 words. Something about you being the white man's puppet. That's all we
tell
heard.
you, Ray. So we have burned the uptown neighborhood. Part of the uptown neighborhood is burned, right? That's
Hold
a
on,
fact, right?
before we jump into it, let's let everyone know who you are.
I'm Anthony Kennedy. I'm alderman of the 10th district, a friend of Ray's, which is my most important relationship.
It's a good introduction.
I don't know how the lady's going to feel about that, but continue, sir.
I'm spinning a fable here. Are you ready to take a walk with me, Ray?
Spin your fable. Chick, chick, chick.
Okay. So sometime all this violence is going to end. All this destruction of property is going to end. Despite all the good guys with guns and the super patriots protecting property, all this is going to end at some point. And we're going to get these big, giant piles of rubble, right? And we're going to clear that pile of rubble away. And we're going to plant some beautiful green fields. And then some investors are going to be looking around because property values between Chicago and Milwaukee are astronomical. But hey, wait a minute. Hold on. What is this? What's this little spot here? That's about 2 miles from the lake. Look at all this green space here. Huh. Oh, you know what we're going to do? Let's build some assisted living facilities. We can do 5 floors of those at 20 units per floor at $1,500 a month. Okay, so let's go build that. Oh, wait, you know what? Let's put some nice apartment buildings with that there. And those are going to see some beautiful buildings. Those are beautiful buildings. We're not gentrifying the neighborhood. We are beautifying the neighborhood. It's going to be gorgeous. And we're going to put some of those apartment buildings in. We're going to get a 3-bedroom. We'll get $1,500 a month on the 3 bedrooms. So we got some assisted living over there, great apartment buildings there. What do we need now? We need commercial development. Let's put in some commercial development so we can get some of these corporate tenants back into the inner city. That's going to kill these little mom and pop stores, but that's okay because we're going to put these corporate stores, these little corporations where the money doesn't stay in our community. It goes to their stockholders. It goes to the outside of our community, but that's okay because it's going to be beautiful. So I got your assisted living over here. I got your gorgeous, beautiful apartment buildings here. I got your nice little retail here. You know what? Everything you need is right here. You don't need to go into the neighborhood. Those poor people that we still got left over there. You ain't got to worry about that. Oh, look at this green space you're gonna need, so you can enjoy it. But we're gonna put a big old fence around that beautiful green space, so nigga, you can see it, but motherfucker, you can't touch it. Now, how much did it cost us, Ray? How much did that cost us? 7 bullets and 1 cop. That sounds like a fucking bargain to me.
So let me
angry,
ask
Ray.
this. I can.
Ray.
So let me ask this.
So the poor people are gone because he can't live in that neighborhood no more. Black people are gone. Can't live in that neighborhood anymore. So now we don't reduce the poor people. We don't reduce the minorities. That sounds like a damn good deal for 7 bullets and a cop.
So I'm not going to ask. I'm going to say it. No Aristotelian logic here. I don't see enough destruction to spark a gentrification of the neighborhood. I just don't see it. Not enough
Okay, right.
destruction occurred.
Okay, challenge accepted. So let's destroy things because someone died. Okay, that's the level we're going to destroy things. As horrible as that situation is. Okay, we didn't do enough. So now someone is injured, so we're gonna go destroy things. They didn't die, they're just injured. So let's go destroy some shit. Oh wait, Ray, you told me I got enough destruction. All right. Well, so next year we're gonna arrest a rapper who come to town to do a concert. We're gonna arrest him. So little fuck you got arrested. Now we're gonna burn shit down because little fuck you got arrested. We lowering the bar to how the destruction should be. Is that enough, Ray? Will that give us that combination of destruction so that we can finally get these poor people out of here? This is sarcasm, people. If you don't understand what I'm saying here, this is sarcasm. This is anger. I'm being sarcastic here.
Help me see this, man. I hope. Are you
I hope
seeing
I'm wrong.
are you hearing some kind of, are you feeling, interpreting, perceiving like some diabolical group, some kind of local Illuminati? What are you saying here?
Oh, no, not at all, Ray. I'm saying that there's opportunities for profit in crisis.
Always. Never let a good crisis go unused.
So there's opportunities in crisis, and
never waste a good
Ray,
crisis.
Maybe it's lack of sleep that's messing with me here. But is it just a coincidence that we're burning Kenosha and we're 45 won Kenosha, only 45 won Kenosha, 23,000 votes? If that's that popular narrative, which I have a problem with, but let's just run with that. If I was the RNC, I got the made already. 2008, Wisconsin was blue. 2012, Wisconsin was blue. 2016, it went red thanks to our president. And now I got a picture of Kenosha on fire. I got Black Lives Matter person, right? Doesn't matter. We'll superimpose them if we don't just have the right menacing, thuggish looking person. If we just can't get that right picture, we'll superimpose that in there. Don't worry about it, right?
I actually find it refreshing when they try to spin me as like a super racist and some kind of thug. Like, okay, yeah, but there's Ray out there burning stuff down in his suit.
Wisconsin was won by Donald Trump because of Kenosha. We have to save America, and we got to save small town America.
Hey, hold up.
Trump, save Kenosha.
We finally turned off the camera. Now we got the cops moving.
Flying.
They are flying, and okay. All right. Well, they're out of our view, so we can't see it. But let's come back to what you're saying, man. Focus on what we can see.
I'm angry. I'm angry, and I'm pissed off, and I'm slightly paranoid. And it just seems to be that this thing was scripted, and we're playing our parts. So maybe I am the white man's puppet. Ask the white man next to you. Am I your puppet?
Well, I ain't seen you tap dance, so I don't know. I can't answer that. I ain't seen you dance, but I will say this. Here's how I see it. That narrative that you just said, that commercial, I argue that is not going to sell many swing voters. I think it will sell many people pretending to be swing voters. So people who were closet Trump supporters still, they'll use that as an excuse. Now they have
cover. Just like the white supremacists thought they had cover last night, the swing voters now have their cover.
Exactly. But I don't think it actually changed anyone's mind. Just someone who was already going to vote for him, they can now say this who to vote for. Because you can look at it another way.
But small town
Some
America, Ray.
people what's up?
Small town America, Ray. I don't live in Seattle. I don't live in Portland.
True, but you
I
gotta
don't
look at
live in
demographics,
New York.
right?
No, I'm talking this average voter here, right? I don't live in these places, but that town there, that small middle class town, that could be my town. Oh my God, that could be my town. And if I don't keep Trump in here, that could be my town that's going up. Yeah, you don't live in Chicago, you don't live in Portland, you don't live in Seattle, but you live in small town America, and guess what? Black Lives Matter is coming after you.
Again, man, I think that's gonna get the same people it already got. I hear you mad. Sound like you had a couple wine coolers, you know. So, you know, I told you to stay away from the blue bottles. I told you to stay away from that. But for real, man, I think that was gonna get the people who already got, because you got to completely. Oh, I knew it. I knew it was gonna be something. You know what? That's soft as hell. But he gave me one the other day. It was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I admit it. He gave me a little rosé apple cider. I drank it. In my defense, that's all he had.
That's fair.
No, that's not true. He had that. Here was the options. So this is actually the first night. This was actually the first night of riots, right?
Okay.
So, yeah, this is a good story. So this is the first night where things pop off. We make it back to his house, and I'm like, man, that was pretty crazy. You got something to drink? He's like, yeah, I got you, fam. He goes, do you want a apple cider rosé or do you want a hurricane? Those are my options. I was like, rosé it is. So, no, for real,
You
man.
You want something to just slightly caress your face, or you want a punch to the face? Which one do you want?
Yeah, like you see me with a can of hurricane, just completely giving up on life, just whatever, man. I'm just gonna, you know what? Who cares? No, but for real, man. For real.
Here's when we know Ray's giving up on life. He's on the street corner, just sitting there. He got a pair of jeans on and a t-shirt. That's it. Ray's just giving up, man. He's like, and his socks aren't even colorful. His socks are just plain color. That's it. They're just black socks, pair of jeans, t-shirt. That's it. Ray's done. He's giving up.
I just want to say this. Hold on. The opposite narrative, because we got to tell the opposite side of the commercial for everybody. There are first off, you're forgetting that we have roughly 10% of the electorate. These are new voters. They were too young to vote before. So I want to say that first. Second, there's an opposite to that commercial, that we didn't have this going on in 2008. We didn't have this going on in 2012. As soon as we got to 2016, we're 3.5 years in. We got this going on, and there is no reason to think it's going to stop anytime soon. So there are some people who are literally saying, I am not going to vote for Trump, not because I like Biden or even Democrats. I'm just hoping that this stops if we get him out of office.
Well, and there's a whole, with that whole commercial, a lot of people are just calling out the hypocrisy of showing Trump's current America and claiming, this will be Biden's America. Well, this is our America right now. That's what you're doing.
Who are we talking to, by the way?
My name's Darren. Ray? Darren Rita. Nice to meet you, Anthony.
Nice to meet you, Derek.
Darren.
Darren.
Yeah, Darren.
So not only are you going to crash late, you're going to act like you don't know the man who's been here since the beginning. Got it.
Come on, man.
I'm telling you, I told you to stay away from the blue wine coolers. Those blue wine coolers get people turned up because they look pretty, so people don't think nothing. They be turning them back.
Are you a fan of Orange is the New Black? There's an episode that it said, looks blue, tastes red. I love that title for that episode. Looks blue, tastes red. Like blue's a flavor and red's.
So let me go check some over here. So since you just came in, why don't you get to know my man? Because he's not here in Kenosha, but he does this kind of podcast, reaching out to the people out in up Highway 50. So that's kind of how we met. So the idea was connecting those two areas to get better information of what's going on, trying to bridge.
Were you the gentleman that was doing the broadcasting during the Black Lives Matter demonstrations in June? Was that you?
Yeah, I was the white kid that got
courageous, brother. Okay, just me.
Just say we got lost for a second on our camera.
Yeah, we just got lost for a second on our camera. Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Oh, it switched cameras.
I guess we're going there.
Okay.
Let me see if I can set it up.
Hey, man.
I think you just probably got to redo the audio as well because of the
Hey,
I got it.
Focus right away.
Okay. There we go. Audio. Yeah.
Hey, mad respect for your work back then, man.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Darren, mad respect
Yeah,
for your
sorry
work
about that.
back then, man. It was a great piece that you did.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. There were some very angry white people in my neighborhood that are not don't share your
Wait,
sentiments.
isn't that phrase oxymoronic?
What is that?
You said very angry white people.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Redundant.
Yeah, very redundant. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. See, I'm not that smart. That's why I hang out with Ray.
That's fair.
That phrase is redundant.
That's why we all do.
Why don't you share just for posterity purposes what we're talking about? We know that the world
Oh, okay. Yeah, got you. So Ray wants me to just real quick explain kind of what had happened, how we got in contact. And it all did start with the BLM protest that was back towards in my hometown of Twin Lakes.
I remember Ray saying he's got to reach out to you. He was impressed with you.
Yeah, so I actually, what was crazy about that situation was I actually recorded a protest. I was at the protest for Burlington, which is another town pretty close to mine, literally a day or two prior, and a very different atmosphere, much more receptive to what was going on. And we're boarding
Darren,
up right now.
You guys want to come back, or you need help, or what?
Oh no, we're all good. They're just boarding up. What is this, like the last window that's not boarded up?
Yeah, we're just getting it boarded up, man. You know, just because it's been quiet tonight, better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
So
how come we're not sharing feeds? There's just not much to see, or what? Or we don't have that set up tonight?
we're not seeing much tonight.
Yeah, we haven't seen much.
So I've been going through stuff people sending me, but people running around a little bit in the streets, but I'm not seeing out of towners. It seems like the feds did a better job today locking things down, man.
Here's the thing that's frustrating for me. If you saw the narrative was true in reference to infiltrators coming into our town, and we saw this last night, why would you continue these efforts, which gives cover to bad actors? I'm having a hard disconnect, and if you could walk me through it, and I'm not trying to be raised as just to be funny or just to be argumentative. I don't understand. I told you repeatedly there are infiltrators. We told you that. Ray told you that. we've seen it in the end. We've seen it in the Black Panther Party. We've seen it in the civil rights movement. There were infiltrators. In combat, people get under your fire. You have to respond to that. But why do you give them an opportunity tonight? It's boggling my mind.
Yeah, I think with what you're saying is that there's always been opportunists doing shit like that, and I think if I think I'm grasping what you're saying too, with adding in more and more of the basically escalating the situation as opposed to de-escalating it, we're allowing these, because there's going to be those people on in both camps, right, that are just there as opportunists. You have the people that are not with BLM in any way that want to do bad things to our town, and then we have the redneck hillbilly kids that want to drive however many minutes up here to pretend that they're a cop and do terrible, nasty things to people protesting. And I think what's scary when you compare those two things is that one of those groups is trained for this and they're still being fooled. And by bringing in more people, now it's harder to tell who's who, and you're going to make it easier for them to be fooled. And then another white kid's going to show up with an AR, and innocent people are going to die.
And I have one of the things I've been saying in the interviews I've been doing today is the protesters last night. They say the question is when the protesters were running through your town. I'm like, stop! They're not the protesters. I don't have a problem with the protesters. I don't have a problem with someone saying, I'm demanding better service than I'm getting. I don't have a problem with a demonstrator or a protester. I have a problem with a rioter. I have a problem with a looter. I have a problem with an infiltrator. I have a problem with someone's trying to escalate the situation to fit the narrative, And so why give aid and benefit to the enemy?
Yeah.
Why do that?
And I think those are the people that don't really care about the movement, the people that are giving that ammunition to the other side in that way. I think that it's just pretty clear that their focus isn't yours or mine, where your goal is you want justice and you want things to be better. And it's the same with all the protesters, right? But those other people, those opportunists, they want something else.
Darren, you ever watched the Monty Python show? Monty Python's Flying Circus? You ever watch that?
No, I've heard of it. I'm familiar, but I haven't seen it.
It really goes well with medicinal herbs and distilled spirits. Okay, it really works better that way. But having said that, it was a skit comedy show, but it wasn't like Saturday Night Live. They actually filmed each little segment and stuff. And there was one segment on how not to get shot, right? And so they have a guy out and they call his name and he stands up and they shoot him. The lesson is how not to get shot.
Yeah, that says all it needs to say.
So then the next segment is they call his name and he doesn't get up. They call his name again and he doesn't get up. And they're like, okay, it's over. Come on, stand up. And he stands up and they shoot him. So the point I'm making with this is if you don't want white supremacists infiltrating your town, don't give them the opportunity to infiltrate your town. So if you could weaponize information for destructive purposes, let's weaponize information for deceptive purposes. We are going to burn up. Pick something, Ray. Help me with this. We gonna burn up Big Star, all right? Because I'm a spot guy. So let's go burn up Big Star.
Leave the hamburgers alone.
So we're gonna burn up Big Star.
No, burn Time Warner. Burn Spectrum. Burn Spectrum.
There
Spectrum
you go. Good one. We're gonna burn Spectrum cable, man. We gonna put that out there and we weaponizing that. And everyone knows that we're gonna burn Spectrum cable. And then none of us show up.
Yeah.
And then the only ones, the good guys, us, the woke ones, we don't show up, right? And then whoever does show up, we shoot them because they're the white supremacist infiltrators.
Well, you know, one thing I kind of opined earlier, or thought I just dreamt about. What if all the police and really, what if you only had an all-black police and army that it came in? It would have been very hard for these posers to do what they did last night. You know, I talked about that earlier. We were talking about earlier. I said you had two extreme groups that were hiding in other groups. Looters indeed were hiding amongst the protesters. White nationalists were hiding amongst the police and the military.
And that's what I was saying.
Yes.
To him,
Because
is
that pig face guy who showed up. Remember the pig face guy who showed up? And you said that's Patch. You said that Patch was a suspect. You said that.
Yeah. So there was a lot of people were taking the opportunity. You know, that's William Easterly. Oppression is a crime of opportunity. There was a lot of oppression last night because there was a lot of opportunity last night. I was talking to a buddy. There's a lot of countries where, as a civilian, you legally can't wear camouflage. You know, I swear it wasn't connected, but I do see someone actually mentioned it. But there's countries where you, as a civilian, it is illegal to wear camouflage. We saw so many people wearing full army gear that were clearly not with a unit.
PX
and the
soldiers?
half and halves. No, I do believe that some were ex-soldiers. Honestly, I do. Like, because put it this way, if you're going to be a fake soldier, why would you wear a private rank? You know, put on colonel or something like that. So I do believe they were ex-soldiers, but that, and I'm not saying for more law. I know I alleged to be a libertarian, but that created so much havoc last night. I got a question for you. Did you hear about Kevin Mathewson currently being called out as one of the leaders of the white supremacist groups for his work, which I do have also evidence of too, leading the Armed Citizens Group, leading that page and riling up? Is that the shock face? Is that the shocked face? Okay. The shocked face. Man, you might have to say one of those blues for me, bro.
He's a patriot. He's a patriot. What? He cares. He's a watchdog.
You didn't say what nation?
Figure.
America or the fatherland? So,
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Kevin Mathewson? He's an elected official.
So I don't tell this story enough. When he first came into, well, I shouldn't say first came into town. When he first began his political career, I had just got back from Army. And, you know, in the Midwest, if you're black and you're military, then you must be a Republican because monolith, right? So I got invited to his fundraiser. I don't remember how. You know, I was trying to immerse. I was trying to network. So I just went to anything and everything I was invited to. And I was the only minority in the room. And they began talking like there were no minorities in the room. I remember him talking about vote for me so Kenosha does not become Cabrini Green. I remember that. And so, you know, not one to make a scene.
I don't want Kenosha to be.
Because I don't have feelings. I waited till I let him finish his speech, and he approached me later. Hey, Kevin Mathewson, heard a lot of things about you, Ray, straight shooter, ex-military. Thank you for your service. And I asked him, like, you know, I heard you mention Cabrini Green. Like, did you ever go to Cabrini Green? You know, because, you know, it hasn't been around in a minute. And he goes, well, no, but, and he does that little wink in the gun thing, like, but you know what I mean. I'm like, no, what, you know, why don't you say it? What do you mean? He's like, listen, I'm not racist. All I'm saying is And you know,
Ray,
let me just stop there. But
Ray,
that was the first
I'm
time I
not
met
gay.
him.
Ray, I'm not gay. I just kissed that guy once. I'm not gay.
Right. Yeah. And that's basically, you know, and
I'm
that
not
was the
hungry.
first
Can I
time,
get a bite of your sandwich?
that was the first time I met Kevin Mathewson. And what's his what was his guy? His he was who was that mastermind behind
Online
Bud?
guy or the one that actually
Grissom.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Grissom, yeah.
Yeah. So
That was his online partner.
and everyone
JR,
I kept trying to tell everyone,
right?
these two are just Nazis with no ink. But they were very adept at presenting themselves in a fashionable way. And when they would talk, and that's the beauty of it, they would come off so rational and so objective. But yeah, so I got to be honest. I know I brought up like I was in shock, but it's not in shock because this is the wrong guy. It's like I actually was beginning to believe he would never get caught. He's been running so long. I was like, I don't think this guy is going to get popped. I think he is at a point now in his life where he's not going to get caught. So to see, I'll just say it. I think it was worth 5 or 6 buildings. If this community gets rid of a man as dangerous as he is, I think it might have been worth 5 or 6 buildings. I'll go do some Habitat for Humanity. I'll stack some bricks.
I've had conversations with
help
Kevin
rebuild the
Matthews
Danish Brotherhood.
where he has assumed that because he's surrounded by his group and he's assumed that he can say whatever he wants to say. And the vileness, the amount of bile that came out of his mouth when he's among his boys made me realize that there was no way I would ever want to hang out with this person. I would have to deal with them because he was an elected official, and I have a theory or a belief that the voters make a decision. I don't make that decision. The voters do. And they decided that for whatever reason, Kevin Mathewson, which is interesting because he was Trump before Trump, if you look at the election in April of 2016, and then Trump does what he had to the side. Voters made a decision. My job then was to make sure that the voters of that district were represented in a way that they got successful representation. And that might have meant that Matheson gets some light shined on him, but that's always been my theory. That's always been my whole deal. The voters make the choice. Now my job is to make sure that we together make the city continue to function. So I say all that to say this. That guy was disgusting. He was absolutely disgusting. And some of the things that he would accuse me of, or some of the things he would come up with, I'm like, where sick mind would even think something like that? And they used to hold court at Kaiser's. Remember? After council meeting, they'd hold court there, right?
A local restaurant.
You take a picture there.
Local things.
And you picture of that group, and it was G. John Ruffalo, it was Dave Bogdala, it was Anthony Nudo, it was Steve Bostrom, it was Mitch Peterson, and I'll give Mitch credit for development. Okay, where Mitch Peterson started and where he's at now, I give that man a little bit of credit. But they would think that they were in their own private club. And I used to talk to some of the servers who used to work there, and the things that was said to them, if they held body cameras on police officers, That's a very important discussion. We should have it. But body cameras on waiters and waitresses, the common council people, forget about it. Let's just say, grab them by the pussy made it. That was Disney compared to what some of these guys were saying.
You know,
And-
even though it's
and
been a
I think
relatively
they're making
quiet
it-
night, it's interesting all the chatter we're hearing. Keep talking on this, but I got a couple things I want to run by you that's going on in
Go ahead.
the community
Go
right
ahead.
now. Oh, no, I was just going to say, so we're talking about Matheson. I don't want to stop talking about that. I want to finish that up, but Kevin Matheson,
Please discuss it. So
politician.
what's that theory? What's the theory, Greg, where you assign the worst qualities to others because you see it in yourself? Is that called transference?
Projection.
Projection. Thank you, Ray. See, that dude is one of the smartest brothers over there. And that's classic him. He would accuse me of some of the most disgusting things. I'm like, where are you coming from with this, man? And that's it. It was projection because he's inadequate. He's taken a measure of himself and he's come up inadequate. So you
Well,
see
I'll
someone
take this,
like
man.
me, and
The person that has the most locks on their door is usually a thief. The guy who's got like 18 padlocks, and you ask him why he has that, he's like, because people steal, bro. So I want to run some other stuff we got coming in here. So I am actually going to try to get these people in on a show, but let's just talk about what they're saying. So I'm watching chatter here where people are saying that they personally watched men walk out of houses with Trump and Pence signs and write BLM on their trucks before all this popped off. Which, come on now.
You know that hurt them inside to do that.
You know
it did.
how many black people that don't own construction companies do you know with pickup trucks anyway? You know, I'm kind of joking, but I'm not. The pickup truck is the number one selling car in America. The pickup truck is the number one selling vehicle in America.
pickup.
And I say that to say this.
Black pickup.
I'm trying to figure out if you on a delay or you just messing with me, man, because I want to stab you right now.
I tried to open something and it's slowing everything down. I'm sorry.
No, let me just.
Black pickup truck owners, there's two types. They're either scrappers and their trucks look like crap, or they're styling in their trucks. Their trucks are immaculate. They're beautiful. And they're not going to put KKK on their trucks to fit into some place. They are some beautiful machines. I don't think I've ever gotten a pickup truck with a black person and it was like, oh, okay. It was like nice. Or they were scrappers.
No,
I
you're
could be
right.
wrong.
They're either Sanford and Son or they're stunting. There's no in between. And like even on the stunt trucks, I think I got to go to like Texas to like remember the last time I was in a black dude's truck. Unless we're talking about, no, that was still the South. You know, let's not forget about those Lincoln trucks. You know, the sexy, sophisticated pickup truck. But
I do like the Lincoln truck.
yeah, you know, if I ever make money one day, I'll get me a Lincoln. Lincolns are no joke, bro. You know, I was actually just curious the other day. I don't even know why. I do know why. I was like, you know what? I need to hire me a driver. That's what it was. So I was like, I'm gonna hire me a driver, and I'm going to buy a car to be driven around in. And I was like, I want a Lincoln Navigator. And I was surprised. Did you know that's at least the top of the line? Do you know that's $100,000 car? I didn't know that. I did not know that's $100,000 truck. I think it starts around.
Would you like to buy a house in Kenosha, or would you like to buy a $100,000 truck?
I'm not offended. I'm just saying I'm ignorant. I didn't know. Like, let's say like my next door neighbor's like, hey, Ray, I'm falling on hard times. I got to sell my Lincoln Navigator. I'll sell it to you for half what I paid. I would have been like, okay, yeah, I got 25, 30K. I'll buy that off you. And he would have been like, no.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Shows what I know, bro. I did not know that Lincolns were that much retail. But yeah, top of the line Lincoln Navigator, that's $100,000 truck.
You have to be dedicated to that white supremacist life if you're going to put BLM on there, man. I mean, it's kind of like what was Dave Chappelle's racist blind guy?
I actually don't think it's that
Baggins?
serious, man. Well, let me say this properly. Well, it wasn't me, but I know some other guys that when they were in the army and they were overseas, they kept anywhere from 5 to 9 patches in the pocket, and based on the situation, they would rotate those patches out. So even patches like, man, this group is a horrible unit, but you'd rotate patches out. Like I even heard some stories. I think I read it in a book somewhere about some guys overseas that like when you really messed up, you would yell like Semper Fi, even though you were in the army. You'd yell out Semper Fi, and then you'd like get on the bird and go home. You know.
So
but I
what was it? Kandahar? What's the airport in Afghanistan? Kandahar, right?
Yeah. Well, you got 2. You got Bagram and you got Bagram North and Kandahar South. So
Yeah,
big
okay, so-
or really big.
Really
Well,
big. That's what you was.
Yeah, Bagram.
Really big.
Okay, Bagram, south of Kabul.
I thought Kandahar was the big one.
No, I'm talking funny. Bagram and Kabul might as well be the same thing. They're right next to each other. Then going south is Kandahar.
So Q was at Kandahar, and
he's
multinational forces there. And the reason I would rotate patches is if I could eat at different dining facilities. That's why I would rotate patches. Like, weren't you here? Oh no, dude, I'm with the 103rd. Oh, okay. Go back in. Wait a minute, oh, bro. 22nd, man. Red Arrow. That's why
I think there was only one army meal that I wanted to eat twice in a row. And that's those rare times where we had those boiled steaks. I don't think they actually cooked them like you cook a normal steak. They just boiled them.
Yeah. Ceviche.
But yeah.
What do they
But
call that process?
I'm seeing here that let me do some forecasting. I think as more information comes to light and as more of the community interacts, like even how we're sitting here with Darren right now, we've been talking about a lot of negative things.
He's off camera, by the way. He's off camera.
Oh,
yeah,
no one wants
I'm
to see
slightly
him.
off. Yeah, it's okay.
No, it's not, man. White hosts matter.
Come on.
It's,
So-
oh god.
White host matter.
Oh, man.
So, and maybe I'll run this by both of you. I think with all this bad, I've been saying it's got to get worse before it gets better. I believe that I know how I want to say it. And one of my army commanders, he used to say more than I wanted to hear, but now I say it a lot. Teams are made through mutual pain and suffering. I believe that through this, people who are not a team are now a team because they've suffered through things together. So I think the people who are agitating and looking to disrupt, they now have a bigger thing to deal with because through the pain they've inflicted, they have created a larger team in opposition to them. So what I think you're going to see happening is as we continue to speak the truth about where a lot of these agitators came from and our adjacent cities, I think decent folk from these areas, they're going to stand up and say, hey, I am not them and they don't represent my area. Let's connect so the next time they try to play these games, we can be coordinated. I think that's what's going to happen.
You know my
So,
brain
right-
works weird, right? You
Well,
know my
yeah,
brain works.
Yeah, you on that
Okay.
blue stuff.
So, in connection to what you're saying, let's start the license plate project. Okay, I don't need you to go fight a white supremacist yet, right? Well, let's not do that yet. But when you see strange cars parked in your neighborhood adjacent to the downtown before the nighttime rioting and looting happens, take down those license plates. Let's get some kind of central repository where you can report those license plates. So we put in 123 ABC, and that plate is coming up from, I don't know, Walworth. Okay, so does old boy come down to Kenosha and hang out on 63rd and Sheridan from Walworth, or 62nd and 11th? Right? You come all. I mean, let's start the license plate project. Let's start getting some intel on these people. You know, and that. And that go ahead.
I was just going to say, why don't we get a little tech savvy? Because, here in the city, there's numerous ways to be running around the city. But coming from those areas, you only got a couple of feeds. You only have a couple arteries. Your main artery, coming from those areas, there's other easier ways to track them in transit. That's my idea. This book you just wrote? Oh, I see what you got here. Oh,
yeah.
So,
Somehow it jumped up twice. I'm sorry about that.
do you want to talk about it? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's why I put it up there. How many people
Okay.
are watching, by the way? Have I just ended my political career?
No one cares about you that much to bother.
Okay. Let's keep going, man.
Okay. So
That's why I love Ray. Ray's always going to center me.
So Anthony Kennedy is a local alderman. In actuality, his district is District 10, and actually the district where the shooting occurred. Stop me if I say something wrong or incorrect, but he was actually out and about and within ear range of the shooting. The shooting happened behind him. You were on your bicycle exercising when it occurred. Didn't know quite what was going on, but he heard the shot, went back home. His home is.
Hold on. Let's. I did not hear the shots. I was riding my bike through the area, and by the time I got over to Sheridan Road, by the time I got over to right where Big Star is, that's when the squad started running past. That's when the squad started going by, and I was not aware of what was happening. That's the only part of the narrative that I want to correct. I kept riding my bike around town and got home finally about 7:15.
Okay, yeah. So I know I said it, bro, but this is my show. Never ever correct me again in public.
I got that written down too, man. I'm so sorry, Ray.
All right, so now this I'm pretty confident I have right because I walked it 2 at the most, 2.5 blocks. From the location is where your house is located. So fast forward through all these events. That's what I'm talking about.
There we go.
Learn and improve.
Rule number 1.
Learn and improve. I would say that, so after the event, his house is right next to where the shooting occurred. Things popped off, fast forward. And so fast forward to today, we're getting phone calls. Anthony Kennedy, he did an interview today. Was that BBC?
Oh, I did a lot of interviews, man. I did the BBC, the CBS. I did.
It is what it is. We can post a link later if somebody's interested. Did an interview, and he was just sharing about his thoughts and feelings. I think it was about 5 minutes, 8 minutes.
It
wasn't that. But this is some feedback from some people who heard what was going on as far away as Australia. So I'm just going to read what they said after hearing Anthony Kennedy's remarks on behalf of the community. Good morning, Mr. Kennedy. This morning, my husband and I listened to you on BBC Radio World Service News Hour program. In fact, we listened to you twice. Once while we drank our cup of tea in bed, and then again over our breakfast. Oh, yeah. I thought they were British. These Australians do this shit too? Okay. We listened twice because we were so impressed with your comments, your logic, and your ability to articulate clearly how you feel. We respect your feelings and you personally. Listening to your rational analysis makes us think that there is hope for America yet. And that was a couple from Australia. And, you know, I did hear you as well. You asked for feedback and critique. And I thought, you know, I thought you were genuine. I thought you were clear and rational because the media loves, and I don't think they just do this to black people. We're the people it's being done to. The media loves to find people in their most trying times. And let me not do that. America loves to watch people in their most trying times when they're going through the worst.
It's like a car accident.
And critique them on how they handle it. So what you often see for our community is when our community is going through the worst of it, they then choose the person who is maybe least equipped, least prepared, least trained to handle bad times. And they put that person up there and say, look at them. So this is a struggle for me because I don't think any of us has a right to say we represent the black community. I know the people I know, but I don't think I have a right to say I represent the black people in Kenosha. There are some people who are good with me speaking, and there's rightfully, in their opinion, because they have their right. And there's some people who's like, hey, I don't know this fool. He dresses like a clown. I don't want him talking for me. I can respect that, other than the poor taste in how I dressed. So
right.
the idea here is unfortunately, when we're put through our worst, we're still being tested. It's almost like going to a job interview. But the people you're interviewing with, they hire some people to whoop your ass before you walked in. And they still want you to present. That's
Mr.
really
Roberts, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your interest in our company. And one of the questions we have for you is, how do you handle adversity? Well, I think adversity is an opportunity for challenge. Oh, really? John, will you come in here and punch Ray in the face and see how he reacts to that?
So that's what you see here. So I will say this. I'll talk about some pride. We've been talking about a lot of negative people, negative things in this town. Despite what Fox News and some sheltered white people think, all those black people don't sit around having meetings monthly. We don't sit around in a room and agree on what we think about stuff.
Shh, Ray, don't let that out, man.
Hey, it's late. It's late. We only got 5. We don't got that many people listening. So it is secret ain't getting out. We got our internal beefs. But I'm going to tell you right now, I was proud to see how people who got real beef, they was able to put that shit on pause. And people who don't got real beef was able to squash it. And I saw an amazing amount of collaboration and interaction working together. And I hope it continues. I hope we don't just come together in the moment. I hope this builds and I hope it continues to grow. But I was absolutely amazed how the community came together. And I'm going to say that in levels because I was amazed at how the black community came together. But I was also amazed at how certain members of the community who are white didn't have to be asked.
One of my friends downtown, I don't want to use the name, he said, and this is a direct quote, my customers who've given me borderline racist comments who really pissed me off was sitting next to me picking up trash in the uptown neighborhood. So that talks about, to me, we really got to be careful about what just people say. Let's start grading people on what they do, but we have to get more involved in their lives to see what they do. Right? I'm a flippant kind of guy. I have a weird sense of humor, right? So if you're going to judge me on just what I say, there's more I have to bring to the table on what I do. But you have to get to learn, you have to get to work with me and learn something about me to know about what I do versus just what I say. So this customer who pissed my friend off, he still has to deal with him because he got this borderline, quote, borderline racist comments. That's that guy talking. But then that same person is picking up trash trying to rebuild our community.
You know what I'm thinking about right now, man?
Cheeseburgers.
It's not wrong.
right. So other than cheeseburgers, now I want to punch you because now I am thinking about cheeseburgers for real. All right. But we did defense here. We did strategy. We took care of our people. Let's say this is settling down. We don't know if it's over. Same way I thought it was going to be on tonight, I was wrong. Who knows? Same way I didn't think it was going to get the violence to the level of people dying. It did. So I'm wrong every day. But once this gets to a level of calm again, here's what I think we start doing. I think we play the offensive. I think we set up some talks. People who like running their mouths like me. But we start playing away games, bro. I think we set up a come talk to BLM out in Antioch. Come talk to BLM out in Paddock Lake, Silver Lake, Twin Lake, Bristol, Burlington. Now, we know not everybody's going to come, and not everybody that does come is going to be coming to shed some love. But we go in there managing our expectations for one mission. The people that are down with us, connect and find out who they are. Expand our network.
Yeah.
I say we start playing offense.
Absolutely.
That's my thinking.
I think it's a great idea. When we were having a discussion about opening up a Democratic Party office, I was absolutely opposed to it. Any dollar that we're not spending on electing candidates is absolutely wrong, in my opinion. The stupid idea I came up with was, let's buy a taco truck. If we're going to spend some money on rent, let's buy a taco truck, right? And the taco truck, we'll take it out to the county, and we will find every Democrat out there in the county, right? And so when we ran
I'm pretty
candidates,
sure tacos are nonpartisan, bro.
okay, help me out with a Democratic food then, Ray. Oh, tofu burgers. Tofu burgers?
That's more along the lines, I'd say.
All right.
But
yeah.
my point was, I think it was, we get more value identifying Democrats out in the county as opposed to being set up in Kenosha. That was my point, right? So to your point about finding connected people, absolutely. Let's do a road show, man. Let's do Western County. Let's find those woke people. Let them know that they're not alone. Darren, that brother there he showed us some courage, right? Let's assume that there's a lot more Darrens out there. And then here's what happens. Those people you said that weren't there to show love, they're looking and say, wait a minute. That guy there looks just like me. I know him. That's Bob's son. That's Sarah's daughter. Well, if Sarah's daughter believes in BLM, then how are they Antifa? How do they want to destroy America? How do they hate white people? Wait a minute. We can start challenging that narrative that's out there. I think it's a great idea, Ray.
So yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I think so.
Spoken since I showed up, so Darren's got to speak.
You guys were going. I was just letting it happen. But no, I think that's a great idea. I think it's kind of what I think right before you got on, we were kind of just talking about some other things that I was asking Ray on what he thought, I could do personally. And I think I think something that I know personally that had happened to me when I made that video originally. I had a couple families reach out. One of them particularly was, really, it was pretty disturbing in that she said that her husband was black, she's white, so they have mixed kids, and they'd only lived in Twin Lakes for about 3 years to this point. And she described to me that her neighbors, ever since they've moved in, have basically harassed her children because they're mixed. Hosts matter. Western Kenosha hosts matter. Exactly. But basically harassed their kids. They slashed tires, video recorded their children as well as her husband, and just called them every racial slur in the book. And she was basically, in tears, telling me like she appreciated the fact that someone would say it, because then she knew, like you just said, she wasn't by herself. And that's a white woman. Obviously she has a black husband, so she has a different perspective, but I still think that there are other people that are white or black, Hispanic, whatever, that are just afraid because they live in bumfuck nowhere like I do. And the second they do something like
I
that,
went out there where he's at. It's bumfuck, bro.
they put Trump flags up on my entire road the day after that video came up. The day after I put it out, and they knew it was my video. They knew that where I stay, they put that shit up.
Like,
Wait. Hold on. Back to bumfuck. Can you hear the Country Thunder music near your house?
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Put it
It's
this way: the first
disgusting.
night of the when things popped off after the shooting, I think I told you there were some dudes from around the way. They's like, what the hell you doing around here? They wasn't even saying it that nice. So, uppity punk, get out here before you get smoked. I was good with that. Where he lives, I'm like, man, I should have brought my gun.
So
Black dudes talking about killing me. Like, come on, bro. This is a Monday.
Hey, Darren, I've actually done doors out in the county for political candidates. I've done it. I've helped Andy out at the housing division that is trying to get my bearings. The housing division that is west of Country Thunder property. Their backyards, can see Country Thunder. Yeah. So we've done doors out there, and I will tell you that they were respectful, apprehensive as hell, but respectful. And I have collected signatures at the supermarket in Paddock Lake for candidates. So, I've been out there
yeah. Well, and it's interesting. So I don't know. I don't think that we had you on yet when I mentioned it, but so I played basketball for my college out in Janesville for a couple of years, and I had some black roommates. My team was predominant. We were the only team that was predominantly black in the entire conference, and I actually, a couple of my friends.
Where were they from? Your teammates, where were they coming from? Were they coming from?
They were all either from the Janesville area or from like Madison, and then they all came to Janesville to play. And so they actually, my dad used to own a pizza place out in Twin Lakes, and so I had work that weekend. One of the weekends they all wanted to hang out, and I said, you guys can come. You guys can just come to work with me, whatever. I was a delivery driver, so it wasn't a big deal. And it was during kind of a rough patch of the business where we had moved into this neighborhood bar over near Country Thunder. And so my dad was downsizing, and we shared space with this bar. And the regulars basically threw a fit and stink-eyed, as well as made some borderline racist comments, as you mentioned earlier, towards my teammates, leading me to then have to tell my dad that I'm going to take these guys back to Janesville. Can you get someone to cover my shift? Because it got to a point where it was starting to, like, the room was starting to boil over, and I don't think it was getting safe anymore. So I don't think, and like to what you were saying, that they were respectful. Nobody, I don't think, was going to attack anybody or anything in that way. But I don't as those people being my friends, I don't want to put someone through that. And
Yeah.
so it's I don't know, that for me is really sad. And I think that there are good people in the area.
So you're reminding me of a story I'm gonna write called part of the chapter is being black in Western Kenosha County. I used to work at Motorola down on 45 in Libertyville. And all of us, every now and then, a bunch of us Kenosha people would drive all the way up 45 to the Grizzly. You know, the bar, the Grizzly right across the state line.
Yeah.
So I go in there one time, and someone said, "It's sure getting dark in here." And I'm like, I looked, I said, "Then turn on the motherfucking lights then."
Yeah, fuck, dude. Jesus.
Wait, I forgot where I was at.
Yeah, I feel like that could have went left.
As soon as I said that, I'm like, "Who's up for pool?" Because I wanted to get a pool cue in my hand quickly.
Got to do something. Got to get out of that.
You know?
That is,
I was like, no, I was like, I need to get to the pool stick so I can have one in my hand in case stuff went down. You know, let's play some pool.
Yeah.
And I would go into Grizz probably every 2 months or so. You know, I'm not a regular or anything, but how many black people are going into the Grizz, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I actually, another story for you. So my coach, while I was playing in Janesville, I don't know if you heard about this at all. I was in the news. I think it got a little bit of national coverage. The headline was that this black coach punched a white ref. And it was about a year, maybe 2 years ago now. And what had happened was my team was I guess Janesville, when I run into somebody from my hometown while I was playing there and while I was staying there, maybe on a weekend or something, and they had mentioned that one of their kids had went to a different school, and that, oh, you play on the school team with all the thugs. And I was like, what did you just say? And they changed their tone very quickly, but then came to realize we had the most black kids on the team. I think we only had 3 white kids on our team, and it was usually the converse of that, or the inverse of that on every other team. And my coach was I think he was the only black coach as well. And what had happened was his son came to one of our games, only game he ever came to, out in Waukesha. I'd never been to Waukesha, being completely honest, before this. And so I didn't know. And
in the city or out in the suburbs of Waukesha?
I think it was closer. I don't know. It was in the city. I think it was closer to the city. That's where it's the UW.
Waukesha is really weird.
Yeah,
Waukesha is really weird. The city is a Democratic city. The county is very rich Republican.
Yeah, well, it was just weird. Like, I just thought it was a regular game. We actually hadn't lost a game to that point, and we're blowing this team out. So and I only say that because that's kind of how I know what ends up happening here as the story goes on. Me and the rest of the starters get pulled out, and we're sitting right behind Jamal, who was my coach, and they proceed to call 11 fouls in a row on our team. Okay, fine, really bad refereeing, that whatever. The last one, they tee up one of the players on my team. His name was Ben, black guy, older guy too, because he had served some time and he was going back to school. And he's usually a mouthy guy. He starts kind of getting into it with the ref, and my coach calms him down. And so he's like, "All right, fuck it." And the ref's like, "Not another word, boy." Calls him a boy, points right in his face, says, "Not another word, boy." So Ben's like, "This racist motherfucker." Doesn't say anything, just smiles at him. Gets another technical foul, gets ejected out of the game. So then my coach asks, "Hey, what's the reason for that technical foul, sir?" He says, "Get back in your box, boy. Sit the fuck down, boy." And is in this grown man, 40 some years old man, in his face, telling him, and this is a white referee, old white referee, saying this to him, telling him, "Get in his box, boy." And he's very sure to add that boy every sentence. And again, I know this because I was sitting right behind him. And so the game ends. We end up losing by a couple of points. It doesn't really matter at that point. We just want to leave. And Jamal has to get the referees' information, because that you have to rate the referees. That's how they choose who refs the more important games as the season goes on. these referees all dart to the hallway as Jamal asks for their information. So Jamal, in a, probably not the best of judgment, runs after them, gets them, and is into the hallway, and the ref and Jamal have hands on each other. Apparently, from here it's he said, she said, but they both just had hands on each other, and Jamal's son, who was, like a semi-pro boxer, ended up seeing his dad, some guy have hands on his dad. So he stepped in, and nothing ended up happening. So they got in a scuffle. That's all we were told. And then Jamal included, and his son, we all took the coach bus back to school. I show up for practice the next day. Our dean, our athletic director both tell us Jamal's no longer going to be with you guys. He's indefinitely suspended while we have undergo this investigation. And so what ended up happening was they had waited until after we were long gone and called the police and taken statements from everybody, including the referee and the other people that were there, and said that Jamal had punched this referee and attacked him, and that him and his son had attacked this referee. And so it basically fast forward a year later, I'm back in Waukesha for his court sentencing, and the judge is explicitly makes it explicitly clear that he doesn't necessarily think Jamal is a bad person. He doesn't think that what really happened was all that serious, but he doesn't think that the county of Waukesha could sleep at night knowing he didn't do something and he didn't make this right. So he sentenced Jamal to 60 days and he had Huber and good behavior. So he basically ended up getting out in it was 30 days, and he slept in jail for 3 days. Other than that, it was he had Huber, so he would just go to work and do everything and then have to come back to jail. And that for me and my teammates was just horrifying to see this man who was given back to, he was given back to people in the Madison area. That's where he was from, but he coached around the whole entire country. He gave back to all his students and all his players. He would teach us how to invest money. And this is me coming from a low income family, as well as the rest of these guys. He just was a great role model, and to see some shit like that just because of the color of his skin. And then just to see the way that our court system and Waukesha in particular handled it was something that kind of changed everything for me, and made me, I had to from then on out, I've had to help.
Darren, that's why we have to thank Trump. Seriously, I'm not even joking about this one. Trump has allowed the racists to be just uncovered, unmasked, so to speak. Before, Ray has a thing. He's a connoisseur of racism. He really likes to have racism, and when he gets certain brands of racism, it's rare for him. And I'm going to take that to a different level here, or a different analogy. Racism was the store brand before, right? Yeah. So you couldn't afford Mountain Dew, so you got Mountain Holla, right? Yeah, Walmart brand, okay?
Yeah. Mountain Lightning.
Mountain Lightning, thank you.
Yeah.
I was at it.
Yeah, that was
so
shit.
Now though, and you're not advertising that you're drinking Mountain Lightning, right? But now our boy number 45, I'm gonna drink the Mountain Dew, and I'm not just gonna drink. I'm showing you. Look at me. I can drink Mountain Dew now. My racism is open and out there, and I got the brand name racism now because it's endorsed. It's endorsed by 45. It's endorsed by not Steve Bannon. The bald-headed one. God, what's his? It's like one of the only advisors that's still sticking around. I can't, and I'm thinking of Mnuchin, but it's not Mnuchin.
Do you know? You talking about the treasurer guy?
No, that's Mnuchin. I'm talking about the guy who put together the immigration policy. He's been a Republican since
Stephen Miller.
Miller. Right. So this brand of racism now, man, I got brand name racism in now. I don't need this store-bought racism. I don't need this undercover racism. I can just call you a boy now, and be happy about it. Before I had to put some code in there. I had to put some dog whistle kind of language only people like me knew. But now, not anymore, man. I can just let that go. I used to have those little cryptic tattoos right here, right? And
Yeah.
only a few of us know what those tattoos are right here, right? I don't need to do that now. I can just put.
You're absolutely right.
I can put these other things on my arms that are much clearer indication that it's okay, man. And thank 45 for it, because you now know where they're at.
We got some questions here we want to ask you, man, about okay? We got some questions here. Come on.
If it's germane, I'm leaving.
Fine.
What you want me to say?
No, I'm messing. Come on, it's his place. I gotta respect the boss.
Hey man, how you?
Pays,
Is it on? Is it
keep-
on?
I gotta respect the boss.
Do you like green?
Hey, I heard it all last night. Bring it, brother. Bring it. I'm ready.
How you doing? First off, man.
Hold on. Let me warm up.
No, it ain't like that. So my first question for you is: did you make it to the emergency meeting? Were you there? Were you not?
No.
Okay. So I believe somebody explained that to me. Was that you were just like busy and you missed some emails or something like that?
I don't want to tell you how incompetent I am, but I'll give you the truth. Tuesday, I was deep in it, man. I was raw from when was the emergency meeting? It was Tuesday, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Monday, phone blowing up. Tuesday, I'm trying to get a better system down to answer the phone calls, to keep up with the voice messages. All this stuff is happening. So I had set up my tablet because I was just going to look at the important messages. I couldn't even read the emails. There's been just emails coming in. But I was going to try to look at the important ones. And Kyle Flood calls me about 1:30. He's like, Anthony, I need your help. I'm like, Kyle, what's up? He goes, I got some people coming in, and if they close the highway, these medics can't get in. I'm like, Kyle, what the hell are you talking about, dude? Stop smoking that ganja. That's what I told him. I was like, there's no meeting. He goes, Anthony, there's a meeting right now. So I'm starting to look for, first place I go is the city website to pick up the agenda. City website is crashed. It's not working. So that's the comedy of errors part one. The next thing is, okay, I'm going to go back into my emails. I've been looking at them all day, right? I can't find an email that tells me there's a meeting. I'm like, what the hell? So I notice up in the corner that my time on my tablet says 11:48, and it says November 3rd as the date. What the hell? And so I go in, change to the correct date. 60 emails pop up. They just showed up, and one of them was from 10:30 saying there's a special meeting. So finally get in, call in, the meeting's over. That's what happened. So a little bit of incompetence on our part, and a little bit of some weird, wacky ass shit, man.
Yeah, I'm most definitely seeing that the city site was down, which was particularly odd. So my next question for you is,
hey, I don't think we took that down on our side. I think it was one of those, what's it called, denial of services, or so many people
got ready for the big things that was coming.
I think that's fair.
Okay. So the next question I have for you is, how many of your constituents were, I believe we can play that back. How many of your constituents were voting to deputize citizens to do citizens arrest? And how do you think they feel about that now after last night's chain of events? Because this was one topic that they talked about in council at that emergency meeting.
I'm going to have to plead ignorance here because that wasn't the agenda item. The agenda item was to give the mayor emergency powers, which are going to expire on Friday. So
yeah. So they most definitely did talk about
you're gonna
this.
have to teach me. You have to teach me.
Yep. They most definitely did talk about this in this hearing. They suggested it. It was a few of the alderpersons. I don't know the exact names and how many. Maybe you can play it back. Maybe you can talk to another of your constituents and ask them who was all in favor of this, because my theory on this, and better than anybody, Ray knows, as being a minority, when they deputize citizens to do citizens arrest, who ends up falling a victim to a hate crime. I mean, we got the Aubrey situation in Georgia, and now we got Muskinnis and Beth out saying this is why. So that's the reason why David Beth said today, I didn't want to deputize a citizen to make citizens arrest, because it was suggested in council that sheriff deputy.
Let me respond, please. It would be absolutely a horrible freaking idea, because the level of people I've seen out there do not rise to the level of training that our police officers have and our military have. And I know the narrative is our police officers are bad, but I don't buy into that narrative. We can always have constant process improvement anywhere. So they're trained. The lapse of training, which seems apparent in the Blake video, I would still, I gotta be careful here. I would rather have trained military and police officers than untrained civilians with being deputized. Absolutely not. And here's the thing I think is interesting, though, and this is where you're going to punch me through the next time you see me. The call for instant justice, that's not new. We used to have instant justice in this country. We used to have immediate instant justice in this country. You know what we called it? Lynching. Lynching. We get the mob together. We go down to the jail, down to the courthouse. All of a sudden, the deputies got to go to the bathroom or go to lunch at 9 o'clock at night, and we go into the courthouse. We go into the jailhouse. We pick up Tyrone. We bring Tyrone out. We be judge and we be jury and judge and executioner right then, and then we're playing "Strange Fruit," that song, right? And then the NAACP in New York is putting out a blanket that says what? A Negro was lynched in the South. And they used to put that flag out every time there was a reported lynching. So I think it's interesting. Our people is demanding instant justice. Have you forgotten your history? I know you're angry, and I know you're pissed off, and I'm angry and pissed off, but you're demanding instant justice. And we know that instant justice means people are denied their due process. Now, I know the argument. Trust me, I know the argument. And I can't believe that deputizing was even an option, but that tells you how scared we are as a group, as opposed to, I see there's real opportunity in all that's happening. As horrible as this situation is, I still believe there's opportunities here. Has to be opportunities. There has to be. Every challenge is an opportunity, and we have a lot of challenges. Having said that, though, it's interesting because I talked to my son today, who did something at my request. My son's a captain in the Air Force, and he talked to an Air Force Special Force instructor. And I know Ray is laughing with those combinations of words: Air Force Special Forces instructor. Tell him. Tell him that.
He can hear you. We got his speakers going.
So
Say it again. I just heard my name. What is up?
I said Ray's gonna laugh when I say these series of words. Air Force Special Forces instructor.
Oh, who we talking about?
Quentin talked to a guy for me in reference to crowd control, insurgency control, and the things that the Air Force was engaging in Iraq.
I.
And the first thing, Jermaine, this. I'm getting to it. Trust me. The first thing he said was, and it's right here on my notes. I'm not lying to you. It's right there on my notes. Put everyone to work. Right? It is hard to construct, and it's hard to create and destroy at the same time. Put everybody to work. And so him and I were having a discussion about that. And I said, on here, my note is, does that mean would you say deputizing people? He said, no, Dad. He goes, no, you don't want to give them military or law enforcement authority, but anything else that you can get them to do it, because it's hard to build and destroy at the same time. So taking that theory and what you just said, I kept trying to bite it and chew on it a little bit. I'm like, okay, I want to hire 1,000 people to do something. How about if I hire 1,000 people to be block monitors, right? You're standing on a block. You're standing on a block. I'll give you a radio, and I'm going to pay you to do something. But I've got 1,000 people doing it throughout the city, right? And they're deployed in our special areas. Put everyone to work. If you're asking me to deputize people, no, absolutely not. Wrong thing to do. But if we can start putting people to work using that kind of model, then maybe we can take those people who are angry and pissed off, but they're still good people. Let's get them to do something. So I thought it was interesting that you would make that connection to deputizing. What's your next question, sir? Since I went far off and I lost you with the glaze in your eyes.
No. I just wanted to cover that. Like I mean, they did bring that up in council, and I was like, a couple of people that I know that was pulling for it. I was like, this is just crazy. You know what will happen, and we kind of know where that was going. You know how many people how many people would have turned out on that end of being deputized, what that would have looked like, the scene. It would not be good. So that was one of my big questions right there, because I mean, they were trying it, they talked about it, and they said, no, we can't do nothing. Skinnis is not here, and the mayor's not here. You guys are going back in session on Friday, correct?
We should be, yes.
Okay. Is that closed session? Because I want to know why now they need to be in a closed session with things pertaining to stuff that's happening in our city.
Okay. We have to give notice when we're going into a closed session. We can have discussions in closed sessions. We can never have a vote in closed session.
Right.
Okay. If it's not noticed, we can't go into closed session. And it has to be specifically why we're going into closed session. Let's take Tuesday's meeting as an example. If I was there and I wanted an amendment that said the police power, the special powers that we're giving the mayor will only sit with the mayor and not the council president. Let's just say we did that. And I want to know the legality of that. but I don't want to speak about that in an open meeting because there's some specific questions I want to ask. If it's not noticed, I can't have a closed session. We only use those for confidential, sensitive discussions, but we're not supposed to make any decisions in a closed session. I think it's important because we could have a recess, a 15-minute recess, for example, but then we got to be very careful about how many people are talking to each other in the recess because technically it's called a walking quorum. We are not supposed to have the number of people that would make up a quorum. So closed session is the better way to do that because you can keep your quorum together in a closed session, but no decisions are ever supposed to be made in a closed session meeting.
I just want to say, man, I think that you've been doing a great job and using
That's
your
not
voice.
true.
I know.
Hold
I
on,
know.
that's not true. I'm a bitch ass nigger, man. I've been told that. Not by you. You never said those words to me, and I'm not blaming you. But
Right.
out on the streets Sunday night, I was told I was a bitch ass nigger. The public safety building when I was standing up there trying to make sure that those police didn't knock anybody's head. I was told that I don't represent us, and I was told that Alderman Kennedy ain't with us; he's against us. And then, just to put a little sprinkle on that fucked up Sunday, I'm standing down there today to go talk to CNN. Old boy decides that he doesn't have enough respect for what I'm doing, that he's just gonna walk in to the shot and start telling me again how I ain't done shit for the community. I ain't shit, and I ain't down with the street. That's like me coming behind your bar, and telling you ain't shit. You don't know how to mix no drinks. You're working. You're doing your right. But he didn't have enough respect for what I was doing, and actually, I walked away from the interview because for a couple of different reasons. But the confrontation, he just wanted to make sure that whatever I was doing wasn't going to be accomplished. Now, let me ask you a question, Jerome. How did that help any situation? How did that help?
It did.
You know,
And
how am I supposed to respond to that as, wait. I'm not street, right? But if I was street, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to handle my business. Well, Jerome, you know I'm a peaceful guy. I don't handle no business.
We don't want
I don't throw no chairs at people. I don't throw no chairs at people.
We want you to know more. We don't want you to know more spills. No. Let's leave that be. So, with that being said, I've been guilty.
Wait. I'm a black. No. Don't go there. Please don't go there. You and I have squashed that. Don't go there. That is not a thing. You and I have squashed that.
See, the thing I'm trying to get you to understand is we need to hear more of your voice. I know you're tied up. I know you got a lot going on.
I'll probably head out.
They don't understand. They don't understand. They don't sit down and talk to Alderman Kennedy. And that's why I'm saying your voice needs to be heard more. They don't understand. I didn't understand. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. I didn't understand. They don't understand. They don't understand that basically you're there in the middle of a situation trying to referee it.
Jerome, anything that came out of my mouth when I engaged him and the woman that was with him was turned around. The woman asked me, "Who are you?" I said, "The very fact that you're asking me that tells me you don't know who I am. I've been the only black alderman for 12 years. Well, no, that's a lie. I've been the only black alderman for 4 years because I had Kathy Marks there too, or 6 years, something like that. But that's okay. That's okay. Like you said, people don't know the alderman. That's fine. But when I finally say I'm the alderman, well, what have you done? Well, okay. I got lights put in from Quick Trip to Bullen. That ain't shit. Okay. All right. I got the 39th Avenue done from Washington down to 52nd. That ain't shit. That don't mean nothing. Okay, all right, no problem. Let's keep going with this. You know, I mediated a agreement between the Department of Justice and Kenosha Unified and the police department and the sheriff department, where the very same racist things that you're talking about, there's actually a mediation agreement that you can go get because they signed it and it is still in effect, and you can use that against the police department, not against, you can use that to force the police, the sheriff, the county, and the unified to do some of the things that said they were going to do. There's a mediation agreement there. Do you know about that mediation agreement? You know, and I didn't say that to her, but when I told her I was the alderperson of the Wilson district, she got upset because I cleared out all the homes up there. You took all these people's homes. No, I did not. Those homes went into a state of disrepair. They were paying rent for places they didn't get the value for.
So let me say it in the words of
what I do.
So what I hear you saying is you're doing
you got it. You got it. Good.
Those are the words. What I hear you saying is all the work that you're doing, right? Great things. The people don't know about it. But what I'm saying to you is they need to know about it. I know I don't want the accolades and all that stuff, but the people need to know. This is
Jerome, what's the name of your cook? What's the name of your cook?
Red Zone Sports Bar and Grill.
He said cook.
No, your cook. Your cook.
Thomas.
I've had the opportunity to eat his wings at your bar. Those were some damn good wings. Okay, that man fried some wings, and I was happy as hell. Okay, Thomas did a great job. Thomas didn't mix me a drink. Thomas didn't provide security. Thomas didn't administer the wait staff and manage the DJ. Thomas didn't do all that. Thomas had a job, and he did his job well. Everybody else did their jobs too. And I had a very pleasant experience when I was in your bar. I saw some booty that I ain't. Well, I'm sorry. I'm back up on that. But Thomas fried his chicken, and that was his job, and he did it well. I am not street. Okay? I have a responsibility. I know policy and procedures. I will teach you. I will show you where you should be angry at. I will show you how to engage in places. You don't fix the police. You don't control the police. You goddamn right I don't. You know why? Because by statute, the police is controlled by the Police and Fire Commission. All I have is the power of the purse. That's it. That's all I have. I can't fire. I can't change policies. I can't change procedures. That lies with the Police and Fire Commission. Whoa. So let me tell you an idea I had. Okay, there's the problem, right? So here's an idea I had. That law is state law. That the alderman can't change it. The county board supervisors can't change it. Only the legislatures can, right? So here's my idea. There's only 5 members of the Police and Fire Commission, right? And they're appointed by the mayor. Let's change that. Let's expand it. And let's say 3 of those commissioners have to come from high crime areas, right? The areas with the most crime have to have representation on the Police and Fire Commission, right? So what does that do? Okay,
I wanted to change the language with the most crime statistics.
Thank you.
So
Thank you. That's good.
Crime
That's
statistics. Good. So wherever you go, drum up and find crime. That's where
okay. So let's go with it. The Uptown neighborhood is bad. The Wilson Heights neighborhood is bad. The Lincoln Park neighborhood is bad. So I'm going to get 3 commissioners from those areas, right? Now, they have the power of policy, procedure, and personnel, right? So here's the idea. Here's the idea. It's a real simple idea. I'm getting it complicated, but it's a real simple idea. Who uses your services the most at the police, right? That's the idea that The next person in line is your customer. We are in a customer service business, whether we believe it or not, just like you are. You have a product that you're selling to your customer. We have a product that we're selling called government service. The police have a product called police service. Who's using that product the most? White caps? I don't think so. What's the area up on the north side, across from Pick and Save? What's that development called? Hunter's Ridge. Hunter's Ridge. They're not using those services the most. Allendale, they're not using the services the most. So let's put police and fire commissioners from the neighborhoods that are using the service the most. Now, all of a sudden, the people who are in control of the police are the people who are experiencing their services the most. I will bet you dollar to donut that you will get a different police force because of that.
Let me ask you a question.
That's an idea. And wait. And why don't I share that idea with people? Why don't people know that? You know what? I wrote that idea in June 11th in a 9-point plan. But if I talk to that person who told me, Alvin, you don't do shit. Alderman Kennedy, you ain't nothing. You a bitch ass nigga. Okay. If I talk to that person about this, you think it's going to resonate with them, Jermaine?
What happened with that? Was it backdoored? Was it put on the shelf? I mean, there is some things going on.
Oh, no, it gets better. No, it gets better. No one did anything with it, and I will send you the email. I could post it right here if you want to see this 9-point plan. And my point is this: I'm not smart. I'm not arrogant enough to say if you did these things, all your problems would have been solved and Kenosha wouldn't have burned. I'm not that arrogant. But this is where we start having conversations about, right? In that 9-point plan, one of the plans is you have to attack the thin blue line. You have to attack the thin blue line. There are police officers in our department who know they're bad police officers there and don't want to do traffic stops with them and don't want to be in high stress situations, because if shit goes bad, Jerome, Jermaine, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
If stuff goes bad, that person is not well trained, doesn't handle it, and they know this inside the department. They know this. That thin blue line says what? Better judged by 12 than carried by 6, right? So
it's safe to say that we agree on this. I mean, I'm just picking at your brain here and reading between the lines. I seen this day coming in Kenosha. And from the things that you're saying, sounds like the same thing. Cops are rogue. I mean, they were rogue and they just would not just, I mean, it's the way Kenosha was built. But we made history now. Like, I mean, the NBA, they're trying to cancel the entire season for Jacob Blake. That's never happened before. Never. So Kenosha will go down historically in a negative way. But it's sad because somebody said a quote and it kind of resonates and it sticks to me. You got to destroy before you elevate. And I really do truly see that. It's sad that, it comes at the expense of Jacob Blake being shot 7 times, him being paralyzed, that we get the national attention now. We got all the national attention one can ever ask for. And it's sad that it comes at its expense, but it was needed here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, very badly. Very bad. I mean, let's look at this.
Ray, can you read this book?
What's up?
Can you read this book? Can you read this book?
Yeah.
Ray, can you read this book? I just
read this book.
It's there on my screen.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Not the book.
Yeah. Okay.
It didn't all come through. Hold on, Ray.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
I'm trying to figure out where it cut off. Where did it cut off at? Come on, brother. Come on, brain. Work, brain.
You crashing off that blue juice.
It didn't bring a lot back. All right, that's okay. Let's try it here. Hold on. Come on. All right. Oh, I think we got it here. Copy that. And all right. So it's a little disjointed here, Ray, but no, it's not all going to come in. Do you mind if I read it, Ray?
Go ahead.
This is an email that I wrote on June 1st at 8:51 p.m. And it's to John Anaramian, County Exec, David Beth, Daniel Muskinnis, copied the Kenosha NAACP, copy Cush. You ready?
I'm ready.
June 1st. Now, when did
So you're saying honestly,
May 30th, right?
Before. 8 weeks before.
Okay. Hello. While we're all preparing for another long night, please think about actions we can take on a short-term and long-term basis. We need to think about a press conference. We need to show our community that the actions that were displayed in the George Floyd case in Minnesota was antithesis to any external standard of community policing engagement. We need to show that on as many levels as possible. I believe the immediate payoff is to show the Kenosha community that we understand and hear their pain and concerns. We need to show we are in solidarity with those who feel like they are underrepresented, with having equal protection under the law. As former county board supervisor was so fond of saying, quote, "Here comes my tax dollars to harass me," end quote. As long as that sentiment is allowed to linger and ferment, we will have explosive evenings where the message and anguish is co-opted by those intent on being criminally disruptive. That's hot right there. You need to tweet that. Okay, that's so hot. I'm going to repeat it again. As long as that sentiment is allowed to linger and ferment, we will have explosive evenings where the message and anguish is co-opted by those intent on being criminally disruptive. You need to tweet that. Okay, that's how hot that is. I stole that from.
If I tweet it, will you stop talking about it?
Not. I will also state that we need to have a series of town hall type meetings where the engaged citizenry can speak to the decision makers. There's an erroneous belief circulating out there that we don't care. In the absence of any message countering that wrong thought, the lie grows. Having numerous listening sessions, taking the pulse of the concerned citizens, actively listening, and showing genuine empathy, we might find a way through this. Only in the darkness can you see the stars, Martin Luther King. Dude, I love my community. I love my people, even though they don't like me. Even though they don't like me. This is a special town. It had a flavor to it that was amazing, and I wanted to maintain that flavor. June 1st, I wrote that email. This man sitting next to you came up with a 4-point plan. Make it easier to fire cops, make it harder to hire them, train them more, and pay them more, so that we get a higher quality, higher trained police force.
And also, I heard paying attention that put minorities, cops in the minority neighborhoods, right?
I say wherever you're focusing most of your crime statistics, have your policemen reflect that area.
Basically
Yeah.
same thing. Yeah.
Well, right now, unfortunately, yeah. But if it changed, it changed. But yeah. So,
but you know
right
what? Here's what would happen with my police and fire commission plan if you put them in the place where the reported crime statistics are. I got them in. I got one from Lincoln Park. I got one from Uptown. I got one from Wilson Park, Wilson neighborhood. Right. I will guarantee you, if that was my plan, they're gonna start looking for some crime in Forest Park. They're gonna start patrolling other areas of the city to get those statistics there, so they can get a representation on that police and fire commission.
That's what I'm talking about. Kick in some college dorm rooms.
He's absolutely right, though. I mean, I know that from being in this business and saying, hey, you guys searching the cars over there, looking in the windows over there, and all of a sudden, here they start going to these people's bars, and these people are complaining, well, I know why they're doing that, because now they have to, because they're doing it to me.
But okay, let's talk it through. I agree with you. But guess what now? the entire community will now be sitting there talking about these cops is crazy. That's what will happen because they're not about to lose their jobs.
Right.
They're like, if we want to keep our jobs, we need to go find us some Forest Park crime. And that I agree with you. That's what's going to happen.
But we got to talk about something. There's not only a lack of that, it's a lack of Kenosha. Have we ever, in the 20-something years I lived here, and I'm 37 now. So have we ever had a black judge? Has there ever been a black DA? I mean, I know black alderman. Now I know two, and I'm looking to hear from her as well. Like I feel like she should be boisterous right now.
Okay. You need to put your arms around her and help her, man. Let's not criticize her yet because we just threw her into the pool. We don't know if she can swim or not, and we got to help her. We'll give her a pass.
Well, how about looking at it like this? Let's say she can't handle other minorities watching how we treat her. Why on earth would they sign up if we let her get gobbled up?
But you signed up for this.
We don't disagree with you, but just listen to what you're saying.
Here on the front line,
right?
Getting, called whatever names he said he's getting called, and
he's the only one you got.
People were tagging me, and then I said, "Well, I'm not going to go with that because I wasn't there to hear what was said." He's
the only one you got, so maybe there's a reason for it. So
here's the thing I would ask you to do.
If you want more representation, others are watching. There's some people maybe thinking about stepping up, but if the moment she steps up, we let her get gobbled up, other people watching this, I was like, why on earth would I sign up for that?
The one person that could is him, but I believe.
Hold on. Can we back up a second? Jermaine, I don't want you to sing my praises, okay? What I ask is you speak to my work. And when people say Anthony Kennedy ain't shit, I want you to speak to my work. Don't speak to me. Don't. And I got this piece, and I'm so excited by it, and I need to kind of wrap it up a little bit better. But a minister of mine told me Jesus never spoke about his feelings. Jesus was deliberate in what he said. He didn't say, I feel like I'm the Son of God. He said, I am the Son of God. He was deliberate in what he said all the time. So what I'm meaning, why I'm connecting myself to Jesus is because I'm an egomaniac. No, that's not it.
All right, easy.
All I want you to do is not speak of me, how you feel about me, because feelings suck, man. Okay? You don't talk about feelings around Ray. Don't talk about how you feel about me. Talk about what I have done. And just your experience with me, I have kept my word with you. And when the fire was to my feet, did I let you go? Did I keep my word? That's all I want you to say. I don't want you. Anthony Kennedy is an asshole. That's fine. But he kept his word. Give him a chance. That's all. Give me a chance. I will make my own damn case. But just give me the chance. And today, when that gentleman stepped into my feed, there was two people who know me, who I worked for, who I went to battle with, figuratively speaking, not literally. And they did not speak to my character or my sense of duty. I'm getting a little crazy here, but they did not speak to my character, nor did they speak to my dedication. And they have firsthand knowledge of that because they were benefited from my dedication. They were benefited from my work. And the fact that they kept their mouth shut shows me the lack of character that doesn't.
So what you learn about rolling with fair weather friends? What'd you learn? What'd you learn about this moment?
Haters gonna hate. Haters gonna hate.
If you got a bus load of fair weather friends, what you got?
A busload of haters?
So
nothing. The answer is nothing.
As Ray would say. So what I'm hearing is what I'm hearing is serious. I hear that, and that's what I can contest to is your body of work and what you have done, and let people know. And I'm gonna always speak on your behalf But it sounds like they need to hear more from him.
All right,
But
so
they're not-
you have a couple times. So here's the thing.
It's kind of like
I'm
Jekyll
not
and
saying you're
Hyde.
wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. So let's talk about what that needs to look like. So is it a matter of some kind of avenue like this, some medium like this? Because, you know, he can't be going door to door giving the same speech all night. So where does he meet them? So
You know what I
maybe
say?
it's not a downtown.
They're asleep and now they're work. Now they're woke. So this is your time. They were asleep, now
Jermaine-
they're woke. This is Anthony
Jermaine-
Kennedy's time.
I think LeBron James is a buster. Okay, he ain't never going to be as good as Michael Jordan. Okay, never.
They trying to
All
be
right,
Muhammad
he
Ali
couldn't
right
carry
now,
Michael
trying to-
Jordan.
They trying to be Muhammad Ali right now, trying to shut the NBA down behind this. So,
All right, that's my belief. That's my belief. Okay, that's what I believe. And LeBron is never going to be Michael. That's my belief. The reality is, how many rings did that man make with how many different teams? The reality is, what is that man doing with his celebrity that Michael Jordan never did? What is that man doing with his philanthropic efforts? Help me, Ray. His philanthropy. I'm there. Come on, man. I'm awake.
I think the word's full-on rapist.
What has LeBron done with his? He has done amazing things with his celebrity. He's done amazing things with his money. He's won rings with how many different teams? So the reality is, the factual reality is, LeBron is a little bit better than Michael. Okay, Michael might be a better showman and all that other stuff, and I love Michael Jordan, but I got to be real about this. If I am being objective on those levels, LeBron wins. Okay.
And just in case, side note in here, just in case you did not hear what I'm talking about, is LeBron James went into a session today with the NBA and asked for them to cancel the season due to the Jacob Blake shooting.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. The man is using his celebrity to force these people to look at issues that they wouldn't have looked at before. The man is better person, a better community activist, on a lot of different things. He's a better person. I brought that up for a reason. Here's why I brought it up. When you say Anthony Kennedy hasn't done shit, LeBron ain't shit. But when you delve into it, I'm going to tell you why I've done the things I've done. When you come back and say you ain't done shit for black people, when you come back and say you ain't done shit for the street, and I don't have an immediate answer for it, the street, but I'm going to tell you all the things I've done, which I'm hoping is going to improve the quality of life for you and any other constituent in my district. I don't have enough votes to be the black alderman. I don't. So that gets turned on me and said, because black people don't support you. Motherfucker, I know that. I know that, man. I ain't stupid. But I'm going to do what I have to do to get elected so I can still do things for everybody in my community, which is going to include black people. So you got to give me a chance. But when my words get weaponized and thrown back at me, every single thing, because I have not met your expectations, but your expectations are unmeetable, right? I was asked, when's the last time you threw a barbecue for the hood? I ain't never thrown a barbecue for the hood, okay? I never did it, okay? Now, I have bought...
You know what? You know what you need to do? I think this will solve all your problems. You keep getting confronted by people who really don't keep up with nothing, okay? And you keep answering truthfully. What you need to do is when the cat's like, when's the last time you put a barbecue on for the hood? You be like, bro, I do it twice a week for the people. When someone asks you what you do for the hood, be like, I helped pass the Emancipation Proclamation. I'm the reason why black people are free in Kenosha.
Okay, straight up, seriously. Wait, I used to be a rim designer, and when they said couldn't go to, we had to stay at 22s, I'm the guy who said you can go to 24s. That was me. They were just limiting at 22s, but I said, no, man, you can go to 24s. That was me. I did that.
Do that.
So,
come on, that shit's fun.
So it's safe to say this here. It's safe to say this here. Just like COVID-19, nobody in our lifetime, not my grandparents or anybody, seen a pandemic like this before. Nobody. Same thing now with Kenosha City. Have never seen, never expected anything like this. This is what I'm saying. It is time for Anthony Kennedy. We need to hear more. They need the knowledge of Anthony Kennedy and what he's done and who he is and what he represents. It's time now, man, to be honest with you.
And I see both. Maybe
But you're
he
not
needs to be out there more, but they need to be listening more.
Absolutely,
So responsibility on both sides to where,
absolutely,
because
they don't know, and if they do know, like I know, then they will understand. And then guess what,
Jermaine, let me run a story to you. Let me run a story to you. We're going to have this press conference on Monday, right? And the first time I heard about it was like 1 o'clock in the morning, Monday morning, right? So, you know, things are kicking off. I'm getting a phone call, and they said we're going to have a press conference at the public safety building. I said, no, that is the wrong optic. Absolutely the wrong place to have it. You don't want the focus of this building. It was the wrong place to have it. And I thought I had got this done, and LULAC and NAACP were going to have a joint news conference with the mayor and the sheriff and everything. And I'm like, okay, that's great optics. Those are great. For whatever concern there was, it was decided to hold it in the public safety building. And I'm like, okay, you know, I'm part of the team, man. The coach tells me to run zone defense. I think man on man is the way to do it, but the coach made the call. I'm going to comply. I'm part of this team.
Coach told you to get in the ball. All right. We're just making sure we get outside. Go ahead.
So, well, I don't need to talk to you, but okay, I'll keep going with this.
No, you here? We got the speakers going, man.
Okay. So
we got those speakers going ahead.
Decision made to leave the public safety building and go out and talk to the press. I said, you can't bring the press in and then stop other people from not coming in. You can't. That's the bad optics. But the coach called the play. My job is to run the play. I go out there. I start talking to the press. You start seeing them packing up their stuff. People are going to follow the cameras, right? Now, Fat Boy is on all the way on the other side of the park by Ruther. I see this crowd moving, and I start moving. Now, I'm not moving quickly, okay? So by the time I get there, there's 15 people jamming that door trying to get in there, okay? I don't stop them from that. Okay? When they came out with the riot gear and put some pepper spray, I grabbed the lady. She's crying. One of the LULAC ladies, she's crying. I grab her, I take her out of there. I douse her face with water and stuff, and I pass her off to the lady that's on the edge of the crowd. I go back in. There's a white boy with no shirt on. He's going, he's gotten a full dose of it. I put my arm around him. I walk him out. I take a water bottle from someone. I douse it on them, right? I go back into that crowd, and I stand in front of those riot gear officers. I stand with my back to them and my hands out, and I'm just asking people, back up, man. Just back up a little bit. I don't tell you to shut up. I didn't tell anyone to shut up. I didn't tell anyone to go home. I just said back up. Just hit, man. Don't give them an opportunity to start knocking heads. And they're pushing and pushing, and I just got my hands out. That's all I'm doing, man. Just back up, please. I'm not engaging people in a disrespectful manner. Just back up, please. Emotions are high. People are yelling at me. Who the fuck are you? That's when someone came up and said, that's Alderman Kennedy. He ain't with us. He's against us. Fuck, man. You just put my life out there, but that's okay. I didn't run. I forgot to tell you this. My arm is burning because I took a shot of that spray, right? But I didn't step away, right? My stupid ass actually thought I was sunburned through my shirt. I didn't know it was the spray. But my arm is burning. I'm standing out there. The only one who stood with me was a white girl in a Black Lives Matter shirt. She was just 3 feet away from me. The minister didn't stand with me. The NAACP didn't stand with me. LULAC didn't stand with me. Black Lives Matter didn't stand with me. But I stood there, took the abuse from the people I'm trying to protect to make sure their fucking heads don't get knocked, right? But that effort is not recognized. That effort is not. And again, If anybody else would have been thanked for it, but because there's a narrative about me out there in the community that I don't do shit. You know how they threw that back at me? You were just doing your job. How the hell is it my job to stand in front of the police with no protection whatsoever? They got their police protection. Y'all got your little chest protectors and whatever things you put together. And I'm sitting up there in a shirt and some khakis. Dockers, actually, because I call it my white boy uniform. But anyway.
Spun that was out there is that you said basically you were defending the cops' actions.
No. I said it over and over again. I don't want you to get hurt, man. Just back up, please. Just back up, please. And that's where information is being weaponized. All I said was, please back up, man. Just don't give them a chance. And every time someone moves,
I can see how they twisted it.
I mean, I can too, but
yeah.
That's crazy. Those are
and they don't care. They're not invested.
Separate things. They're not even close. Back up, get away, and then saying, "Hey, this cop is justified in in his actions."
Wait. I'm going to protect the cops. I'm there to protect the cops. Let's just walk through this. The cops who got chest protectors, the cops who got visors, the cops who got batons, the cops who got leg protectors, the cops who got neck protectors. I'm going to protect them. With what? With what? The power of my words? How the fuck am I protecting them?
No. What they were saying is you were justifying the actions of the cop that shot the victim, Jacob Blake.
That shit is so fucking stupid. Because
that was a narrative that was being spun, as you would say, in the streets. This is what they allege, that Kennedy, he's out there saying that the cop was justified in shooting Jacob Blake.
Nope. Here's what I said. Understand the use of force. Understand the use of force. There is a phrase, and once that phrase is invoked, that phrase is your get out of jail free card. What's the phrase, Ray?
I feared for my safety.
I feared for my safety, or a danger to myself or others.
But
that's it.
You know your people better than anybody. We do.
No, I don't. Obviously, I don't.
If the whole purpose was, and this is we all learn from each other. If the purpose was, I don't want none of them to get hurt, there probably was a time and a place to try to explain maybe why that cop thought that he did what he did, and you should have just kind of left
job.
it.
Whoa. I am not going to give cover to the police officer, and I did because it's going to be an active case. So I'm not stupid enough to say my cop felt scared. I am saying by law that is how a use of force is allowed, and I said it over and over and over again. I've never spoke a lie to that crowd, but I didn't speak what they wanted to hear. I didn't speak to what they wanted to hear, and because I didn't say what they wanted to hear, they got upset. And what someone told me was, when you out there, you got to play that role. You got to play a role. I'm sorry. I'm going to be me. And if my ass gets kicked because I said the truth, then I go down like Mahatma Gandhi. I go down like Martin Luther King. I go down like Malcolm X.
So it just sounds like the timing was off. Sound like you were there for all the right reasons and you got axed at that moment. However it turned around, what do you think about this cop's actions? And you try to explain it the legal way, and it wasn't reciprocated the white.
Let me ask you a question, Jermaine. Let me ask you a question. Have I ever insulted you?
No, never.
Why do they have the privilege? Why do they think they have the permission to insult my integrity and insult my personality, insult me? They threw shit at me. I didn't move. I didn't run away. They threw shit at me. No one threw anything at you. Oh, that fucking cup just flowed through the air on its own. Some kind of magic Harry Potter shit. Cuppus, arrivus, at footus. What the fuck? Okay. And when I went to pick something up, someone said, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't show me that ass. Oh, so now I'm going to get sodomized. Okay. That shit was said, Jermaine.
Yeah.
Besides, they had privilege or permission. They think it was okay to call me a bitch ass nigger. And they thought it was okay to say that. Why? Why is that okay to say? How come they don't have enough respect? If you don't respect the man, respect the fucking position. We were taught that in the military. Why didn't have that much respect? Huh? I never cursed at anybody out there. I never called them any names. And yet they threw shit at me, and still I stood there. And you know what the response when I say, yeah, I was there for 2 fucking hours. That's your job. If that's my job, and I'm doing it, why the fuck aren't you talking to the other 16 that ain't been out there? Why the fuck aren't you talking to the other 23 board questions, 22 training board supervisors that aren't out there? If that's my job and I'm doing it, and Andy's doing it, how the fuck are you calling me an asshole and not going after those other 16 motherfuckers? Get the fuck out of here.
I agree. What?
That's my job. If I'm doing my job, if I'm standing out there and that's all I'm supposed to do, that's my job to be there, then how the fuck are you mad at me and you ain't mad at the other 16?
Well,
So what does
come
that
on.
like? What does that sound like? Lack of knowledge
no,
on their behalf.
I think you can. First off, they don't know what your job is, man. Even after the conversation.
They're defining it, Ray. By their definition, that's my job, is to stand there and take that abuse. By their definition.
I understand why he's upset.
I understand why he's upset too.
We need him to see this bigger picture here. Lack of knowledge, Anthony, and your voice needs to be heard even more now. Even more so now. Lack of knowledge. Nobody is saying Anthony Kennedy right here, or the people that's really paying attention, did anything wrong. They need to understand, because they think, oh, we don't see Anthony Kennedy over here in the hood or in his district, and now a black guy gets shot by a white cop, and here comes Anthony Kennedy to the rescue on behalf of KPD. This is what they see. Understand that.
I don't have authority to do that. I don't have authority to do that, man. If I could arrest some people, I'd arrest the kid that threw the bottle at my car. If I could arrest some people.
No, he don't. So I'm telling him the narrative that was spent this whole time. Like you were
the
there.
narrative is false. You can't keep.
But I just broke it down to him in real simple layman terms. This is what they see.
Try this out. Try this out, Jimmy.
This guy, black guy, shot by a white cop. Here comes this black alderman, and they don't understand that you can't be out there riled up with the troops. Like, yeah, that cop was wrong. I was out there. I was out there Sunday when it happened. I was out there Monday. I was out there Tuesday. I was out there. What? Most definitely was.
Okay. I'm down.
What's
Jermaine,
your take?
let me tell you a story. I don't want. Here's the story. There are 2 speedways in my district, 28th Avenue and 32nd Avenue. There is no stop signs between 45th and Washington Road. People zoom through there, right? And it took forever to get a stop sign on 28th Avenue and 40th, where unfortunately the man was shot. It took forever to get that stop sign in there. But we fought for it and we got it in there. Now I'm
Yeah, it's on the same street, basically. 20th and 36th.
28th Avenue, where the power lines are over there in the big field. And the kid was shot on 40th Street.
No, there's 2 speedways in that district, in your district?
Okay, I'm sorry. Race. Back up.
They're both red. I knew what you meant. They're both red.
No. Let me back up. They drive fast on those 2 streets.
Okay.
They drive fast on 32nd Avenue. I said speedway like a raceway, like a race. Okay. I just said racetrack. I'm sorry, Jermaine. So on 32nd Avenue and 28th Avenue, I got these 2 streets, no stop signs, and they can drive as fast as they want from 45th Street all the way over to Watto, right? And so we got a stop sign up on 28th. As long as we've been fighting for that, we've been fighting for one on 32nd Avenue. I finally got it on the agenda. I walked all of 32nd Avenue. Okay, you say you don't see me in the district. I walked to every house in 32nd Avenue and said, hey, We're trying to put in a stop sign. I need your help. And I think I might even have one of the flyers here. Hold on. I might have the flyers here. And I said, I need your help. And this is the flyer that I passed out at every door. So all I was asking for was, please call this number and tell them how dangerous it is out here. Okay? Of course, I don't have one handy when I need it.
You handed them all out.
Aha! No, I got the template. Okay? I got the template. Here we go. Okay?
Stop sign.
I handed these out. Okay? In here is the date of the meeting, the time of the meeting, the phone number to get the meeting, what we're trying to do, right? And then who to call. Okay? Knowledge. Who to call. Call these people and tell them how bad it is in our district so they can say yes. I did that. You know how many people called into the meeting?
I was gonna guess if not very few, slim to none.
None.
People vote for the things that they care about, and
you don't care about speeding cars when your children play. This is the number one complaint I have over there. Wait. That's the number one complaint I have. But that's okay. That's okay because that's my job to get it passed. Them calling was the sprinkle on the Sunday. I had done my work already, but I wanted them to be involved. It passed, okay? But the recommendation was for it not to pass. And I did my work, and I lobbied them, and the stop sign's going to go in. That's how I work my district all the time. Medical marijuana. Remember when we had that medical marijuana referendum?
Yeah.
I walked my district passing out flyers all over the district saying, vote for this. We need this. This is important. 36th Avenue, 38th Avenue, 37th Avenue, 42nd, 43rd, 40th, all over the district. I put these things out. I walk my district all the time. So when you tell me you haven't seen me, I walk the district for Obamacare. I put Obamacare coaches in the transit building, put computers in there, so that you can all you have to do is walk over to the transit building, and we're going to sign you up for Obamacare. When I was doing that, that's when the kid threw the bottle at me, by the way, because I knocked down his door, and knew the FIMI, and I said, I'm your alderman, and he got upset, and that situation is threw a bottle. It stopped me from doing the rest of the doors in that district. Jermaine, I do the work. And when they say they don't see me, that's like me hanging out at your bar and say, you know what? I don't see them bartenders at Spanky's. Well, not at Spanky's. I'm at your bar. I do the work. And when that narrative, and I will defend it to my last breath. If you give me a chance to talk about it, I will tell you these things. And I don't say you, second person plural. But today, when that person walked into my feed didn't have enough respect for what I was doing, and every word that came out of my mouth was like, so what? So what? Okay, man. And like I was accused before, you ain't throwing no barbecues for the hood. That's not my skill set. Now, I wrote checks to support back to school stuff. I wrote checks to support the street closings. I wrote checks to help buy food for when Reverend Monroe Mitchell did his programs. I don't like going out there and putting that out there and saying, this is what I done, this is what I done. Okay? But I wrote those checks. So I ain't street, but I'll support those people who are doing things.
This is the thing.
You didn't listen.
I heard you loud and clear, and I'm pretty sure everybody appreciates everything you've done.
I would take your help, Jermaine. Well, if you lay out a plan on how to do it, I'll be there. I'll take your help.
That's right there.
That
I don't like dealing. Me and Ray had this discussion. I have to learn and deal with politics now. But this is why we're doing this stuff for people like Anthony Kennedy. Right now, it's imperative. I didn't know. I had lack of knowledge at first too. See how that worked? Do you see how that worked? I had lack of knowledge too at first.
So I
here's the
think you just
bottom
nailed it
line.
on the head. Got to get people in the same room, start talking about it.
That's it.
Here's the bottom line, Jermaine.
I can understand
That's
why
their
you feel that.
reality. That's their reality, and I have to address their reality. If I'm going to do this better, I got to address their reality. It really does bother me when they say I haven't done anything, but that's their reality.
Not me. That's not me.
I know. No, second person plural. I know. And you're right. I have to listen to their reality versus my truth. I don't know how to do that. I'm going to be honest with you. If you can do this, if you can put 5 people every day and do this, I'll do this for an hour, 2 hours, But the only thing I ask is, let's do it in ways that are civilized, and let's do it in ways that is productive.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Without a doubt. There is no other way to do it. Absolutely. So with that being said,
when you come and tell me, I'm listening.
Would you be willing to have a discussion with that certain gentleman that's been trying to confront you? Okay. Because you know what? Me and him don't see eye to eye, but hey, I'm with it.
I'm going to tell you something.
It's not no beef there.
I was talking to someone, and they told me you ain't a boss. And I'm like, you're right. I'm not. I didn't do boss school. I don't have a boss education. I don't have a degree in bossism. Okay, you're right. I said, and here's what I said. I'm not a boss. I try to do the work. I said, talk to the owner of Red Zone and see if I kept my word with him. He said, oh, okay. I'm going to go check him out and see if he verifies that you kept your word. That's what he said, right?
Uh-huh.
He said, quote, fuck that motherfucker. He don't give me no paychecks. I don't need to talk to that bitch ass motherfucker.
Pertaining to the Red Zone owner.
My point was,
that's fine.
Don't listen to me. Don't listen to what I have to say. Go talk to the people I've done the work for. And Jermaine, I want you to tell people, that Anthony is an asshole. He thinks he knows every fucking thing, but he'll keep his word. Don't be Anthony's press agent. Be the agent for the work that I have done. Let the work speak for itself.
I agree.
What I did for you, I didn't do it because I liked you. I didn't do it. You deserve equal protection under the law. And our law are the ordinances that govern your taxes. You deserve that, God. That's your right. So me engaging you wasn't because I liked you, because there was no special favor to you. It was because you deserve that. That's your right.
Also,
and I
was willing to listen to you guys and listen to suggestions and listen to KPD and all that stuff. So let's just throw that in there too. Like I wasn't just some naive person. Like we're talking about some of these people that didn't want to listen.
You weren't. So you weren't a naive person. And the fact that you're still in business says that you are an adaptive motherfucker, man. You learned, they threw you in the deep end and you learned to swim quick. And that's a testament to who you are. I'm not willing to go around and talk about Jermaine. I'm willing to talk about his commitment to what he does. I'm not going to say you're a good guy, right? But I'm going to say the guy was honest with me. I'm going to say that. I said, when I dealt with him, when he gave me his word, he did what we asked him to do. And then I say that in a meeting all the time. You can't take this man's license because he did what we asked him to do. And when the vote came down, who stood with you?
Absolutely.
All right, so help me out here. How do we move forward? Like
we need more.
We can do this.
I heard that already.
You heard that a lot of that.
Right? I heard that over and over. So how do we move forward?
Let's do this. Bring some of these. Let's set this up, man. Let's set this up with 5-6 people to do it a couple of times a week because I got to address their reality. And that's the hard part for me. And so I'm willing to do it.
I think I can make this thing happen real fast.
Okay, then. So let's make it happen real fast.
We had somebody on the show yesterday that has an attachment to that situation.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's make it happen. Let's find out who's who.
You know,
That's the
because
simplest way.
it must be horrible, and this is the hard part. It must be horrible to see the only black alderman up until 2 weeks ago and think that that person ain't on your side. I can't. That has to be a horrible thing. And
to say that it doesn't bother me to see people talk about you, honestly, at this point, it does. I don't have no problem coming forward. And I'm not speaking for nobody else but my feelings. And what
speak
I
on
know.
your feelings. Ray is right there. Don't speak on your feelings.
Nah, I'm going to, because that's my character. I'm going to speak for my feelings and what I know of you as a person. And that's the same thing in the body of work you've done. Those all tie in together.
I'm doing some stuff with Mr. Bennett, and Mr. Bennett and I did not see eye to eye when we first started engaging with each other. But there was a dedication that that man showed that I found to be amazing. And when he stepped in front of that Black Lives Matter demonstration at the public safety building and he spoke and he controlled that crowd in a way that I was impressed with, I said, I'm going to work with this guy. I don't have to like him, but I damn sure admire what he did and his determination. And we have found there's a couple of areas where we can work in conjunction with each other. I'm not buying into everything that's Greg Bennett. Okay, I'm not buying into everything that's Mr. Bennett. But when the situation came up with the Patrick Giuliani resigning, I called Mr. Bennett. I said, "Okay, sir, you know the neighborhood. Who should we talk to?" And Mr. Bennett said, "Go talk to Shayna Griffin." That's the first thing he said. Go talk to Shayna Griffin. I didn't ask him, is she okay? I didn't ask him, what's she about? I'm going to trust his assessment of her. And I went and talked to her, just like he said. Now, there's other things that me and Greg just don't agree on. But where those areas that we're going to have agreement, I'm going to do my best to work with him. And you know what? He was absolutely right. It was a great choice. It was a great choice. And now we got to put our arms around her and elevate, and protect her and elevate her and help her out. But I didn't say, are you sure? I don't know who this woman is. I didn't say any of that. And he can attest to this. He said, go talk to Shayna Griffin. And I went and talked to her. You know, the work is way too important, Jermaine. We can't be fighting over these little scraps that they throw at us and be happy about it. Okay? We got to stop doing that. Look, how many people are watching? Seriously, Ray?
I think you killed my last two people.
Good. Okay, so here we go. Let me tell you about the Redevelopment Authority. Let me tell you a story. The Redevelopment Authority has a budget, and once they approve the budget, they can spend it any way they want. They don't have to come back to the council for it, right? It is an amazing little thing that you don't need council approval. Kathy Marks and Everett Butler knew the power of the Redevelopment Authority, and they worked that thing, and I learned from them. And I got to a point where I almost had control of it. And I say control not by people who were answerable to me and I told them how to vote. I put people on there who cared about our district, the 10th district, who cared about it and wanted to see the plan for the Redevelopment Authority worked. That plan was put in place whenever Butler was there. And so I had 4 people on there, 4 of my choices. 4 people, that's it, game over. We control that thing. That's a $5 million budget that we were controlling. And I didn't tell these people, you're on there and you better listen to me. These were just good people who know the neighborhood and knew what needed to be done. And I trusted their ability to do the job. I didn't have to do any more. I didn't call them up and say, hey, on item number 2, vote no. Item number 3, vote yes. Never said that. Through a series of circumstances, my appointments either dropped off or lost their election or whatever. And I don't have that. I have a couple of people on there who still believe in it and they're working their asses off, but it's a lot harder because they got to build that consensus instead of coming there with 3 like-minded people plus that person. I never told anyone about this. This wasn't some plan that I laid out. This was just something I did because no one else was paying attention to it. Nobody else was paying attention to it, man. No one. And so if you got the 4 votes, then you control that $5 million budget. And you don't have to talk to nobody else about it. That's the great thing. We approve it, you ain't got to talk to nobody else, man. It was a great minute. It was a great moment, man. I had it. It was there. And then I lost it. That, I think, is how power is used in this city. That's how you display power. The barbecues are important. The backpack giveaways are important. All those things are important. It's just not my way of how to do things. You don't want me doing something I don't know how to do. You don't want me doing that. You want me doing the things I know how to do. I'm gonna talk 2 hours about process, dude. About freaking wonky process, and I'm even halfway through.
I can see them things going hand in hand together. I can see those things going hand in hand together. Just me thinking and listening to you talk. How come when Anthony Kennedy wanted this here, when they were doing the barbecue and everybody was out, he was out there for a minute and he gave a speech talking about what he's proposing. We need more of that.
I will go anywhere that people invite me to, right? And if we can set this up and do this with 4 or 5 people that think I ain't crap, all right. And this is exactly what I proposed to the mayor. And I said, look, we got to have these town hall meetings. We got to have people being able to speak to administration, police administration, county administration in ways that they can hear it. And I know if we put 100 people up to talk, 15 of them are going to be like, you know what the police did to my cousin Mookie? You know what they did to what they did to my baby's mama? You know what they did? You're going to get that story. That's fine. That is fine.
That could also be flipped around on the emergency meetings during their discussing if the aldermen and the alderpersons are going to wear face masks if they come back in council, like in City Hall building. Like, man, who needs to hear this right now? Open the building back up first off so the people can speak and look people directly in the eyes. Number one, I mean, I was a victim of a hearing over a telephone, which I wasn't able to invite my people out, and they wasn't able to speak and really say, hey, here, dial this long number right here, punch in this code, you know. But I'm good with it. Like you said, I'm doing fine. So I'm gonna move past that. But these are things they need to get that city hall back open. They need to get that back flowing. I mean, COVID's not going nowhere. Suggesting everybody wear a mask, and you know, I guess
we passed the mask ordinance for council, and the next common council meeting, the next regular common council meeting should be in the building.
So, okay, are the residents, the community allowed in? Probably sure to know the answer to that already.
I believe so, as long as you have a mask, and we will not overpack that room like we used to do for like awards and stuff. So whatever the number is, that's where the cutoff is, unfortunately.
That's fair.
It would be nice if there was like speakers in the hallway or something to broadcast the sound and things, but I don't think we're at that level of sophistication. Whatever the council chamber's new numbers will hold, that's it. And I can't speak to what that number is.
Y'all gotta call in tech guys and get y'all website together. Y'all are far away from getting speakers out in the hallway when the city site crashes. So Got to get
Well,
that
come on.
together.
Wait. Remember you go to church on Easter Sunday and all them people show up you ain't never seen before, and you would put them chairs in the aisle, and then you put them chairs downstairs in the fellowship hall. You know that
But
we
Anthony,
have to.
you know better than I do. He's not my favorite person, the mayor, but he's built this city up, and the people have came economically. He's done a great job. That's it. His voice, he should have been on he would have been good for on the financing and budgeting committee. Great asset. You know, there's like the NFL. There's some head coaches that become they're head coaches, but they're really good defensive coordinators, but their team can't put up points. Well, I use that. That's how
You're
I
right.
feel about
You're right. The mayor is amazing with the money. He's a wizard. If you could just spend a week with him in the office and watch this man in action, it is amazing to watch. He is the master. He is the master of financial. He understands financial instruments like no one else, and he's really good working one-on-one people. He'll work you until you get the idea, and you actually think it was your idea. That's how good this man is in reference to that one-on-one.
Right. So why does people build this city up? So why do people talk about Kenosha like it's a small little place? Because it's not. It's far from small. It's far from a small city anymore. You know,
Kenosha is not a small city, but it still has small town-minded people. Unfortunately,
exactly. I agree with you. I couldn't agree more. So that was my thing the whole time when I would go on council and say, "You guys are drumming up this city, drumming up residents." Like, who was that speaking? I heard him. I heard you earlier saying the $1,500. The cost of living here then went through the roof. I mean, all these factories we got, you can walk in. If you can't get a job in Kenosha, you're just a flat out bum. We all agree this, right?
You can get a job
and making great money, at least $20 an hour. I know pretty much anybody can walk
17
in.
for sure.
Yeah. Okay, that's real nice. So, with that being said, drumming up this this is where I look at the mayor and the chief said, "You guys are building this city up really big. It looks really good and nice, but are you ready for what's coming with it?" Also, okay, now boom, back-to-back shooting here, shooting before the officer involved shooting here, shooting there, shooting here, shooting there. They don't
Let's take
know
your
how.
business. Let's take your business for example. The small town thinking is a bar, right? That's where old men sit there and they nurse their beer and they got their shot and they shake the dice. That's a bar. They shake or dice, and when the Packer game comes on, we're gonna bake some Sprots, and then we're gonna have us card, and that's a bar. What you're running? Oh no, that is not a bar. That is not what we want in our city. But what you're running would fit real well into a bigger city easily. Would be absorbed without a problem. You are bringing a level of entertainment that this town has never seen before. If the town gets to where the mayor wants it to be, right? Where's my camera? So we're here. We're trying to get here.
Right.
Are you ready for all the things that this here brings? And your place is like an example of that. Okay, we're gonna bring young urban professionals into this town, right? We're gonna build you something so that you can make that Chicago money, but live in that Kenosha dollar, and that's a good thing to do, right? But now, I got this young urban professional. He wants a sophisticated place to go. He gonna go to Feck's place? He gonna go to Interlude? Does he gonna feel comfortable at Why Not? He's gonna feel comfortable at Sazzy's? I know that staff at Sazzy's will do their best to make him feel comfortable. They ain't gonna snub him. Or he's gonna come over here and hang out with his people in a nice place. But that's not a bar, though. A bar is where these old men stay there and drink their beer and shake the dice. So you have a big city mindset about what Red Zone can be. Kenosha still has a small mindset of what Red Zone should be. Trying to get those two things together, you need to hire old men for shaker dice at your bar, man. That's
Yeah, I mean,
Monday night.
I was well ahead of the curve. Even when I did sit down, I had discussions with you, and I did sit down with Inspector Hanchy, and I suggested, like you see in the bigger cities, them putting a off-duty police officer at the door or on duty. We can't technically be on duty, but off duty and still reporting to his that local
No,
agency.
here's what's interesting about what you're saying. There's a model for it. You know where the model is? In the schools. There's a model. The school resource officer is an employee of the city, even though he retains his police authority. There was a problem back in 2006 that school resource officers, that the Unified was allowing discipline problems to be held by the school resource officer. So what that meant was, you mess up, you walking out with a ticket, as opposed to schools that didn't have school resource officers. You mess up, you're getting a suspension. You're gonna get, and so part of that mediation agreement I told you about is, when a police officer is working for the Kenosha Unified School District, they are under their rules, policies, and procedures, and in turn, they have to follow the Unified's discipline process.
So you see how close I'm looking? I'm good with that. I thought I was doing that the whole time. I think everybody would be content with that. In these other cities, Racine, they do it already. And I look at Kenosha like a more sophisticated city. So why can't we do it? I mean, they do have this already going on there. And this is something that I pitch. So before the lies can get told, before anything can get told, but we even got to go through, I need this surveillance, Skippy. I know we had that officer right here. Let me talk to him. If the bar did something wrong, yes, they are reprimanded. There's not a problem with that when you have nothing to hide, right? There shouldn't be.
I learned something about myself earlier tonight. Mr. Bennett talked to me about an idea, and I told him, you can't do it. And I gave him all the reasons why you couldn't do it. And then I stopped, and I said, you know what, Mr. Bennett? Here's how you do it. It's hard, but I gave him all the reasons he couldn't do it versus how you can do it. And the path that I laid out to him is a really, really difficult path. But I said, I'm going to give you these contact information, and this is where you start. I realized that my first thing can't be no. What you're asking for in reference to the police officers in the bars, it's hard. It's not impossible. And one of the things I always ask is, when I ask my city employees for something, am I asking for something that's hard or something impossible? If I'm asking for something impossible, I can't expect you to succeed if I'm asking for something impossible. If I'm asking you to do something hard, now maybe we get paid to do hard. We don't get paid to do impossible. So what you're asking for, I can tell you all the reasons why it won't work. But I just told you the model.
Can't and won't ain't in my vocabulary.
But the model is the school resource officer. We see how that entity, the police, works with a different entity. So it's hard. I ain't gonna tell you this is easy, but there's possibly a way to do it. And that's the thing I got to start working on more. I got to start figuring out, tell you the yes, but then tell you how hard that yes is. I've been talking to somebody.
If our
I've been talking
to that is not too much different from us, like I said, I look at Kenosha a little bit more sophisticated. But if our neighboring city is doing it, why is it so hard for us to do it?
Part of it might be an awareness situation. We're not aware of it. But the fact that they're doing it in Racine, it's a real simple matter. Let's go talk to the chief. What's the policy? What's the procedure? How did you authorize this under state law, state chapter? And then we just literally steal their ordinance, take the name Racine out, put it in Kenosha, and try to get it passed.
There you go.
That's how easy it is. If a
it's
municipality,
why not? Why wouldn't it? You can't sit up here and say I don't trust my officers. You know, there's no reason for it.
There it is. You can't say I don't. I might not trust Mr. Coates, and I might not trust any of his security, but now I don't trust my sworn police officer.
Right.
Now, if I had to count votes today, if your name is on it,
that ship is hit.
if it comes from the Tavern League, 17 votes.
You know what? That's another thing I want to
I
do.
know how much you-
Build
and
my
I-
own league. Build
I know
my
how
own
much-
league. Because the Tavern League, you know what they told me when I came into business? Do not
play that kind of music.
There you go.
You
Why
told
could
me.
you tell somebody that. So that's the issue for me. I believe I made progress as a minority owner because when CBS 58 came and did an interview, they said no hip hop allowed. And on record, not Alderman Kennedy saying it, but there was Alderman asking, and you know this personally, before Red
It's
Zone.
almost like
Why is the question? It's not no more. Now think about this, Kennedy. This is no longer no more, and this is due to me in a situation. When you turned in that application, they would always ask you, what kind of music are you going to play?
we almost want you to lie. We almost want you to lie. We almost want you to lie, right? We're almost putting you in a position where you're gonna lie. If you went in there and turned on the boom box and said, we're gonna play this, you know, and we'd be like, oh, what? But you come in there, you almost make these applicants lie about what they're gonna do. And that is not right.
Right. There you go. Why? Why should you have? And that has changed now. So that you don't hear that too much no more after that, because that news pulled up from Milwaukee and said, hey, are you guys really denying people a license if they're telling you they're going to play hip hop, but granting them license if they're going to play country and rock? And yeah, they were doing that. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. So
there was
some
a piece
changes have been made, and there's still tweaks to it.
Okay, I got it. I'm back. There's 156 licensed establishments in the city of Kenosha, or 156 licenses for, let's call them bar licenses. Not all 156 belong to the Tavern League. Okay? What if there's a new Tavern League in town called the Kenosha Bar Owners Alliance, right?
Exactly.
And then you go get your lawyer, because I'm sure he needs some billable hours. You get your lawyer, you set it up as a 501c3, and now the Kenosha Bar Owners Alliance are a lobbying group now. And if there's 156 establishments, and let's say 15 of them are Tavern League members, that leaves 141 that you can go talk to.
Yeah.
They don't want, hey, they don't want to play, they don't want to let you into their club, then build your own club.
Yep. That was my thought a long time ago. I think I ran that past you guys. So, yeah. Ray looks
Build
tired.
your own club.
It looks like he has to, like he's out past curfew.
Ray looked
Ray don't
like
get
he ain't got no purpose here, and Ray ain't ate all day. Ray,
when the chef was here and he was just prepping for tomorrow, and man, we had to tweak the hours. I'm if they go these 21 days, I'm just gonna go on vacation here, okay? Because they were going around for 21 days. I'm just gonna go on vacation, Kennedy. If you guys put the state of emergency on us for 21
what you got there? What you got?
Potato chips.
Okay.
Potato chips.
If you guys put the state of emergency on us for 21 more days, I'm gonna just go on vacation, man.
I don't care nothing about no potato chips. So you think there's a McDonald's open in town?
Nope. You don't have to find one of them backdoor kitchens, Ray.
Yeah.
I got him. He don't even know that I got him.
For real?
Yeah.
I thought dude left. Okay.
No, I got something over there in the container.
All right, cool. Well, I'll tell you this, man. I'm good that the city stay quiet.
When you're on this screen and we're here, best believe it'll be a lot of viewers on this screen. So we won't be saying.
Well, it probably won't be 3 a.m. And let's give people credit.
Man,
they was going
a big shot. Now we are gonna have to probably chase him down at the time we're doing it. We're gonna have to set up an appointment, call him, set that, lock that in. I mean, he's not. It's not good with hey man, don't forget Friday. You got a console.
Earlier, I think I asked him who did he have an interview with. He's like, I can't even keep up. I'm like, all right, it's like that now.
Here's my sheet, Ray. I had to make up this sheet, man.
Oh wow. Okay. So you doing it like that, huh? I look like the bathroom schedule at the fast food restaurant. Got to get cleaned every hour.
So before we go, quick question. One last question. Attorney General and Michael Gravely come out and they say that Jacob.
We were having such a good time. We were having such a good time.
They say he admitted to having a knife. Now the family attorney says this is not true. So we don't even really have to talk about. Did you read both of these things? Well, I'm sure you read the one from the state.
No, I have not. I'm going to be honest with you.
I watched it.
So me bringing this point up, it just makes it worse for the city. This thing just drags on and on and on now. It just seems I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. I mean,
even the way they was talking, it was still confusing to me because other people inferred what they wanted to hear, but they said it like he acknowledged that he said he had it. Right. That's what I heard them say.
It doesn't.
So why you? So here's the thing. The fact that you're saying it that way, that makes me feel like he ain't got a knife.
Right.
What do you mean he admitted that he said?
That I was trying to understand the same thing.
What does that mean?
I was trying to understand if they said that the caller said.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like, okay, he ain't have nothing. What do you even say that he said he had something?
As he was walking to the car, I got a knife on me, but I'm walking to the car.
Or maybe when he was high on painkillers from having 8 holes in him, maybe he mumbled, and that's what they translated it as. I don't know. Because that language right there, that makes me feel like, yeah, you trying to.
I'll tell you this, Kenny.
But I really don't care. I don't care what he said.
You know why? For all of us, especially the minorities, because the light is not at the end of the tunnel. With that being said, I mean, this is on.
I fundamentally disagree with you. The last thing I hold on to out of Pandora's box is hope, man. I have faith, and I gotta believe that what I'm doing is going to matter. I have faith that is light in the tunnel, man, or I wouldn't do what I'm doing. I would love to talk to you. I'd love to talk to you about people who have no faith, who think that this is their only life, and they are living their only life right now, right? Not understanding that there is a life beyond life, right? And if you know that this life isn't this life is important, but it's not the only life you have. And I think the streets, and this is my opinion, has a fascination with death that's almost cult-like. And
I would say what happened 2 nights ago now was it 2 nights ago? Last night. This
night.
morning.
Well, now we going
Right,
in.
that-
Yeah.
So I think it was kind of a wake-up call. Like, hey, I could just be out here kind of, as they say, loafing now, and this guy could just come up to me and blow me away. No matter how tough I am, you know, a lot of people, what I woke up and read is a lot of people was naive to the gun law. So a lot of them gained knowledge with that happening. I mean, the outsiders that were coming in town, like, hold on, these guys in Wisconsin are just running around with rifles and stuff like that. So I wouldn't agree with that. I think that kind of deterred a lot of people seeing that. You know, no matter how tough you are.
I'm not speaking in reference to the demonstrators.
Being a minority now, you already got to worry about the police. One, now you got to worry about white supremacists. So that stuck in a lot of people's head. That image of that guy shooting all them people, the minorities that you're talking about in the hood that you say that's fascinated with death. Oh, it shook them. Trust me, it shook them.
Hey, can I read something to you?
Sure.
I wrote this yesterday. This blackness is my birthright. I just want to lay this blackness down for a little bit. Let me walk just a little bit without this cross of blackness. I know this blackness is mine. I'm not trying to discard it. I just need to lay it down and take a few steps without it. I will not abandon my birthright. I just need a rest from my blackness. That's what I was feeling, man. I was feeling like, man, I just want to take a rest, man. I own this blackness. It's me. This is mine. I get it. It's my birthright. It's my path. I will walk this path, but can someone just take it for a few minutes? Can you just take it for a few minutes, man?
I can only imagine. You know why? You've been alderman in this city for how long? And I've been a minority owner at this establishment for 2 years, and it feels like 30 years.
Dude, being black is detrimental to your health, man. To my health, man. It is. You got to be black all the freaking time, man. And that's what I was feeling. I was just like, look, man, I don't mind. This is my path. This is my cross to bear. I get it, but can I just get a minute? Can someone just take it for a minute, man?
And see, why I can bridge the gap, Ray, and I can feel a lot of his pain. What do you think that I deal with in here? Do you think that I got the most best, nice patrons? I mean, we already know what liquor does to everybody. So you don't think they come in here like, hey, you don't think they talk to my security when we're doing events and we're having a good time and it's a good crowd, and you don't think they come up and say, you bitch ass.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. I've said this in open meetings. I've said it in private discussions. It should not be criminal to be young, black, and want to drink in Kenosha. That shouldn't be a criminal enterprise, right? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's codified in the Declaration of Independence. Okay? This is not a constitutional right as codified in the Constitution, but it is part of our Declaration of Independence. So that shouldn't be a criminal enterprise. And so I always think about the market. The market will provide a solution. So here's my question. Here's my question to you. And you're the owner and you know how to run a bar better than me. What if a bar was a private club? Private.
Okay.
Back in the Playboy days, they gave you a key.
Right.
Right? You had a key to the Playboy mansion, you could get in. Mm-hmm. So now we got this electronic sophistication stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And it's X amount of dollars to be a member of this bar, the membership bar, right? And I'm going to give you a card, a magnetic card with your information on it, and that card is going to open the door. You can't get in without that card. You, and I'm thinking along the lines of the Moose Club a little bit here. All right. Now, members get privileges, right? Whatever the privileges are that are allowed, whatever you can do under state law, members get privileges. But that means you know every single person that's in your bar because they had the key card to get in. It's exclusive, right? Is that a model that could work, or I got my head up my ass?
No,
But I'm not.
it sounds slick and it's real nice and it's real cool and it really could work. But the one key part in that is necessarily you don't know everybody. Now, if I give Ray 5 of those keys and say, hey, Ray, bring your best buddies out with you that you trust and is going to have a good time and they're ladies, it can work that way.
Okay. So I'm a member, right? And as a member, I get 4 people to come in per quarter for whatever, per period. And they come in for free. My other guests, once I use that up, that's a $25 admission for my other guests, right? But I got to sign my guests in. You know everyone that's there because they've all used the magnetic reader, so you know everyone who's there. And then you got your guest log. So And of course, it's going to be high class and nice and dress code, and you're going to have a man at the door with a tuxedo. We're going to give them that Hollywood experience in Kenosha because it's a private club.
Ray, he hasn't been in here since I redid this place. He's got to come check it out. New floors, new furniture. You got to check it out. So, with that being said, it's kind of
here's the thing. Concierge service. You have a concierge. Her name is Consuela. She's beautiful, man. She's 6'2". She got a slinky dress. And you're going to call Consuela and say, hey, I'm coming to the club tonight. I want a pack of, I need 3 packs of Cubans for my friends. I need this and this and this. So you already know what your money's going to be because Consuela is going to be your concierge.
That's that big city talk. He's been hanging out with John a lot. Are they ready for that? I mean, they will be smooth and cool, but guess what? There's still everybody. It's still going to bring the attraction of people like, what's going on in there? Now you got people just out there like, I want to go inside of there and I can't get in there.
You're right. It's a private club, but here's your admission. You're right. And here's the thing. Here's what gets crazy for me. Joe Blow shows up, gives you the application. You run a little credit check on Joe Blow. He gonna sign off on that. So you run a little credit check on Joe Blow, and you run a little background check on Joe Blow. You ain't got to go deep on him. Oh man, this man's rolling thick. He is gold level member, right? This guy, nah, you know what, brother? You bronze, man. But you can work your way to gold if you buy enough, do enough. You bronze right now, bro. Right? My background check says, oh boy, got something in 2019, 2020, 2018, 2017. Hey, that's not the element you want in there. You have not met our qualification for membership. We will give you a probationary membership. So you can come in one time and take a look at things and stuff, but you have not met our membership criteria. But please apply again. And there's, of course, a fee for applying. There's a fee for applying. There's a fee to walk in the door. There's a fee for it. We go make it a Hollywood experience, man. That's my vision for a bar, man. It's
not a bad one. It's a great one. It's big city. It's big city aspirations.
It needs big city money.
Yeah, I mean, can it happen? Yeah, I mean, at the snap of a finger. Hey, you know what? I had a guy come to me, and he said this. He said, "Hey, man, I want to go into business with you." This guy is a successful business owner in Kenosha. He's a successful business owner in Kenosha already, and not in this market at all. It's never been in it. And I'm a friend of his. I've done work for him.
Mhm.
One of my family members actually runs his business. So he comes and he says, I want to get into this type of stuff with you. And I said, well, he says, let's go get a bigger building. That's what he says. He says, let's go get a bigger building. I said, man, I think I'm doing okay. But if the city, and I think I have my attorney look at this stuff, and y'all gonna say I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. I said, if we can build from the ground up, and I know the ordinance is a certain amount of distance from the school and a certain amount of distance from residential. So you should know where I'm going with this. A strip club. He already knew where I was going with this, Ray. But you can have a strip club just like that. If you go down to Silk, downtown Milwaukee, it's almost like everything that you just explained. So it's my thoughts. There's a lot of money in that.
I would support a strip club. I would support a strip. Oh, I didn't hear it. What was the question?
You think NBA's about to shut down over all this?
That's what hey, man, we're in trouble in this city. We're in trouble. That's all I say. Hey, I'm with you, Kennedy. I'm keeping hope, but right now I just don't see the light. And now with them conflicting stories, I really don't see the light. Tomorrow we'll wake up, and today we'll wake up, and it'll be ramped up more because the story is now going to be national that Kenosha is lying and they're trying to cover up for this cop. And the family attorney says different from what Kenosha, the criminal investigation and our district attorney is saying. So we're going to have to deal with that. And just as a resident of Kenosha, who wants this?
No one.
I don't.
Mr. Coates, I'm. Let's suppose Kenosha's lying. Okay, let's give you that.
Hypothetically.
No. That means, first of all, I can't lie. Okay, wait, let's stop because I'm getting defensive. I'm gonna try this a different way.
The best thing I did see is the feds opened it up. Gravely asked for it to be opened up, and the feds did take it and open it up.
What benefit does Kenosha have to get the state to compromise their integrity? Kenosha's going to lie, but Kenosha didn't investigate it. So I got to get, all of us got to be complacent right here at this level, right? All of us got to be complacent. Let's get our story straight. And then we got to get the state to be complacent with our lie. I can't see a criminal mastermind being able to pull that off. And so now they're going to compromise their integrity because they have to, because of Michael Bell, they got to investigate all police shootings in Wisconsin, all police shootings, right? So what is the end game for that lie? What is the end game? Because when the lie is discovered,
is he asking me that as a question? Because I got an answer for it.
I'm listening.
I don't know. Was it rhetorical or a question?
No, it's a question.
It defends the racism.
For how long, though?
It defends the racism. It defends the.
But if it's a lie, for how long?
Okay, so that's it. I got this lie. We got our story together. We've compromised the integrity of the investigating outside party, and this lie is going to last how long?
No, it's how long has this lie been lasting for? And how long has this been going on for? That will be the purpose and the intention on that. at a city level.
Well, it's not a city level. That's the point.
Well,
It's state level.
But he asked the question: What would they?
But see, that's the thing. I've had to get my act together, right? And then I have to convince this state agency to compromise their process, policy, and procedure. And now the lie is established. How long do we keep the lie? So it's like my girl asked me, "You ever slept with anybody?" Define sleep. Define somebody. How long do I keep that lie going? And then the girl shows up pregnant, and the baby come out look like me. We go to Maury and pop off the envelope. Anthony, you are the father. How long does the lie, once that lie is discovered, using this fictional scenario, once that lie is discovered, no police shooting can ever be investigated by that third party anymore.
I agree with that.
I don't think.
How long do we have to go through that process? I mean, that's what we don't want. These people already. We saw what happened in Minnesota. Expedited immediately.
Well, right now we're beating the clock. Minnesota took 3 days to get National Guard out.
No, I'm talking about as far as decision on what they were going to do with the officer.
So what was the clock for Minnesota?
When's the last time the Kenosha police shot somebody and killed them?
17 years ago? No. What are we talking about? That's Bell. No. Torres?
Aaron
No.
Seiler.
Okay. Yep. So that's about 8 years ago, 7 years ago. Both of those were justified. Outside investigations, both of them were justified. So let's just say let's be real conservative here. Let's say 5 years. Kenosha police officers have not killed anybody in 5 years. Who killed somebody in that same period of time? That white boy killed somebody. Kenosha police officers have not killed anybody. So this narrative of they're bloodthirsty, knocking niggas' heads and killing niggas is supported by what? Well, how is it supported? When is the last time the police officer killed somebody?
Let me ask you a question. Let me tell you, and I know you read, I know you hear, and I know you see what's going on. Think about this, Anthony. Be honest with yourself. How many shootings did you guys have in the past few years in reference to this year alone? Probably more than Kenosha's ever seen. And what does that do?
So,
what does that
there's
do
a
to
data for that.
cops? What does that do to these tough white cops?
I want to hear him. What you got to say?
There's data for that. There's a shots fired committee. Michael Gravely has that information. I can show. He hasn't released it to me, but Andy Berg is on that committee. There's a shots fired committee. That data is there. I can tell you, cops don't like concealed carry. Cops don't like open carry. They don't want to be in an environment where more bullets are coming towards them. When is the last time Kenosha officers killed somebody?
He didn't answer the question about the statistics of the shootings going on. And
he said he don't have the numbers. So I heard him say that. He doesn't have
the numbers are available.
Well,
but
so
the numbers are available.
But yeah, okay. So are you thinking that there's been a significant uptick?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I know for sure, 100%.
Okay.
I mean, come on now. We got shooting at this bar, shooting at this country bar. This guy comes out of this bar, he gets his head blown off.
Well, so, I know there's individual events.
But now we're just talking about those for instances. Now all the shootings going on one night. Mr.
Cook.
There was what? 4 or 5 shootings They used the city bus to lock all them people up in one night.
I'm
So,
going to give you the argument. I'll give you the argument. A lot of shots have been fired. People are shooting more. But that tells me that my police officers, and I say my, I have a sense of ownership over the system. And someone got mad about that. It ain't yours. Okay.
they don't understand it.
But so we put these guys in an environment that's more dangerous because there's more shots being fired, right? So they're working in an environment that's more dangerous. If you're working in a more dangerous environment, you're going to be more cautious. If you know this is a dangerous environment, then why are you doing the things to provoke a dangerous, skittish person? If we believe that, so that the cop that was shot, right? The cop that was shot
was shot or he shot.
Yeah, I left that shooting out. My
They
by
both.
the way, in the great neighborhood of Red Zone happened right around the corner.
Oh,
from
the
Red
car
Zone.
theft, the one right. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead. Go on.
Yeah,
So-
Our Gary, Indiana boy,
the one right around
Yeah.
the corner from Red
or Indiana boy.
Great neighborhood
I
over
don't-
here. Yeah.
I don't understand how that man gets to Gary with a freaking bullet in his stomach, but God bless him for doing it. But anyway,
Eric, I was talking about that too, man. A bullet shot. I've never been shot in the stomach, but I've heard some things. I don't know how you go that long.
so I see a video of police officers on the scene investigating, and there's 5 or 6 individuals trying to charge the police officer. And in the video, you're hearing, and I don't know the person, I forgot the person's name, but it's so-and-so, leave him alone. So-and-so, leave him alone. And they're grabbing him, and he's shaking them off, trying to go towards the police. That man's still alive. That man didn't get shot. And here's these police officers investigating the shooting of one of their own. There's something about a police officer, when you shoot one of their own, they
Oh,
lose a sense of perspective because they're in their feelings then, and maybe rightly so.
I never seen them tone the way they did, but okay, we knew that.
Yeah.
In that situation where the assailant's still out there, a cop has been shot, you still have 6, 7 people trying to litigate their case, their position. Why the fuck can't you just leave the police alone to do their damn job? Why do you have to be in that high tense situation? It's like, man, stand down because you're gonna get.
I thought everybody sticking up for that boy on the front side was an idiot. I saw some people online, we need the dash. What? Nah,
I mean,
that ain't the one.
that-
What did Dave Chappelle say? All of us was quiet for old Juicy Smollier.
Yeah, you never condone that type of behavior. I don't care who it is. But then you can go back and flip it around and say the same way that cop says he was timid and scared. That guy could turn around and say, I was timid and scared, and I was almost for certain he was going to kill me. I mean, there is people out there with real PTSD. There is people out there with real mental health issues.
But the video I saw, it's got a couple of police officers securing the scene. On the other side, it's got a couple of police officers collecting evidence, doing that Hollywood looking stuff. And then 6 feet away from them, there's 7 people in the scene, in the zone. And it's like, Mr. Coach, you've shown me videos where the police roll up on your establishment at closing, and that crowd is now focused on the police. I've seen it from your videos. I've seen it from the police dash cam videos. And it's like, why are you want to beef with the police? Why do you want to beef with the police? They have the right to shoot you, man. Why do you beef with them? And yet, all of those incidences that happened at these places and stuff, the Kenosha police officers didn't shoot them. So if this narrative is they want to knock heads and kill niggers, how come I ain't got a lot more niggas killed? Why is there still so many niggas? Just too many niggas.
That goes back to what I was saying. Is the city ready for what it's built up to be? Because it has grown. I've been saying this ever since I started this business and console on record. Hey man, this city is growing. This city is growing. And we all know which each city, as it gets greater, there's not a city that gets greater that the crime rate doesn't go up. I mean, you know that as an alderman. I mean, you should know that. I'm pretty sure that you're smart enough man to know that every city that gets better, the crime rate goes up. Hands down, without a question.
I don't disagree with you. More money, more problems. I don't disagree with you.
Exactly. So unfortunately, will we continue to see uptick in shooting? Probably. Will we have another officer? We have more people. I don't know. It's crazy, man. I don't know. It's just.
Mr. Coates, let me ask you a question. Our people thrive on drama. Why have we gotten to the point where drama is the preferred course of action on things? If oh boy, if the two people weren't in the conflict, then oh boy ain't on the scene. If oh boy ain't on the scene, the police aren't called. If the police aren't called, 7 pieces of hot lead don't go towards old boy. If 7 pieces of hot lead don't go towards old boy, you and I ain't even talking tonight. We sleeping on our bed. We had a great Sunday and a nice Monday and a nice Tuesday and a nice Wednesday. Because hurt people continue to hurt people. So how can we talk about drama reduction in the hood? Drama reduction in the hood. DRIH. Drama reduction in the man.
You want me to answer that? Obviously,
this dude told me he told me he would air me out, man. You get out my face, I'll air you out. What did I do to you? Did I step on your Jordans? Did I talk about your mama? Did I say LeBron James ain't shit? What exactly did I do that's going to earn me being aired out? What did I do?
What never happened. Ignorance is bliss. The drama will never. Ignorance is bliss.
I'm gonna drop some money that's gonna blow your head, man. Ray and I tried to define this once before, and at the public museum. I don't know if Ray remembers that or not. You know what white privilege is, right?
Oh, do I?
Okay.
You're asking me. Okay, we'll leave that.
What is black privilege? What is black privilege?
What is black privilege?
What is black privilege? Black privilege. I'm telling you, man, black privilege is I know everything, and I know everything, even when I don't know nothing. That's black privilege. And I'm gonna bring it back to me again. You ain't done shit.
At least you're in tune, because you're right. So that's
you ain't done shit, Alderman Kennedy. Well, you know everything while knowing nothing. That's black privilege. And as detrimental as white privilege is, black privilege is what gets us in trouble, man. And we exercise black privilege and don't even realize it. We the smartest. Listen to when black people talk and listen to when white people talk. And I know this is crazy, but we can speak without the I listen to people in church. I listen to people on the street. Our people can speak in a cadence and in a quality of voice and a see, here we go. Just show I'm not white. Just show you I'm white. But our people can speak in such a cadence, in such a way that it sounds different than when white people speak, right? And I think that's a sign of that absolute assurance of what they're talking about. And that I know everything while knowing nothing. And I used to make a joke about I can always tell a person from New York when they get in my cab. Always. And here's the why. They get in my cab at O'Hare, and I say to them, "Hi, how you doing?" "Oh, doing well. How was your fight?" "Fight was good." That's all the beginning stuff. "What hotel are you staying at?" "We're staying at the Hilton Garden." I said, "Okay, the Hilton Garden in Lincoln." And they start telling me all about stuff. That's a typical New Yorker. It's like, all right,
What
you
do
know
you
everything.
tell you, like how to get there or directions or something?
Yeah. They tell me everything. They start talking to me about stuff, right? And it's like, what part of New York you from? And how do you know that? Because New Yorkers have this thing about no matter what the problem is, no matter what the thing is, they have an answer for it, right? Well, if you have an answer for it, then you don't have a problem. And that's a New Yorker thing. And people are like, how you know I'm from New York? You got that arrogance about you that, we buckle on in. The ride's going to be about 40 minutes. Yeah, I know it's going to be 40 minutes. We're going to be in the cab for 40 minutes. It's like, you're from New York, aren't you? Yes. So what is black privilege? Black privilege, I think, is going to hurt us as much as white privilege inoculates white people from the world. Black privilege separates us from the world. That's my opinion. Tell me I'm wrong.
Ignorance is bliss. That's what I say. I witness it on a weekly basis. So it is tiring. And I can't make an argument on it. Like I said, ignorance is bliss.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I say to coincide with that. So we do think we know everything. Sometimes, some of us, some people who's understanding, there's been times, for instance, somebody will see somebody doing something stupid. First thing they do is pull out a camera and record it out. And, why would you do that? And then there's a time where I saw somebody pull out a camera and they're recording. Say, you know what? You're right. I understand. So I'm not going to put that off on all, but some, yeah.
The camera thing is amazing. The camera thing is really amazing. There's like 8 or 9 people taping me on Sunday when everything happened. And the guy said, you supporting the police. I'm like, and show me with a video that says it. Show me the video that says I'm supporting the police. Show me where my words come out and say the police were right. Tell me that. What I was telling you was what the rules are for what the rules were for the use of force.
Right.
Just because I'm telling you what the rules are, don't mean I think, what if that was your son? Well, if that was my son, my heart would be broken. My heart would be broken if that was my son. If those were my kids, if that was my kid, as a father, my heart would be broken. You can't look at that video and not react to it. So you have no humanity. You have no humanity if you see nothing wrong with that video. Okay? That's the truth. I also shocked in disbelief. The shock is because I've asked officers to do stuff for me, and they've done it in a professional manner. And that doesn't look like what happens when the police do something for me. That looks like a movie. That looks like something that's not right to me. It doesn't feel right to me. But you know what? It's there. That's it. It's on that video. I can't. It's not produced. It ain't like the Kevin Mathewson video that he made for my boy down in Lake County.
Oh, so I woke up to I mean, do you want to elaborate on that? Hey, you know me. I'm not with it at all. So before we
remember,
me and Ray have to get out of here. But so if you want to speak on this and talk on it, I'm willing to. I want to hear it.
What's your question?
I know you said something I want you to follow through on that. You said something.
So
to
the guy I defended myself from, the guy that I hit with a chair, hit him in the face and put him to the ground.
Oh, that situation. Okay, I thought you were talking about something else. I thought you were
Okay.
talking about something else that's going on.
Okay.
He
Kevin
thought you
Matthews-
were talking about your boy facing public scrutiny right now. You know,
Good.
the
Good.
public
Bring
is,
it on.
the public is watching the dog.
Someone said, "Why isn't there a RICO action against him?"
We know.
You know,
Start
start a MoveOn.org petition asking the
What is it?
DA.
We were to charge him. Yeah. What website is this again? Right.
It would be MoveOn.org.
What is it?
Move Mike Oscar Victor Echo.org.
Like move on.
Pull it up. We've been looking for it.
Oh, all right, bet.
Oh, I don't think there is one. Is there one? But that's a discussion that's out there. How come he doesn't have? Let's start a petition asking the DA to look into RICO charges.
Let's just keep it simple.
Against-
Let's look his name up. Let's
Against
the Kenosha Watchdog.
The Kenosha, Kevin Matthewson. What are we doing?
Oh yeah,
Kevin Matthewson.
got to call the devil by
Kevin
his proper name.
Matthewson.
Let me spell it while I type it in.
So I'm still trying to get filled in on the situation and look to what's really going on and the facts of it.
Oh, came right up. Kevin Matthewson, Kenosha, Wisconsin. Let's see what we got here. He resigns. Private investigator.
You can't incite people to break the law. And I don't know all the RICO statutes, but
But
that's a federal indictment.
But I personally told him that I do not support, which I asked you, and so it's okay for me to speak on this because I asked you your opinion on how you felt on other aldermen voting for citizens to be deputized to do citizens arrest, and I voiced my opinion to Kevin vocally via text before this happened. So I don't know what's going on, what's being said about this militia thing. I don't know if it holds true for, I need to know. I need more information.
Kevin Matthews is a piece of shit and tried to incite the militia to kill people.
Man, if that's the case, you know which way I'm wrong. I can never be cool with that. I can never be cool with that.
Seriously. Obviously,
After
I'm joking.
online warnings, armed civilians bring threat of violence to protest in Kenosha and elsewhere. The online call to arms was urgent. Armed citizens were needed to protect Kenosha. New group calling itself the Kenosha Guard wrote, summoning gunmen to confront racial justice protesters in Wisconsin. Take up arms and defend our city. Thousands of people liked the social media page and the guns showed up. Civilians carrying assault rifles and handguns were visible on the streets of Kenosha.
I'm going to need that link. Is this attached to
It's a news article. Let's see if his name comes up. Mentions the boy, military style, and their sympathizers have become a regular fixture in the United States this summer.
Because like you said, Anthony, while he's looking at this, I woke up to inboxes and pertaining to Kevin. Hey, man, what's going on? I don't want to see this dude no more. So there's stuff floating around.
Kevin Matthewson, a leader of the Kenosha Guard, who helped organize Tuesday's activity, said in an interview that he had never met nor communicated with Rittenhouse. Matthewson, 36, is a former Kenosha alderman, now working as a private investigator and security contractor. He said his aim was to alert the public that there will be other citizens out there willing to protect our lives and property since the police were outnumbered every night.
We didn't need that. And I told him we didn't need that. Let the police come in. Let the federal government come in. Let the National Guard come in and do their job. We don't need to call for that right there. Me being a black male Do you know how it feels to be a black man? You know what? You know what?
Oh, this is great. He admitted it. He admitted that the police were handing out water to them, thanking them, and greeting them warmly. He admits it.
But wait.
And the water thing.
What I saw from Matthewson was in his subdivision, which is now Whitecap, protecting it. So is he saying? Are they saying that he was out here on the blocks? I don't think he was out here.
No, we have the video. Not him, but he's saying that Kenosha guard. He's admitting that the cops was being easy and gravy with them, handing them water and everything.
That's
yeah.
Talking about Kevin. I was like, he wasn't out here on Sheridan Road. No.
But the cops have handed out water to other people too. And the water thing it's interesting because that connection to the water that's going to be really. That's one of the things.
The thing about it is, man, this dude he looked it so young. Let me ask you this question: if it was a black male that looked at that young carrying a long rifle like that, do you think they would have not stopped him?
No.
We already know the answer.
No, hold on. I disagree. In that environment, Tuesday night, no one with guns got stopped.
So Anthony, had it been because me and Ray were sitting right here.
Only in that environment.
We didn't see a lot of black guys out there.
I don't.
On the street
I mean,
carrying
let
guns.
me ask: did you see any black people with guns out there running around?
No.
So here's, and that's not an exaggeration. It's not even an exaggeration. Basically, what it's saying is, we all knew we did not have that luxury.
So if you watch
exactly, unfortunately, you're right, Greg. You're absolutely right.
If you watched this podcast yesterday, we knew what narrative was being spent and what was trying to be done. We had a couple of guys. Owens come in, which he did a great job. Ronnie that's been working with BLM, and they just basically said, stay off the streets right now. Stay off the streets. Did everybody listen? No, but did some people listen? Yes.
Mr. Coates, when asked about that shooting, I mentioned the fact that I used my list of names of people. I said, hey, there were community leaders that people don't know about that are asking people to stay home, and they responded. And I used Mr. Owens' name. I used Mr. Roberts' name. I used County Board Supervisor's name. And I said, you saw the result, because that narrative that we've been putting out there, that there's infiltrators in our midst, there's the proof right there. We told you this was happening. Here's the proof.
Yep.
You know? Now, you
that
gotta give it.
By the way, that podcast ain't went nowhere. It's still on Ray's page. It's still on Ray's page with the people, with us saying, stay in the house, do not go on the streets. So that podcast is still there.
How much money you want to bet, man? How much I got here? Hold on. I think I got $25 in my pocket.
Rolling like a big shot.
I got $25 in my pocket. Okay. I will bet this $25 that before the sun comes up, there's an article how that kid is not really a white supremacist or any connection to us, and it was planted by the liberal press.
Here's an interesting thing. I'm seeing an angle here that's saying Facebook removed the Kenosha Guard page, as well as the personal page for Mathewson, for violating their policies on militia organization. So his page was taken down.
He is my friend on Facebook. So I was wondering, I did speak to, a mutual friend that asked, have he spoken
and
to him?
Mathewson will not.
I feel like everybody has the right to.
And Mathewson will not be allowed to get back on Facebook.
Well, how's it going to be the watchdog if we can't have Facebook?
His public figure page still up. That's attached to that. How is that?
Hold on, I'm still reading.
You can't have a public figure. You can't have the.
Oh no, his public page remains active, but his personal page, he's not getting that back.
But usually those are attached to each other.
Nope.
No. Because that's why my page says Anthony Kennedy, because he reported me. Because I don't know Facebook stuff, so I set it up 10th District Alderman, and Matheson reported me just for jokes and I had to change it to a personal name, and that's why it's Anthony Kennedy and not Alderman of the 10th District, which is what I had it set up as. Your campaign page. I have a page called Keep Anthony 10th District Alderman. That is linked to my aldermanic page. That is linked. But I have a personal page, and because of Matheson, it doesn't say Alderman 10th District.
So Kevin didn't deactivate his own Facebook. You saying Facebook?
Well, we don't know. They're saying Facebook did, and they're saying Facebook said they were working with authorities to remove all the videos.
So, how does
Mr. Coach, one of the things I am is I'm very paranoid, right? I try not to work my paranoia, but just hearing this, knowing how many fake accounts he has, I wouldn't be surprised if he reported the Kenosha Guard page himself on his fake accounts just to get it taken down.
Interesting.
Me neither.
I mean, so what they're saying is ultimately, because I mean, we got inboxes. What they're saying ultimately is, how are they tying? So they're saying because this guy came in and Kevin basically enticed people to come in with guns.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Incited.
So that's why they're attaching that. The question I want to ask is, are they attaching that kid to that specific militia? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I choked up. So, or are they saying he enticed that kid to come in with the gun? That's the question.
I don't. What's the difference?
The RICO statute doesn't have to do that.
What's the difference? Was he interacting with that militia,
well,
or did he entice the kid by putting that?
Hold up. I hear you, man. The difference is, everybody's saying they don't know the kid. Nobody know him now, and that's what you see. Nobody knows him. Nobody knows the Kenosha Guard, except for people who can't hide it. Nobody knows nothing now.
Well, they will be able to track that, though.
Yeah, they're going to be tracking it, and the community needs to track it.
Aren't you friends with Jesus? No, man, my name's Peter, man. I never met that dude. But wait, I saw you with him. No, man, my name is Peter, dude. I don't know about Jesus. Get away from me.
When you make these accounts, it don't work like that. That denying stuff is like, I mean, this online and denying that is like DNA. So and he knows that better than anybody. Whoever set that account up, it will be traced back.
Facebook
back to a fake person, back to the real.
No, Mathewson was the admin. He set up the brigade. That's been confirmed. Mathewson was the admin for that.
So my question is what is the attachment to him, and what is the white kid's name that did the shooting? What is the?
They'll work on that. You know, it's not.
Hey, don't say his name. Don't say his name. Don't say his name.
So that's what I was just saying. But are they saying that Mathewson influenced his actions by inviting people in with, come on, citizens, come on in?
Yeah, that's what he wrote. Yeah.
Or did he actually interact with that militia?
So no, he did not. There's no proof that he literally ran.
Yeah, there's second silence.
There's no proof that he literally was running alongside them at that moment.
No, I'm not saying that. But did he go and interact with him at some point? Is he in that group? Is that kid in that group?
Oh yeah, I don't know.
These are the questions I have. Is that kid in that group?
So
was he in that group?
So let's say he's not in the group. How did he find out? Let's go downtown to Kenosha. Do we lose our man? Or do you just turn off the video?
I just turn off the video.
Okay.
So what did I hear? There was a petition calling for him to be charged.
First intentional homicide. First degree.
No. I heard there was a petition asking for Kevin to be.
Oh yeah,
charged.
as accessory to homicide.
It says that.
That's what everyone's talking now. So let's see what happens. It's still early.
You know what I see?
What's
I
up?
see white people that got scared, never seen black people act the way they did, and they didn't know what to do.
And old boy's gonna have a hard time avoiding the golden ticket because that's first degree. You know, that's not just manslaughter. That's not third degree. What little I know about the law, that sounds like first degree.
Oh well, I mean, you know, he crossed the state line with that rifle. 1 and 2, he wasn't even right. He wasn't even at the right age to bear arms. So
This
there's
is,
no.
I think this is a kid who's been playing Fortnite, Call of Duty, and he thought he was going to be in a real live role playing action game. And you know what? He was going out there because he got the highest scores, and life kicked his ass.
I will tell you, man, Kenosha's crazy though. You know why? Our cops, they let him feel comfortable. I mean, this dude is running around with rubber gloves on, with this long rifle before he shoots and kills somebody.
But they let everybody with weapons running around. They didn't confiscate a weapon, and that's my criticism.
How many of them was minority? Did you see a lot of minorities out there running around with big guns? You know what you say about, you know what we talking about the black people earlier? When they see a mob, remember I say ignorance is bliss. When they see a mob of black people, you know what they go and say on Facebook? Oh my God, there's 20 black protesters over there with rifles. They never seen that before.
We didn't confiscate any guns, and here's the thing. I understand that Sunday night and Monday night was a running battle. I get it. I get these guys were outgunned, but they had their training, they had the coordination, and they held the line. Those guys held the line. Shit burned, but they held the line.
What is the line? What are they trying to hold? What is the line? What are they trying to hold?
I'm using it figuratively speaking this way. I'm not. And this one, I'm metaphorically.
Guess what was just found? The Kenosha shooting suspect.
Yeah.
He was front row, January 30th, Trump rally, Des Moines, Iowa.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Game over.
Yeah, I saw that this morning.
Nope. Okay, so let's play racism bingo. Or when is someone going to post that is a fake picture? When is someone going to post that kid is?
It was on his Facebook page. So it was on his Facebook page.
Yeah, I saw that already. Saw that early this morning.
So what I was saying was, I'll give the Kenosha police a pass for the fight they were in on Sunday and they were in on Monday. Tuesday, they got some help. Tonight, they got a lot more help. It is time to transition. Wait, let me finish. It's time to transition from a war fighting stance to a law enforcement stance. It is time to confiscate weapons. If they're out there past the curfew, it's time to arrest people. I'm sorry. You have the National Guard to hold security. It's now time to start doing police action.
You know what
happened
to me? You know what happened?
Help me understand if I'm right or wrong.
You know what happened to me the first night of looting and protesting? I went up in the uptown area and some guys were doing some things up there. And I was like just looking around, and here comes this tank, and I'm nowhere near anybody. And I put my hands up and say, don't shoot. Don't. Guess what they did? Shot me right in the back. Kenosha Police Department popped out with that tank that the sheriff's got and shot me right in the back.
So Mobile 762, I apologize. So yes, we do respond to chat when I'm paying attention. So we respond when I'm paying attention.
What was that?
People are talking to us right now. So there was a video made by one of the armed individuals who said the shooter was not a part of their militia. I did see several comments like that, but I'm personal opinion, I'm not quite convinced there was that much hierarchy or organization personally to where, everyone knows everyone. So I'm not sure about that one.
How many people really come in this thing by themselves, though?
Oh, someone likes Anthony Kennedy's club idea. I think Mr. Kennedy has a good idea for an exclusive club. I'm ready to pay my induction fee. Also, I'm tired, but I'm still.
They don't want to know what that induction fee is. They don't want to know about that.
So you have one person who don't think your business ideas are always wrong.
Oh,
there
no.
you go.
It was a great.
It's gonna be.
It is a great
It's gonna
idea.
be.
Let's get her done then. Let's get her done then.
Get her done. If it's tonight and there's a curfew, the Kenosha police and if these militia show up, you are breaking curfew. And this is one of the things I said in my interviews. It is time to arrest the good guy with a gun, and it's time to arrest the bad guy with a spray paint can. You know.
So we can get back to.
And I'm being facetious, obviously.
Oh no, I agree. So we can get back to our normal life sooner than later.
Yeah.
For real.
So I guess
I have a business to run. You got a job to do. He's got stuff to do. We all got stuff to do. Like
drink mainly. Yeah, I got stuff to do.
We don't want to be going in on curfew for 21 days, Mr. Alderman.
Ray got to go and yell at his coworker. Why you in your feelings? Why you want that blanket? Why you in your feelings? Because you want that blanket.
Oh yeah. My coworkers, as I work from home, partying like rock stars. They stay up all night, sleep until noon. I'm so jealous of them.
Why you need that blanket? You just feel like you need that blanket. I tell people all the time, don't talk to Ray about your feelings.
So let's be clear on this. So all the way till Friday. So today they bumped it up. It went from 8 o'clock to 7.
Okay. You mean the curfew? You're
curfew.
Right. Yeah, bet.
Curfew.
Okay.
So all the way till Friday, we're asking the alderman now. We're on curfew till 7 now.
Is that the case?
Until they make a different decision on what they're going to do.
So it's not just tonight. They've already said it goes till Friday?
I believe we're asking you, Mr. Alderman.
I got to look it up, man. This one I don't know.
Yeah. I know. So I wasn't tracking until halfway through this night, even that.
I'll tell you, in the hearing, in that emergency hearing that he was not there for, they wanted to enforce it for 21 days.
Oh no, I hear about that, but that didn't happen. I know that didn't happen. But what I'm saying is, I was thinking the city of Kenosha. I did not realize they made it for the county, the entire county.
Well, no, they said east of 94.
The actual thing that went out, I'm not saying they're enforcing it, but what they actually went out, it says Kenosha County,
which I find to be crazy.
Okay.
I find we could.
Okay, hold on. You gotta hold on. You gotta understand the division of responsibility. I don't set the curfew. That's emergency management, and that sits with Lake County. Kenosha County. We can ask, but we don't set it. What we can do is then give emergency powers to the mayors, which we did. But I don't believe, check me if I'm wrong, the council doesn't set, the mayor doesn't set the curfew. That is a division of the emergency management, which is the purview of the county. And so I don't think it would be easy, or I don't think it'd be legal for the county to issue an order that's only for the city. I could be wrong, though. Any of our lawyers are watching, please respond. So,
but no, that makes sense the way you say it. So if it comes through the county's got to say for the whole county. So maybe what we're saying is they have only authority to say for the whole county, but it's probably not being enforced in the whole county. What do you think out in the boonies? They're doing that. Let's see here. What was 062? Do you gentlemen feel that if the police enforce the curfew, that could cause more violence or less violence? Do you feel the protesters would comply?
I think the protesters would, the rioters wouldn't.
I don't think the protesters would comply with the curfew. Even tonight, we had video that they were out.
Well, it died down a lot.
But they were still out, is my point.
Yeah,
they were even moving through Allendale.
Down,
But again, just a protest. So look, before I continue, I'm going to use my articulation of there's protesters and there's rioters or looters. There are two different things. No, I don't think protesters would not go out. I don't. Regarding would it cause more violence or less violence, the curfew itself, I don't feel that way.
I do. The police, even Kennedy just said it himself. They're using a lot more force and they're being more serious. Whether you call yourself doing a good deed and you got a gun in your hand or you got a spray paint can in your hand.
Well, I heard him talking about different treatment. So the kid with the spray can, they're acting like he's like going to tear down America, but a dude with the rifle, he's like what America's built on.
But both of them are violating the curfew
because
now.
I got that government gene in me or something like that. I don't know. I know I'm ex-militaries. I don't even with all this craziness we're talking, I don't think it would create more violence because you have a curfew. But I'm wrong every day. What do you say?
This comes from that Air Force special forces instructor that my son.
Hold on. You know what? I was gonna let this go. So Air Force Special Forces. Are you talking about the weather guys with the gray berets?
I don't know, Ray. I don't know. I'll have to ask Quentin.
Are you talking about PJs? Are you talking about PJs? What are we talking about here?
I'm just telling you the nomenclature he used. He said Air Force Special Forces instructor.
So this is like a guy who can like spin in a chair like 50 times before he has to put his foot back down. All right, I'm done. Okay, I'm done. All right, go ahead. Well, what's your answer to Mobile 762?
So, anyway, back to what he said. If the curfew is in place tonight, I don't have a problem with saying this place right here, this spot is your authorized protesting place, right? And protest right here. This is it. You can go. This is your spot. If you need to protest after the curfew, this is it. Anywhere else, you're picked up. You got to be picked up. You got to be picked up. The guys with the guns got to be picked up. You're violating the curfew, or we write you a ticket. All right? Maybe you start using your police. Start transitioning back to a law enforcement agency. Get off that warfighter mode and start, and maybe you don't get arrested. Maybe you just get a ticket. We just get a warning enough that we collect that information that needed to be done, right? Because warnings give us intelligence. It's time to start doing something.
Would you read that for me, Ray?
So east of I-94 curfew in Kenosha County is extended through Sunday. Okay. So it is saying here that it's just east of I-94. So it don't go for the boonies.
Good.
Yeah, it doesn't count for the boonies.
But it would account for Summers and Pleasant Prairie.
You know why I know this? Because I've been seeing this every day. They put that curfew in effect. I pay attention to the small little details, and that east thing has always popped up.
Well, don't make me want to move out there. So it is what it is. Hey, thank you, Amanda. She's saying, I don't know how I ended up on this feed. So sleepy, but I'm so happy that I did. So yeah, appreciate it. So yeah, that's what we saw. It died down a lot, for what we're going across here.
Mobile 716 has a follow-up question.
I see it here. Do any of you know if protesting on a freeway is considered an illegal assembly? No, I don't roll. I don't roll on that team.
There is somebody doing that right now.
Is protesting on a freeway considered a legal assembly?
They're That's probably in
That's
regards
been
to Frank
a
Nitty.
tactic where that's been a
Is that
tactic
what
where
they're
they
doing right now?
Yeah, Frank Nitty marched from Milwaukee
Well,
to Washington D.C.
Oh, but they're out. They're near Pennsylvania or something. Last I
no,
saw.
guys. What he's saying is there's been a tactic where a bunch of people will go up an on-ramp and then slowly move over and take over the highway and stop all the traffic on the highway. That has happened in places.
Well, I'm too scared for that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they try to block Frank Nitty today.
Okay.
Hey, shot at him, man. Someone shot at him. They arrested the dude, man.
Yeah.
But in reference to your question, let's Google that thing, man, because that does seem like. Here's my thought on that. You are hindering.
There's not an actual law, bro. No, go ahead.
They never seen a man march through so many. How could you pass a law for that? I mean,
because crazy. Whoa. You're hindering interstate commerce. That's a thing. That's a thing. So that will I think it might be illegal.
I'm thinking there's not a law specifically saying thou shalt not protest on the freeway, but I'm sure there's something they make fit. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's something like, I don't know, disturbing the peace, or I'm sure they're like, we'll just arrest you now. We'll figure it out later what we're going to charge you with. I'm joking, but I'm not. I'm thinking that's what they do. We'll figure out what we're going to charge you with. That's how we're going to do it. That's my guess. So, yeah. Let's see here. Hey, no worries, man. I've seen protests take place in the freeway. No, I think we've all seen them on TV. I never thought about it. I feel it's illegal and dangerous. But, I mean, let's separate the two. I don't think anyone is going to disagree that it's not dangerous. Even someone who's down for it, I think we can all agree that it's dangerous, and any of the people doing it agree it's dangerous. Now,
it's dangerous, so alone just to protest.
So you use the word. I don't know if you've been hearing people talk about me on here. You say you feel it's illegal. That's not how legality works. That's not how legality works, my man. It either is or it ain't. It's objective, not a feeling. So, I mean, I'm sure I won't be surprised if there's some places that have a direct ordinance or code they hit you with. Mm-hmm. But I also wouldn't be surprised there's other places where it's like, okay, we haven't had to deal with this before, so we actually don't have something to cover it. And maybe they try to go run and pass something. I'm sure both exist across this nation's 3,047 counties that are here in the continental U.S.
And not to mention, there's some that probably does exist with where law enforcement, as we see, help the people get through. And then on the flip side, there's law enforcement saying, no, you can't do that. You can't. I watched that with that guy happen multiple times in both ways. So
yeah, I'm sure if we actually dug into it, there's, again, places that got covered and places that don't. You got an answer? What we got?
All right. So I looked at the name of the article is Illegal for Protesters to Block Traffic. It's from blogs.findlaw.com. And this is cited September 26, 2016. Blocking traffic is an illegal, albeit effective method of protesting. Here's why they say it's illegal. Although organized protesters and marches can obtain permits to close streets, frequently protesters move from permitted areas to other areas. When protesters block highways or streets they are not permitted to be on, they're breaking the law. So you don't have a block highway permit. Blocking highway.
So I just gotta fill out the permit to say I want to block the highway. Got it. That's all.
Then it goes into First Amendment. The First Amendment guarantees the right to assemble. Generally, local and state governments can do and restrict the time, place, and manner of a protest. Furthermore, most jurisdictions also have laws regarding blocking or obstructing traffic. And then it goes into what happens if I get arrested. So Mobile 762, I think it's illegal. And if you're going to use your First Amendment rights to assemble, that's going to be a hard push. Hey, but I'll tell you, man, I don't know who the first guy is.
We think it's illegal. We think it's illegal.
It is illegal.
Well, it makes
No,
sense
it's
when you
illegal.
say it the way you did, because I think I got tied up on the freeway thing. But, you know, a street is a street. So blocking a street, I imagine, whether it's on the freeway or, you know, the old bag lady with her cart, you know, just stopping in the middle of the street.
Great. Mobile 762 got you, man. He don't have feelings. He has an intuition. Bam. He got you.
Well, so yeah, he intuited it. He was right for what we saw. So yeah,
You can't mess with someone's intuition.
Hey, I'll give it that. I'll give him that. That's fine.
He got you.
But yeah,
He got you.
I guess I never really thought about it because you won't catch my ass out there. But whatever. Yeah, not with this tie, man. That wind and all that gas, you know, my dry cleaning bill is crazy enough.
I'll give you this. That first guy that steps out into that first lane of traffic, that dude got some elephant cojones, man.
Hey,
that dude
first,
is
second, third. You know what I'm gonna be if I'm with that team? Safety observer.
Hey man,
I'm gonna be the historian.
Kahuna's walking through Indiana.
I'm gonna be the archivist. Just taking. I'll get it on tight. I'll take the picture from the side from the shoulder. I don't even know if I'll even be on ramp, man. So yeah, are they coming back?
No, they haven't made it to DC yet, and I believe in Indiana or Ohio, one of the main guys got shot.
No, it was in Pennsylvania.
I thought it was Pennsylvania.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Pennsylvania. Yeah. No, they're last Monday, Billy Violet, she met up with them in Ohio. She met up with them in Ohio last Monday.
Yep.
She's been walking with them. Yeah, she's been walking ever since, and then they got attacked in Pennsylvania. So that man, that's an amazing effort. I'm impressed as hell with that, man. That is
definitely.
So they were just and someone just started shooting at them. What happened?
I think they were walking.
That was about it. White supremacists took a shot at him. Came out the bushes. Yep. I'll pull that Frank Nitti and
I salute him because
most definitely.
I think when he first started walking, he came with this idea. Now, if he had this plan together long before and he thought it out well, he's like, I'm trying to get a lock box. Somebody suggested getting a lock box to put guns in every state, but he would have had to been ahead of his time to do that. Apply for the right, permit, license. He couldn't do it. He thought about it, or somebody suggested as he started walking. Too late. This would have had to been probably a month or a couple months worth of work ahead of time to make that happen.
I'm reading more on our little away game thug.
Who is this?
Our Rittenhouse.
Oh, okay.
Just reading more stuff on him.
I was having this discussion with my son, and he asked me, "What if that was me, Dad?" And I thought he was talking about Mr. Blake, and I responded like I told Mr. Coast, "My heart would be broken, absolutely." And he said, "No, Dad. What if I was one of the ones that was shot Tuesday night?" And I said, "My heart would still be broken, but you made a decision to put yourself in a dangerous spot. You made that decision, and now that's your consequences you have to suffer. My heart would be broken that my son is gone, absolutely, but you made a decision that endangered your life." and now you died. It would tear me up, but I'm sorry. He an adult. He made a decision, and
That guy was trained to be an adult cop killer. I mean, you never seen a kid so young. Have you ever seen a kid, even in a movie, do they portray the kid so young to shoot and kill two people and injure a third person? Be so cool, calm, and collected.
and I would say
Like 2 lives at the age of 17, Ray.
Oh, it's
Yeah, age of 17, I said.
So
at his age.
So maybe not 17 because
I
know
the guys with the
hold on. No, it's not about training because
but he's been brought up that way.
He definitely so there's
Nate videos. He was real.
Hold up. Nature
you
versus nurture.
You can give a thug a gun and he'll blow somebody's head off, but you know what he's gonna do after he does that? He's still gonna panic. That dude was running down the street like he ain't just killed 2 people and shot.
Whoa! Hold on, stop! He fell. He was shooting from the ground. They were coming after his ass. He did panic.
There's a lot of people trying to spin it that he was doing self-defense with these shots.
Yeah, please don't say that.
Yeah,
please don't say.
Oh no, they working overtime.
Yeah,
they're working overtime.
Don't say that because that. I mean, I was arguing with people that today that I just didn't even want to hear it no more. Like,
I'm not even
like, yo, bro, like, how's this self-defense? Like, I guess they got the part of the video where he's standing over dude with the cell phone in his hand. Who knows what's going on there? Guess what? The law is you're 17, my man. You shouldn't have been over here in Wisconsin with that rifle.
Yeah. I will say this about, so there's some people bred and raised a certain way, and there's other people that's just how they are, just dark. So I remember young kid in Rangers, he might have been 19, 20 at the most. So you might say it's different, but it ain't really different. You're coming in, you're fresh, you're a kid. And I remember in Rangers school, he would just be sitting there talking about, I'm just here to shoot people. I joined the military just so I can shoot people. Okay. So fast forward, we get out of the military, and
this is really bothering me that Anthony said this real quick. Hold on.
What?
So let's be clear on why the people knocked him down, because he shot the dude. They chased him.
The people didn't knock him down. He's tripped. He was trying to get away, and he tripped and shooting from the ground.
No, they said get that motherfucker after he shot the dude in the head.
We're jumping around the timeline, gentlemen. Yes, both things happen, but we're kind of messing with the timeline.
And that's because our questions like, if we weren't really there, do we really know what happened?
Well, I watched it in real time.
We watched
it. It's hard to say. It's a lot going on. Come on, let's be honest with each other. In them frames, it's hard to say. It's a lot going on there.
I don't know. Maybe because
I will tell you what I'm certain the police got us as asking them to be charged with first degree. They got a bunch of people saying he shot that dude right there in the head, and then he tried to run away, and then this dude tried to get him, and he shot this dude, and he shot that dude.
Here's the thing.
Because when you see that image, no matter how, listen, I seen a blogger, somebody sent me a blogger, broke it down. Oh, this is self-defense.
Oh, it's not.
This guy, no, it can't be. Can't be no way.
Here's the thing. People think because it's popular. What's
Mobile
up?
762. Mobile 762's got two comments there.
Oh, I see what he's saying, but I'm gonna tell you why it's not. There's a lot of popular things that people think because it's popular, that means it's real. So he's saying, I actually believe there'll be a good self-defense. It's not.
No, how?
You heard this same thing.
He's
Hold on.
17 years old.
Age don't matter.
It does matter.
Nope.
It does matter. You cannot carry a rifle.
Do you think if you say it enough times, my answer's going to change? No.
You cannot carry a rifle legally.
No. You got to separate the two. Can he get charged for having a weapon he shouldn't have, which I think is a misdemeanor? Absolutely. That's done. But given that you have the illegal weapon, someone's attacking you, that's separate. You can't say you're not allowed to defend yourself because you're underage. So just separate the two for a moment. That's the misdemeanor charge. I think it's a misdemeanor, but it's still not self-defense.
Now this is where we need a lawyer on this one.
It's still not self-defense because, and actually, let me back up here. Just because everyone feels it's self-defense, I want to focus on that. Don't mean nothing. If you remember in Atlanta, remember the the drive-through, remember the restaurant. So what was almost everybody saying? They were like, you know what, this guy, it was a clean shoot. That's what you kept hearing, the popular thing. It was a clean shoot. There's no way they're going to charge these guys. Clean shoot, clean shoot, clean shoot. Everybody can talk that talk all day long. That fool got arrested. He got fired. He got arrested. So everybody can feel how they feel based on what they feel. But I'm going to tell you this, that of course, if you're going to pay a lawyer, you can try. You got to try, right? You're allowed to try. I mean, I guess technically they could dismiss it, but there is no way this kid walks. No way on self-defense.
Make a lot of
but yeah, hire you the best attorney.
Premeditated, you cross state lines. You shouldn't have had the gun.
Yeah.
It's a lot of cases.
At the end of the day, he created a situation.
There you go.
He created a situation. So it's kind of, you might say, well, Rand, I'm kind of saying,
yeah.
It's
I am saying the same thing.
But it's different because even if he was 18, 19, you live over here.
No, that's different. That's different. You're at a legal age where you can have that rifle and make these decisions whether to shoot people or not.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
No, I'm telling you for a fact that don't mean nothing. I'm a concealed carry holder. I don't think
a decision if somebody threatens your life.
Absolutely. No. I have training, a ton of training and experience. I do not want the average person having a gun. That's the thing. I am Second Amendment, but the average person is an idiot and inexperienced with a weapon. That bullshit about how only thing that can stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Every time I hear a fool say that, all I've heard is a cat say, I don't know anything about real life and guns. That's all I've heard a cat say. I have never been in a room full of dudes with guns and like, you know what? I feel a whole lot better. All these guns up in here. And I've never felt better when someone's shooting at me holding a gun. Like I ain't never been sitting there stroking the barrel like they're shooting at me, but I feel good.
Let's be clear. You saying that? I'm saying that you can, if somebody comes towards you, threaten you,
okay,
put you in harm's way, point a gun at you, so I'm going to kill you. You're saying that you don't have the right to shoot and kill them?
Nope, didn't say that at all.
Oh, okay.
We're not talking about rights or legalities.
All right.
I'm saying just because you legally can carry a gun, doesn't mean that you have the mental capacity to handle a gun. True. That's what I'm saying. I don't care if you are a CCW holder. That don't mean nothing about you. That's all I'm saying.
True.
I don't know you.
We don't disagree on that.
I'll play it safe. Only time, a safe world for me with firearms is when I'm the only one in the world that has one. That's my definition of a world made safer with guns.
That ain't never happen.
I mean, I guess all time will tell, but I don't see it, brother. I just don't see it. I think a lawyer is obligated to try that case, a self-defense case, but I do not see that being successful. And yes, there was two separate, very close together shooting incidents. So yeah, the one guy, he took indirect to the head, and then the one that you're more familiar with, the guy who took it to the chest.
Now, okay, yeah, I did. That one was hard to see.
Which one?
The one to the chest, because there was a lot going on at that point.
Well, the one we're talking about, that's the one it took to the chest.
What?
with Kyle.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay.
But it was hard to see it though.
Oh.
Like, cause in that when he let that shot off, there was a lot of people around him at that point in time. The dude got hit in the arm,
Right.
and you're trying to see kind of what's going on. So it took me a while to really see the guy that got hit in the chest.
Hey, Amanda, are you still awake?
So
Amanda?
yeah,
And Mobile 762, why is tonight so quiet?
I'm okay with it being quiet.
This is their question.
Oh, I'm going through the. I'm not seeing that now. So I got mobile 762. Minor being possession of a firearm might be the only thing that sticks. Again, we'll see what happens. I don't see it. I agree. There'll be plenty of lawyers trying to make their name, trying to cut their teeth for this one.
I got a GoFundMe page set up for him.
Yeah, he got his GoFundMe pages.
I mean, I can only imagine if you're charged with the charge he has. His bond isn't. Have they set his bond yet here? Why is he not in Kenosha County? Why is he not in? Because why is he being held in a juvenile detention center in Lake County, knowing damn well? Man, I don't even want to get off into. Why is he not here?
Here's another thing too. Here's another thing. Short answer, I don't know that, but I'll say this. I'm just thinking through in the case, and I'm not a lawyer, but if you truly think you were acting in self-defense, why did you leave? Why'd you go across state lines?
You know, that is the first thing a detective, when you shoot somebody, and sit down and ask that question.
Hey, what does Fox News say whenever it's a black person? Well, if you have nothing to hide, if you got nothing to hide, then you should be okay with it. Stop and frisk shouldn't be a problem if you got nothing to hide. Innocent men don't have to worry, don't get squirrely with the cops. So I think it's a good time to pay that back, pay it forward, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I ain't worried about
Cats straight up who believe that they acted in self-defense don't run across state lines.
Nah, I ain't worried about that situation. I'm pretty sure his goose is cooked.
Right. Now, I could see that attempt too. I see that also failing. And you're hearing that a lot. He was doing his civic duty. We live here. We don't feel like, so if you notice all the people saying he did his civic duty, it ain't the black people who live here. Ain't none of us saying, I'm a grown man. I got 10 years of Army combat experience. I am not sitting here saying, I am so thankful for little country boys coming into my neighborhood, running around with rifles. The only people who are truly feeling like he set up that warrior page out of Washington, that is white conservatives who don't live here, who are happy that he came here to start throwing rounds. Why on earth would I want uninitiated, untrained, out-of-town people dumping rounds around here? So that ain't going to fly either, because
don't take a rocket science.
All that civic duty, and that's so crazy because the groups that you hear talking all this civic duty talk outside of us, once this is all done, we won't see their asses doing any kind of civic duties around here. They'll drive in here to dump rounds. They will not drive in here to help build a building, sweep up, clean up. I'm not going to see any of that. Let's see this one. You got a big one here. I got to open it up. There are pictures of the shooter cleaning the courthouse in Kenosha. There's also pictures of him behind Trump at a rally in Iowa. There's a video where he tries to render aid to protesters, and he talks about the medical supplies he's carrying to help people. So
I just saw that video today.
So I'm going to show my age here right now. There was an old TV show, Columbo, a detective, and he'd catch murderers. And very often, the person he thought did the crime, they'd say something like, I've never committed a crime in my life. Basically, they're trying to present this false notion that because you've never murdered anyone before, you can't be a murderer. Or that because you fed kids on Wednesday, you couldn't rape kids on Thursday. The idea is, much like the original shooting, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you did yesterday. It doesn't matter what you did an hour ago. It don't matter. Your actions are your actions. How people are now trying to claim that the other guy's record means something about that day of the shooting. Jacob, it don't matter. And it's the same thing with this kid. I don't care if he handed out 1,000 water bottles. I don't care if he sutured 1,000 people. Murder is murder. When I'm in the military, they don't give me credits. They don't be like, well, you saved 15 people, you killed 11, so you're up 4, so you're good. That's not how the counting works. So that's, again, I think his lawyer should mention that. If he's a decent lawyer, he should try to sell that and hope it persuades the public. But equally so, I hope prosecution kills that noise and says, listen, this is not a net plus thing. I don't want cats coming here, because think about what that creates. So long as a guy saves more people than he murders, we're going to celebrate him. I'm not good with that. He also stated that he brought the gun so that he could run toward danger in order to help injured people. And again, I'm biased. This sounds, for me personally, I believe the kid said it. This sounds like a whole bunch of tough guy Rambo talk for cats who was never overseas with me. They weren't in Rangers with me. They weren't about that life with me. They didn't boot up with me. They wasn't about doing some grown man gun. This sounds like some Call of Duty shit. This sounds like what cats fantasize about. This reminds me in high school about those cats that never actually had a girlfriend, but they sat around all day sketching what they thought girls looked like. And you'd like look over their shoulder. You'd be like, you ain't never actually seen a girl before, have you, bro? Because they like fantasize about
that. Don't let that narrative get spent. Let's go back to ground zero.
So
before these guys showed up here with these rifles and all the looting was done, did anybody get hurt? Did anybody die? Did anybody get shot?
I'm just saying it might be matter more.
Made that point earlier.
I think this here. Well, no, it's hypothesizing. So again, let's talk about demographics and groups. So right now what we're doing, we're trying to hypothesize a justification for this kid. This is the same America that says he reached for the door, he moved, so he's guilty. You can't have it both ways. Either we need more time to investigate, and let's not jump to conclusions, or when it suits my interest, let's jump to conclusions. So just think about what you've been hearing nationally. Hey, Black Kenosha, let's wait for the full investigation before we say anything. Same people now are going crazy trying to spin a full defense for this kid after he got caught. I say the same thing back to you if you believe it. You should be saying, hey, instead of us running our mouths about his defense, why don't we wait till all the facts come out? Why don't we let justice run its course before we start saying he's innocent? So, and that's maybe a good way to say it. The same people saying, don't jump to conclusions, even though we saw what we saw, we don't have all the facts. They are not saying that to themselves. They are not saying, hey, my fellow conservative alt-right friends, let's not jump to conclusions that he's innocent. We don't know him. Even though we saw what we saw, let's wait for all the facts to come out. They're not telling that to themselves. And this is really an indication of someone who practices principles versus someone who practices bias. If that, hey, let's wait for all the facts to come out talk, if that only works if you like the situation, but it doesn't work when you don't like the situation, that shows you are biased. So I see John Smith. I think you're misunderstanding here. I'm consistent in that I always say that I can trust my eyes. I'm always consistent. Okay, does that make sense? I'm always consistent. What I'm saying is, if you, I don't know you, but if you're a person that for this boy, you have enough evidence based on the video, but for the original shooting that sparked all this, You said the opposite. We just have the video. That's not enough. That's inconsistent. Does that make sense, John? So that is the point of it here. I'm not saying that one's wrong or one's right. I'm saying pick a side. Always say that the video is not enough to make a call, or always say that the video is enough to make a call. I'm saying the video is always enough to make a call. That's who I am.
And again,
Let's see here.
Let's not forget.
The people that came to Kenosha to burn it got resistance. They are, yeah, that's just your feelings, bro. Yeah. It's not even worth going through it.
Yes, buildings were burnt down.
Let's see what here.
No one was hurt. No one was shot.
Facts. Oh, okay.
So
let's see here. Relying on CNN is, well, I agree. Relying on anyone other than, if you're relying on any news station, pure idiocy. Now, the fact you picked that one out leads me to believe that you think relying on some news stations isn't pure idiocy. We'll just rely on the fact that we actually are here. You simply enjoy their narrative. Why would we enjoy their narrative? CNN's playing the video footage that we gave them. So we're actually talking about our narrative. So, yeah. Justify barbarics. No, we're not justifying that jackass who came into town. I think you're trying to. We're not justifying any acts of terror. And we didn't burn down our own stuff. We're sitting here this whole time. So, I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't tell the Black people who live in the town that are sitting here talking to you right now. I mean, yeah, we're kind of clowning on you, but you can't say that we're doing this and then I guess at the same time we're like running around shooting our own people and burning our own buildings down. I own real estate in here and I had property that was damaged. So you can't have it both ways. Well, unless you're saying I burned my own place for the insurance money, that might make sense. If you're saying I burnt my own stuff down for the insurance money, that makes sense. I do like money. So if that is a reasonable accusation, but to say that just because we decided to wake up and become thugs, we started burning our own stuff and then blame it on these good-hearted country boys that we never seen in our life, you reaching too hard, bro. It just don't make no sense. Oh, we already got facts.
They already got facts.
I already explained. No, I already talked that one. I just explained to you the difference. Consistency versus going back and forth. While BLM, well, we already covered that one. I'm BLM. We're BLM. So I don't feel guilty. I'm not going to take credit for that boy. I didn't call his jackass in. But what if you don't see everything? That's a valid point. I mean, we only got eyes going one direction. So let's talk through that. We can't see everything. So why on earth would we trust you guys who are not here? Why would we trust your feelings from far away more than us actually being here? I don't think most people would trust people separated from their situation more than themselves. Going back to you saying that you trust what you see. Well, yeah. I mean, why would I trust people detached from the situation's feelings more than what I actually saw myself? That'd be like me telling you, trust me about where you live because I'm a researcher. I'm a data scientist.
Saying that in regards to what?
I think he's going back when I said I trust, my own self.
In regards to
just my life in general.
Oh, okay.
Just life in general.
Okay.
I mean, let's think about it like this. We all know there's people, Warren Buffett is smarter than all of us in money. I don't see none of us saying, Warren Buffett, you take all my money and whatever you want to do with it, that's what we're going to do. I'm not seeing nobody do that. So at the end of the day, we all do that. We all say, yeah, there's people smarter than me. They know more things about it, but I trust me with my life at the end of the day. So that's what I'm saying. When it comes to my life and my community and my town, I trust me more than people who don't live here and really don't care if it burns or not. Okay. Wouldn't it be better if we gathered more information from other points of view? I don't know. Whose points of view?
I'm pretty sure that the police have 20 statements. They got different videos, maybe ones that we have not seen.
Well, I know we provided at least a dozen. But to your point, why not get another 2 dozen? But yeah, we provided 12 separate from our group. At least we gave 3 different camera angles, 12 separate statements, because we had people out on the ground with doing live feed cameras, and we were coordinating here. So you're right. The more the better. I want them to be locked away as long as possible. So take our 12, take anyone else who got them covered. In fact, while we were doing this podcast earlier, we had another person contact us and say, hey, we heard you guys are gathering people's video and people who saw what he was doing. I was there too. So yeah, trust and believe we're going to work very hard to get all those people to say what they saw. Absolutely. I'm not going to be telling anyone not to come forward. That's not justice. You saying you trust what you see. Yes, I trust what I see. What I'm saying is that you have an understanding that you may not see everything. Yes, it's called perception. So, or another way you could say it, ontological humility versus ontological arrogance. When I say I trust what I see, I don't say in absolute that's what it is. So I'm saying from what we have, that's what it is. Statistically, it's possible that I actually know it's not. I'm not gonna play this game. We got
as hard as it is for you right now. You're putting your trust and faith in the legal system.
Well,
as
not
hard as it is. Right
no,
now.
I haven't got the legal system. I'm just talking about what it is. I was trying to be like a little bit objective, but I can't even pretend with you, bro. We did it. We didn't get our stuff from CNN. You got yours from CNN, but we gave the footage to CNN. We have hours, not the little clips. We provided hours of video of many people moving around. So it wasn't just about the kid. We have lots of footage. So there was a lot of things that people were like, oh, that's not really happening. I mean, we recorded it. We have what we have. It's not even worth debating over. Now, someone can do what's being done and they can say, well, I look at it and he's got a clean walk. I don't offend. That's fine. You say what you say, but you can say it 1,000 times. I'm not going to say because people who ain't here feel that way that I should trust random strangers over my own eyes. And again, my background, we all have different walks, different backgrounds, but 6 years of Army combat. Nah, I'm not going to just take some random people who are like, hey man, I've just played a shit ton of Call of Duty and this is how it goes down. I'm not saying you said that, but that's the overall vibe I get from cats. I never signed up. I never done nothing whole in my life, but I know about guns and I know about gunplay. How crazy would I be denying my actual combat experience for cats who don't have nothing more than watching Black Hawk Down? Great movie, but it don't get you where I got. So I think that's the beauty of America. We all have our own right to opinions and we can voice it. Luckily, courts shouldn't. Maybe this is where you want to get into the faith.
Right.
I'm hoping it won't be a vote. I'm hoping his case won't be a vote. And if it is a vote, I'm hoping it's only people who can cast a vote are people who live in this area. So yeah, maybe that's a better way to put it.
Right.
Let it be a vote, but let it be a vote only by the community members who live here. That would be awesome, actually. So then if the community that actually lives here believes that he was helping, he walks. But if this community feels he made it more dangerous for us and our children, because our children are living here. Other people talking this talk, their children don't live here. So for the people who actually have children here who are scared about strays going through walls, let us vote if we feel that a 17-year-old boy running around made things better. Or would we have preferred for him to stay his ass home?
All those
Provided
in favor,
the most
that he
strangers
should stay his ass home, say aye. Aye.
I stay his ass. How crazy is that? I think most of our crew is ex-military. We're grown ass men. How are you going to try to convince us that we needed a 17-year-old boy to be running around in our streets with our families? That's hella crazy. Provided that said strangers give valid. Actually, no, that's completely a lie. I'll tell you this. One of the many, he said, strangers give valid evidence, not just statements. Actually, they don't. You have to have experience and acumen. So coming back to my point, if you know nothing about gun work and you know nothing about that life, just because you're objective from it doesn't mean that you are better off. In fact, you can have an apathy or an indifference, and you can make very bad calls. So we actually had a saying in the Army that a lot of people say there's devil in the details. In actuality, the devil's in the distance. The further you're removed from a situation, the less you care. The less that the people you're talking about or you're making decisions about, the less human they are. So, for example, that's why I was so so blah, blah, blah for most Americans when 1 million Iraqi civilians were killed during the Iraqi war. I mean, if we're keeping it real, you don't hear about that spoken about in America. We don't give a shit. That's Iraq. That's far away. We don't see Iraqis. Who cares? It's just a number. So in actuality, strangers don't weigh things properly. Because if that was true, you would see America, because they're so far from Iraq, talking all day, every day about 1 million Iraqi civilians dead. Godspeed to you, sir. Enjoy your night.
Ray,
Yep.
Ray, you lost Mobile 762, but then you brought him back.
Oh, is it still
He was
going?
going to bed underneath it.
Oh.
He was going home, Ray.
So did I misinterpret your point, or did I not accept what you were trying to get me to take? He's saying I misinterpreted his point.
I was trying to say.
So what did you think he said?
Well, when he asked the question back, it was about 2 questions back, maybe 2, 3 questions back.
Okay, let's go through it. So which question do you think?
Oh, just tell him to retype it on the bottom.
What I'm saying is that you
me to
have an understanding that you may not have seen everything.
Yep. And I was trying to
allow me to clear my throat.
That's what I was saying. Okay, the police have done their job. They've done their work.
Okay.
So they need to understand, like we're just here making a decision. The people are making a decision. No, the police have done a thorough investigation.
What does that have to do with what I'm saying? Even if the cops let them walk, what does it have to do? They're separate.
Because he's asking you to trust your eye. Do you trust what you see?
Are you
Wait
saying?
a minute. Maybe I was sleeping, but there will be a vote, won't there?
Oh, I see the confusion. Yeah, Mobile. These weren't strangers who gave us the video. I think that's the miscommunication error. These weren't strangers who gave the evidence. Again, this is our community. They weren't strangers. That's what he was thinking, that these were just random strangers, and we didn't know what was going on. So yeah, that's not the case, man. It's not that big a town. Yeah, it's not that big a town.
But maybe I was sleeping there for a second, but won't there will be a vote, won't there? The vote will take place in the jury deliberation room.
There you go.
I think Facebook said after the hour. Yeah, so I'll give you the YouTube link. All right.
So yeah, I guess Facebook shut us. I guess Facebook shut us down for streaming too long.
Because I've been.
We're still going on YouTube.
People, they were like, I can't get in the link.
Oh, here, I'll give you the YouTube link. So maybe that's why we got cut down on our people. Yeah, Facebook is hating on. Yeah, it's grimy, man.
They blocked us from community standards.
No, I don't think they blocked us. I think maybe I don't know, but I can see it now. It got cut off. So I'll go ahead and send it to you.
All right.
All right,
I'm
so
a punk ass. I'm tapping out.
all right, man. Be easy.
All
Thank
right.
you for doing this
Always
again.
a pleasure.
Thank you for hosting.
Hey, we will be seeing you. We will be hearing from you very soon.
Well,
Oh yeah,
if
you're
you're
getting
gonna
this
do
set
this,
up, right?
here's my question to you. If you're gonna do this tomorrow night, can you stay locked in with that person for a while?
Yeah, of course.
Let's have another night then.
Ray, man, you're gonna have me tied up. I'm already out till.
I'm saying we might as well just wait for curfew to end. Because I was like, well, I want to get back, but I'm like, you know what? Have these fools mess with me because curfew will end for another 20 minutes. Like, man, forget y'all.
Hey, hold on, Ray. Hold on. I got you. I got you, fam. Hold on. Where's my?
You got me?
I got you.
All right, now he's saying good night. Yeah, that was the confusion. He thought that we didn't know the people with the videos. You're like, oh, okay. How are you saying he got me?
You want to borrow this?
What is that? Is that a Meisner
That's
badge?
That's a kid. Yeah. That's that rolling like a big.
Oh,
hold on.
Yeah, the Kennedy 10th District badge. The we all look the same badge. Is that what you got there?
Yeah.
All right, now people, you send them the YouTube link. They should be able to handle it. In fact, let me go ahead and put it on my front.
Got you, Ray. Here you go. Take this.
Okay, bet. Okay, I'll just screenshot that.
Let's screenshot that. You're good.
All right. My dumb self, I actually earlier I was like, you know what, let me just catch an Uber back, So it's spinning and it's spinning and it's spinning. Then it finally says no Uber available in your area. I'm like, oh yeah, the shutdown. I don't know why I thought that made sense.
All right. I think I'm tapping out for a nap.
All right, sir. Have a good night.
You're an Iron Man, Ray.
Almost there. Almost there.
We did 5 hours with no breaking conversation, man. We just kept going.
Oh man, I think we're past 5 hours, bro. I think
No,
we're at
my contribution. My contribution.
Oh yeah, you did come in pretty strong tonight. All right, yeah. You guys covered a lot of topics too. I think I think we just need to do this more consistently. Let the people hear what's going on in local politics, things of that nature. Opinion sides, go from there.
And you told me we couldn't do this as a radio program.
Did I say that?
No.
Or did I say I didn't want to do the one over there in that dusty old building over there? The Time Warner building. I think that's probably what I said. I think that's more likely what I said. But no, I think this here, make it for.
Actually, I had a lot of fun. I mean, I ran again. If they want to impeach me as alderman, they just need to play this 8 hours of it because I hit it all. But it's real.
Oh yeah. They want to get rid of you, man, because you was on that blue stuff when you first started. That's all they got to do. Like, I'm sure that's in a bylaw somewhere. Can't have aldermen on that blue stuff. No blue wine coolers for Alderman Kennedy.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
No, you was like on some Bahama Mamas or something.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
So yeah, we're going through Sunday, huh? Oh man, just what I just thought about? If they're going through Sunday for 7 to 7, what's that? Is that your peanut butter whiskey or whatever? No, I'm looking at he got this Screwball, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Your peanut butter whiskey.
You want a swig?
Never. But if they're going 7 to 7, that is just gonna as if COVID isn't enough for restaurants and bars.
You see what I'm saying? I hope they're gonna try to give small business.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna need that.
I mean,
Switch to hours.
so just think about it. I mean, for restaurants and bars, you just shut down 7 to 7?
Unless you got to go to the harbor market or the public market to set up. We'll give you a special pass.
Oh, yeah? Because you guys get a kickback off that? Is that what that's about?
Kickback is such an ugly word.
You
want to use my parking lot? You want to use my grass?
A gratuity? A gratuity?
Money?
Oh, they're paying you to breathe the air? Is that what they're paying you for? They're paying you for the salt in the air because it seasons things? But no,
What,
I mean,
you think grass just
they
grows
definitely
on trees?
can't do 21 days. If they do 21 days, they might, because COVID was no joke. But if they do 21 days, you might as well just tell everyone to close. How crazy would that be? How crazy would they be if they spent half their time saying we care, we need to protect the businesses, and then they killed the businesses? Same people. Man, all these people that care so much about this area, but we ain't gonna see them cleaning up. We ain't gonna see them building up. We're not gonna see them investing. But this little boy running around. Oh no, he was just trying to help. Like, help who? Help you? You live in Florida. Help who? You live in West Virginia.
How many people got listening?
We have, I'm looking at 1 or maybe 3. I don't know. Why are you asking me how to count stuff? I lost my Facebook thread, so I put it back up on YouTube. Or I posted the YouTube link on Facebook, but I did something wrong, I guess, so I lost the Facebook feed. So I still got my Twitch gaming and my YouTube. So I got 2 out of 3.
What if you were just to put back up on YouTube now? What if you just started it again?
You can't so it's still streaming on YouTube. So it's going we're going through YouTube right now.
I meant to say Facebook. I said YouTube. I meant to say Facebook.
Okay. Oh. So I guess I've been talking and no one's here. You can hear my voice, but you can't see me. I wasn't even paying attention. So,
where are the comments being answered on YouTube?
Man, you ever had like your mom ask you how to use her new phone? That's how this feels right now, bro. For real.
They were on. You got 3 viewers. Well, Facebook says you have 3 viewers.
Oh, so it does a total count. But yeah.
24 reactions.
Oh, that's over time. So those are all Facebook reactions there. Yeah. So I try. So over here on the side, you can see all those are YouTube comments, and you scroll up, you can see. I like this little mini TV station. So see the difference between Facebook and YouTube comments. So Facebook's the blue, YouTube's the red, and then
What is that?
the one I was geeking out on my. There you go. There's my Twitch guy. So on the gaming. So yeah, we're here in Kenosha. We're almost survived 30 days of night. So handling the quarantine situation, following the civil unrest here in Kenosha. Talked a lot about local politics and all the people that were supporting alt-right and right-wing extremists like Kevin Mathewson.
Do you think the tear gas and pepper spray would get rid of the COVID?
No, I don't actually.
Okay.
Oh,
You should try cognac.
You want to try it anyway, though? I support that. I support it. I'm obligated to tell you the truth, but I wholly support you trying. So first get COVID. So we've been talking about all the negative people who came from the rural area downtown to cause havoc. But when we're not dealing with all this craziness, I actually go out that direction, hang out with some friends. Nice place out there in the rural area, nice little bar, watch football games, whatever. And
Ray, Rosemary's here.
Hey, Rosemary, another new guy. Gunpowder. Yes, that is true. Gunpowder works, at least if it's dry. Definitely works.
Gotta keep your powder dry.
COVID? Is that what we're talking about? For curing COVID? I think I got
black powder? Black powder?
Yeah. Lots of, what? Gunpowder works for curing COVID. What else cures COVID? Putting a flashlight up your butt. I heard that cures COVID. You got to have a really, really bright flashlight. Drinking bleach.
Wait,
I heard
if
that.
It's in your nasal passages, can't we clean it with cocaine?
No, I think it has to be bleach. But no, there's several COVID cures I've heard about. You
I will
put the
volunteer for cocaine test to clear COVID.
okay. Well, I think you first volunteered for
Pepper spray.
I think you first volunteered for pepper spray, so you got to do that test first. Now that's going to be a 6-month trial, okay? Just so you know. So once we run you through that trial, then you'll be good to go. But yeah, those are the main COVID cures I know. The flashlight up the butt and just chug a thing of Clorox. My president said it, so it's got to be true.
What about angel dust? You think angel dust will? I mean, I think angel dust would clear COVID out of my nasal passages.
You know what? If you can find some angel dust, then I think you should give that a go. I think you should give that a go, brother. I think we're going to see you out there in Country Thunder just living it up. Woo! She thinks my tractor sexy. You going to be tearing it up.
Well, since we're in the silly part of the night, you know that song "We Didn't Start the Fire"?
Billy Joel? I know Billy Joel.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say, we didn't shoot nobody. Everybody is still alive. We didn't shoot nobody.
Well, all our people are still alive. But we weren't we just talking about that? Black people knew better. We knew that Second Amendment right didn't apply to us, even though I'm a concealed carry. Now, I was talking to my wife and I was saying that. I was like, yeah, I'm not taking a weapon out there. I'm black. I can't be running around with practicing my rights. I will get shot.
Even if they do, hey, that's Red Rock. He's got concealed carry.
We go crazy. Yeah. So yeah, and you know what? I'm seriously, let's go back through the footage and we shared it out to everyone. I gave Associated Press, we gave it all to CNN. I don't think I saw any black people running around kitted and fitted. And it ain't because we ain't got guns. We just knew. We just knew. We knew that we're not allowed to run around in the middle of the night with cops running around with weapons. I mean, the whole reason this all kicked off is the whole I was scared. Can you just imagine that? That would be so crazy. Just cops running around just shooting Negroes. I was scared. They all had guns. I ain't carrying. Not during these times. This is privilege time. I don't got that privilege.
The biggest thing is the cops can't get it right arresting a guy. Why wouldn't you trust a citizen?
Well, because he's a good guy with a gun.
Because I've seen every
Columbo.
episode.
He's a law-abiding citizen.
Because I've seen every episode of Law and Order, so that makes me a cop and a lawyer.
That's how inept I am. Even though I got all the military training that I have and all the time I got, I need a 17-year-old boy to come protect me and my wife and kids. Oh man, bro. They've been putting out pictures of this kid when he was 6 years old. They've been doing some crazy stuff. It's like, okay, that's what we're gonna do now. They're like putting out when he was born and everything. Let's see here what we got. Oh, I'm showing my age. Yeah, probably. I don't know how I showed it, but I probably did. No bullets.
The Billy Joel reference.
Oh, okay. So no bullets. I don't get that one. Yeah, no point in having a gun if you ain't got no bullets. You want to keep the bullets for sure. So then
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I bet you there was a lot of concealed carry among minorities, but I don't think anybody was open carry among minorities.
Yeah, small the back. So yeah, first night Sunday, but you'd be crazy as a black person. You'd be absolutely crazy. I'm not saying you would die for sure, but you are definitely someone who lives life on the edge. You are definitely
Let's just say
you YOLO.
shots went off and were fired, and you wouldn't have ran past the tank.
No, no.
With that rifle and walked just like that.
That would be some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
If as a black person you ran like they was doing, you ran towards the Bearcats and the up armored vehicles, and you just like giving them arm signals and stuff like that. That would have been so crazy. Yeah. That's why I laugh when they be like, no such thing as white privilege. I'm not gonna sit here and fight you over this. I know what I gotta do to make it home alive. I know what I gotta do. So you can whatever you gotta tell yourself to go to sleep, you say that. Let's see. I guess I'm showing my age again. I gotta blow this one up. Crazy is telling the cop when you get pulled over, you have a gun. Well, I think some states, you have to. So I know like Philadelphia, or that's not Pennsylvania. I'm sorry. Philadelphia is a city. So I'm pretty sure like Pennsylvania, you have to disclose that kind of information. So that kind of changes state to state. I know in Wisconsin, you do not have to disclose when you're engaging with a police officer, whether you're getting pulled over or talked. If you're concealed carry, you do not have to disclose that. But I would definitely, I don't know where you're from, but I would definitely make sure that if you're going to be carrying, that you're compliant with the local laws or whatever they ask.
I got pulled over one time for speeding, and I was in a mood, and I gave him my license and registration.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I put the seat back on the car in the car, and I grabbed a sandwich and started eating. And he goes to walk. He comes back. And he's like, "Am I bothering you?" And I said, "Yes, you are." I've done this before, man. You run my license, you write the ticket. It's gonna be about a 15-minute affair, man. I can get my lunch in.
You know what would be a good look if we had Kennedy out.
You got that off, I think.
Yeah, well, good look would have been Kennedy out there in the hood, 28th, 29th, open carry. You didn't teach him how to play with guns, Ray?
I think there's easier ways for me to get shot. I'm good, bro. So here's the thing. After my Army time, man, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I was like, I've never done that I need to do, want to do. But there's also a whole bunch of stuff that I'm like, I don't ever need to do again. So running around. Camping. Like, people be like, hey, Ray, you were a ranger. You would go sit in the woods with us for 3-4 days and get bit by bugs? Like, nah, bro, I did that. We're good. I checked that box. I moved on in life. So, yeah.
You're Malcolm Gladney's 10,000 hours of expertise on that.
Oh, yeah, I got my 10,000 hours. So, nah, pass, man. I'm good. Oh, let's see here. So, I think we're still talking about, and it's a serious. So, I said, I don't know where you're from, but check this crazy thing out. As a Wisconsin resident, I can't drive to Illinois concealed carry. That's illegal. But an Illinois resident can conceal carry and come to Wisconsin. So normally states have reciprocity, but we only have a one-way reciprocity.
Okay.
Don't ask me why. I ain't no lawyer, but how crazy is that?
So yesterday, when I was hanging out with my armed guard in front of my establishment, a guy pulled up, minority black guy.
All right.
Hey, you guys thirsty guys?
You're not coming through.
I'm not coming through.
Oh,
I'm not
there you
coming
are.
through. I'm
Yeah.
not coming through. Okay. So he pulled up and he said, "You guys thirsty? Minority, black, young male. You guys need anything? I see you guys out here." He gave my guy, "I'll take that monster, for energy."
Right,
Probably
right.
about 4 in the morning, maybe 3 in the morning at this point. So he says, "Yeah, I don't know the gun laws like that here." He goes,
Okay.
"Yeah, I'm open carry. I wasn't able to legally buy the gun because the gun was gifted to me. I can now legally open carry." And this is like the second or third time I heard this.
Can you say that again?
He said because he couldn't legally purchase it because of his age. He was 19 years old.
Okay.
So I said I was going to look into the law. He was a smart dude. Seemed smart. He said because the gun was gifted to him, and I've been told this on quite a few occasions. So I need to check this law and follow up behind it. That because the gun was gifted to him, it was now legal for him to have it.
Let me make sure I'm understanding. He's saying that he couldn't legally purchase a
Correct.
firearm. Was it a sidearm or a long gun?
Sidearm.
Okay. He couldn't legally purchase a handgun, but he could legally carry one that had been gifted to him.
Correct. And I'm almost certain this is true because I've heard this.
Here's why I'm confused. I don't know the answer. I'm not a lawyer.
Wisconsin got weird gun laws.
But here's why I'm confused. How do you tell?
Maybe.
How do you tell? Is it like
Anthony at? Is he still there?
No, he bounced. But follow me here. You sitting there with your weapon. What does the cop ask you for? A receipt or a letter that there was proof that it was gifted? How do you tell?
This is true.
That's my main logic for saying that sounds
maybe
a little.
There is something that you hold on to when you get that turned over to you. There is a piece of paper. Hey, this is my legal document. That this is my weapon.
Systems made for making money. Why don't we agree that if you make a system for whatever the reason, you usually end up needing to take money in order to maintain it? Because most people don't like working for free. So maybe the healthcare system was originally made to keep people healthy. Let's say maybe originally, but then the people I see going to med school, everybody else was partying outrageous. Maybe they're like, you know what? I want to get paid more since we didn't get to have as much fun in college as y'all did. Yeah, I don't know. So are you thinking you would just be carrying a receipt around? Like, here's my receipt. I don't know. I guess it's possible. I mean, I don't know. I guess I shouldn't laugh. I carry my concealed carry.
This is
So I guess if I carry my concealed carry, I guess I could also carry proof that I was gifted my weapon. I guess every state could do whatever they want to do to this level. But that would be kind of weird. But he said because he was gifted the firearm. I'm gonna have to look into that one. You know, Andy Berg, he actually just finished his training as a CCW training instructor.
Good.
So
I know a couple of people who need to get a license.
yeah, he wants to start working up some things here for the community. So maybe next time our out of town players come, we can just go line up on pickets as they come in on their horses. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't be surprised about anything no more. Maybe some state does have a rule like you have to carry around your proof of purchase or your proof of receipt, and then it has. Yeah, I don't know. That how would you enforce it? I don't know. Let's see. Better if we have to have guns, no laws at all. So my personal experience is that, how do I say this? My personal experience is that when everyone has weapons, things eventually become more civil. Now, when I say it becomes more civil, it's because a lot of people die. So who's ever left, they end up becoming civil until new people come and spice things up. But, you look at countries where you have a high percentage of guns and carried out and everything. I as a researcher, I try to be pretty thorough in looking at different things. And so guns is one of the things I've looked at. And I have not personally, not going to say it doesn't exist, I haven't personally come across a country where more guns resulted in a safer outcome. Now, you'll often hear people talk about areas in Scandinavia and also Israel, for example, but they leave out a lot of key components. So one, take Israel, a nation like Israel, military service is mandatory for everybody. I would actually be fine with every person in America having a gun if everybody in America had to do military service. I did it clearly, so I'm fine with it. But I think right now, on average, it's less than 4% of American citizens have actually. Yeah, less than 4% of Americans have actually served their country. So all I heard is 96% of people. I don't know if you even know how to handle the thing. I damn sure don't want you around me trying to handle it. So you look at all the states where it's reciprocity. Even though it's reciprocity, you probably still have to do some paperwork. I don't know if I would just assume you could just drive in. It's like, for example, Arizona. So I know I know in Arizona, it was okay for me to carry.
Permit honor. Issuing state.
All the blue?
Yep.
Okay, so that's a lot of states actually, but not Illinois.
Nope.
Grimy haters. Let's see here. Last night showed that Wild Wild West. No need for eugenics. Well, there's never a logical need for euthenics. USA Theory was to prevent a takeover. Oh, come on, man. Please don't tell me you start talking about like Soros or Illuminati or something. What is this?
It says.
I read it, but what's it dealing with?
It suggests open carry is legal without permit.
Yeah, and
license if you are at least 18 years old and allowed to possess a firearm, which means you don't have a background, of course.
Right.
However, if you want to open carry a handgun in a vehicle, you would need a CWL license.
So, yeah. Why did it take? Hold on, I am getting old. Why did it take 3 nights of violence and 2 dead for the protest to be peaceful? We kind of talked about this earlier, Kelly. So the protests were always peaceful. The rioters and looters were not. So really what you're asking is, why did it take 3 days and nights of violence and dead for the looters and rioters to stop doing looting and rioting? It's a guess. I'm just a person at the end of the day. My guess is that the local authorities were not ready. They weren't, that's my opinion. They weren't built for this. They weren't ready. They weren't prepared. This seemed like this seemed like a lot of people from the Midwest with thinking that they're just as good as those big city boys, and they couldn't handle. Now, having said that, I think they caught up, quote unquote. Well, they didn't caught up. They brought in some extra help from outside, but again, that's 100% opinion. Don't take it for what it's worth. Won't offend me if you say it's all garbage, but I think it took 3 days and nights of violence and 2 dead for the looters and rioters to stop looting and rioting.
I mean, the whole narrative, how it was spun.
What do you mean?
2 dead were. You gotta put it.
Well, that's why I separated. The two dead had nothing to do with the protesting. That's my point. The 2 dead. So we talked about this earlier. So you had two larger groups that 2 smaller fringe groups were able to hide inside. We saw this a lot in Afghanistan, where your enemy was not playing easy. They weren't wearing like bright orange colors for you to see them so you could pick them out from the actual normal civilians. What you end up having was looters and rioters hiding amongst the protesters. That's your first jackass group. And then you had your white supremacists, white nationalists hiding in between the police and the military. And that's what we were down here seeing with our own eyes.
That's why 2 are dead.
So I see you're from Kenosha. Are you here in this area with us?
She said they burned the black community.
Well,
They
yeah.
burned a small.
Well, I don't think she's saying they burned it all, but where it went down, yeah, it's here. Which is why we started doing this, because we know enough about history. We're down here on Sheridan. So Sheridan, 4 blocks from the courthouse is where this building is right now. So this is where we kind of base camped. Where are you out of? No. Where in Kenosha? North, south, east? Are you up by the highway? I'm not saying give me your address. But that was the main reason we started doing it, because we the black community, we knew what was going to happen. We knew out of town people were going to tear the place up, and the narrative was going to be the silly Negroes burn down their own neighborhood. Okay, so I want to say, didn't the second night, didn't they move towards your area? They did not?
They did. They actually were marching down.
Okay, I thought the second night they went. My memory's fried now. We ain't getting much sleep.
They had to cross 52nd and 22nd at night. They were marching down 52nd.
Okay, because they started down in Allendale tonight. They was down there on 3rd. We got that feed, but yeah, I don't know where they went after that. But yeah, to the point we knew, and let's be honest, I mean, you're from Kenosha too, so there is no like 100% black part of town, but there are parts of town that are more heavily minority than others. So we know what those areas are. But to your point, yeah, we knew that not only was it going to be done by out of town jackasses, that the narrative's going to be spun that we just all went crazy one day and started burning our own houses and clothes. So that's why we were like, let's coordinate and let's coordinate and let's record ourselves as much as possible. So in preparation for the outside world spinning their crazy Trump narratives and everything, that this is because, we voted for a Democrat and so we hate ourselves and set ourselves on fire. So this is an interesting one. Let's talk about this. I feel this all could have been prevented. Have a curfew and enforce it with arrests. No release BS. Worked in the 60s. If that was true, Rosemary, we wouldn't be here right now. Didn't jack shit work in the 60s. Only thing that maybe anyone could say worked in the 60s is back in the 60s, they did a better job of killing the civil rights leaders because they were more hierarchy. So right now, BLM, and we're BLM members, right? But there's no hierarchy. I'm not like the grand BLM guy or anything like that, or I'm not in charge. There's different groups, different factions. It's more decentralized. And that's actually better because if you look what happened in the 60s, it was very organized. Here's a triangle. And what this America did was kill those people who were in charge. Yeah, no, people didn't stay off the streets. I mean, you can pick a particular riot, but no, it didn't. I haven't studied every single race riot from the 60s, but that's not the case. Yeah, again, no, definitely not during curfew hours. Ohio, Detroit, for example. No, when people were angry. In fact, that's why Lyndon B. Johnson, he actually commissioned, what is that? He had a commission put up because he thought once the Negroes got their civil rights, then why aren't they happy? Because I don't know how old you are, so don't be offended if I say if you remember. You're talking like you might have been there, or maybe you're a researcher like me, or just a hobby studies. It's fine. So it doesn't really matter. Whichever way is fine. But after civil rights was passed, you actually had like the Watts riots, for example. And yeah, that went around the clock. And so they hired this commission. And what the commission found was why the Negroes are angry is kind of what we're fighting about today. Equal economic rights. And the crazy thing was like 120 scientists and economists, tops in the country. And once Lyndon B. Johnson read this, he fired all of them, 120 of them. Let's see. Only thing I see the violence doing is waking the world up to the fact that there's a problem on the United States. Yeah, the world's becoming aware, and let's think about what technology is doing. So a lot of this is the same stuff. It's resurging. But technology today is making it more visible. So I often talk about the fact that 1991, 1992, pick one. I'm pretty sure one of them's right. Rodney King beating in LA. I think LA rioted for 3 days, but that was one city. Fast forward to 2020 with George Floyd, within an hour, it went viral across the world, and you had cities all over the world burning. So technology is playing a role like never before, where before it was very easy to spin narratives about what happened. So even if you look at 1920s, 1925, whites would go into the black side of town. Let's talk about Tulsa. Whites would go into the black side of town, burn it down, and say it was a race war instead of white people going into town and killing people. So these are things you had to. It's harder to lie nowadays. Like I said, how we had all these people out there, different angles. It's harder to lie nowadays. So yeah. You'll laugh if I say, oh, hey, when I meet somebody who's older, and I took this from the military, when I meet someone who's older, there's only one thing I know about you. You survived. I disagree. Enforcing curfew works. Well, you can name a city where it's worked for you. I'm only naming the historical ones where it definitely didn't. So it's not even an opinion thing, just a fact. I can name cities where it didn't work. Let's talk George Floyd. Yeah, absolutely. 1992. So yeah, but that was one city, okay, versus George Floyd all over. And some could argue this is still carrying over from there. have you seen the now complete tapes videos of George? I personally didn't watch the George Floyd video. Just kind of gets exhausting seeing them all. I saw enough death in the military, so I see in America that kind of thinks like it's almost like snuff tape. They just like watching people die. I can only take so much, so I personally have not watched it. Lies are from, are you meaning the right omission? Oh, only thing that I know of recent is, no, actually I don't. That'd be like me telling you need to go to combat. I definitely don't. But yeah, again, that'd be, yeah. I don't. The idea though is I'm seeing it where it's like there's people. Nah, it won't give me context. And let me tell you why it won't give me context. No, it's okay. I think I'm following. The reason why it won't give me context is the only groups who think that watching it over and seeing new things will change minds when they're talking to the Black community is the people who in the very beginning thought that we shouldn't be getting mad about anything. Because I say, if we don't have to fight about George Floyd, let's talk about Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor was asleep in her bed and was killed. Now, if someone can tell me that there's some new evidence that justifies killing her in her sleep, then we will shut this down right now. But even if new video comes out showing that George Floyd had 2 rifles, it was just going to town, and that was left out before, and he threw the guns down, and new video comes out showing that he actually put the boot on his own neck, that still won't make me shut this down because of Breonna Taylor. Because I didn't set this up because of George Floyd. If you look through all my social media online, it's all open to the public. This did not get set up after George Floyd. So this was more a culmination rather than one. So yeah, so that's a very good point. So, and let me say this before we continue. I argue that if this country's going to get better, it might not. If this country's going to get better, we have to have open conversation. So here's what my community talks about. There's a certain section of the white population, because you can't just say all whites. There's a certain demographic of whites who know all the stats for Black on Black crime, Black abortion, Black poverty, but they don't know white on white crime. They don't know white poverty. They know about their opinions of all the shootings of Black people that were justified, but they don't know Breonna Taylor's name. Again, Breonna Taylor was the Black woman who was asleep in her bed and the cops killed her. Because we often hear people say, well, if you don't do anything wrong, then the cops don't kill you. We say, actually, there's proof it doesn't. No, we agree, Luke. Cut the crap. That's the whole point. Stop killing people in their beds. Stop making up crap reasons and crap excuses. So yeah. Yeah, so absolutely. Cut the crap. That's the thing. Let's talk straight. Say again?
Tony Evers called a special session to consider police reform measures that Republicans have ignored.
Okay, so he's just talking some state partisan politics we got on this side. So sounds like the Democrats are doing something and the Republicans don't want to do it with them. If you care, you can go look it up. I don't. So I actually agree with that. So if you notice, and that's a good point to continue our conversation. So you wrote 3 times how I have to watch the tape. I have to watch the tape for context. You then responded, here's why I don't know Taylor. I've seen enough. So just how you decided on your own when you don't need to know and when you don't need to see enough, we're doing the same thing. But coming back to how our only hope for getting better in this world is if we serve that same respect we down for others. So imagine if how that attitude you have for yourself, imagine if you served that same respect back to me when I said I'd seen enough. Does that make sense? Now, having said that, for the record, you're not a bad person for having the opinion that I should see that. So I'm not going there at all. And I'm not going to say that you should have never spoken to me. If we don't speak, things are not going to get better. I already put that one up. So, yeah, that's that, I guess. But now someone could say, well, you choose to like what you like or care about what you care about, and I'll choose to care about what I care about. When people say that, I often mention the American Revolution. The Americans cared more than the British. If for you history buffs or not, I'll just run you through very quickly. Let's just say this duty station as a British soldier was not Hawaii. Hawaii was, this was a pretty shit post, actually. Didn't want to be here. This was not glamorous. Versus the Americans, it was like, this is their home. The British, at least in the beginning, weren't really going against a real fighting force. The Americans, if they got caught, it was treason, it was death. So they had more to fight for. This is very much the same with this situation. People who don't live in our community and don't live our lives, it's very easy to kind of act like the British. So whatever. Why don't you guys just behave yourselves? Which is always odd. They'll look at someone dressed like me, talking like me, lives a life like me, and they'll be telling me to behave myself. But yeah, you can take that approach, but this is our lives, so it's a bigger deal to us. So we can't pick and choose. We were kind of talking earlier. I don't know if you were here for that part. We were talking about how, some white people will say, hey, I work my butt off, no such thing as white privilege. We point out the fact that we, Black people, we know white privilege is real, and we have to know to stay alive. So like when you see all these people running around in those videos, we've been kind of putting out like a Where's Waldo challenge. Find, circle it, send it to us, a Black person who was running around with a rifle in the middle of the night here in Kenosha over these last 3 nights. That's a white privilege. Just running around in civilian clothes as a Black person. This is our neighborhood. We're all concealed carry holders. None of us were that stupid to think that Second Amendment rights applied to us in the middle of the night when you have people from out of town who don't care about this community running around with guns. We know we're not dumb enough to bet our lives on the idea of a Second Amendment rights. We know we don't have them to the same level. So that's one of those things where it's like you got to operate on what you know at a certain point. Okay, so I see you're retired police, so don't know much about police work. When I do speak about it, it's usually in context of hearing public or police officers themselves claim that being police is a war. So when I say whenever you use that terminology, I'm a combat veteran, so now you're in my space. So I then say that if it is a war zone out there and you're not being hyperbolic, then you need to start acting like a war professional, a war fighter. And that I can definitely talk on. So, but outside of that, I'm usually just reading things and sharing things. So earlier in this casting tonight, we talked about Robert Peel. He was a London police officer. Robert Peel's 3 concepts and 9 points for policing. So we kind of read through that and talked through it. Interesting things that we covered there. So while we don't have the police aspect, we have the community being policed aspect. That's our side. So let me see here. Got some writing. Police used to, for example, find a drunk driver and give him a ride home in the late 70s. I did know that, which is why the Mothers Against Drunk Driving came up in the 80s. They did not like that. So I think Wisconsin was one of the last states where that was still not illegal. But I think that was 1980s with MAD. And that was actually one of the big things that they had an issue with. And someone feel free to call me out if I was wrong on the decade for Mothers Against Drunk Driving. So I usually try. So so my background is econometrics and statistics and kind of a history buff. So I try to come into these engagements with knowledge to keep going. If I have to cheat, I'll go online to Google or something like that. But I'm a human. I definitely make mistakes. So if I'm wrong about something, just hit me up. Feel free to call me out publicly for everyone's edification. Oh man, we're almost there. Hour to go. What's up? How to get out? Well, my recent pays do not show immediately. So yeah, there might be a little bit of a lag. Depending on where you're out of. Throughout different parts of the night, it's been kind of going back and forth, but we're trying to keep up with you there. Oh, you're going to show me so you can bounce? All right, give me a sec here. So we got new stuff going here. Oh, so someone did check me. So I nailed MAD. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was the 80s. They might have started in the late 70s, but I'm pretty sure they got their mojo working under Reagan. I think I remember seeing a photo of that or something at some point. So I guess I should be. Yeah, I don't know how I broke the Facebook. Yeah, Key Fair still out. But I got it on I kind of messed up the Facebook feed though, so on here on the YouTube. So all right, man, bad. Yeah, but the sun's up now, so now I'm awake, Jason. So this was actually just like watching the Army. So it's kind of slow in the middle of the night, but once you get through a couple of the yawn times, and you're good to go. So yeah, doing the marathon run for I think this might be my longest podcast. Yeah. We're gonna go over 10 hours, so we're gonna go to about 10 and a half hours. So yeah, that's gonna be something. Let's see here. I'm hearing more cars, so I'm thinking even though curfew's not officially over till 7. Okay, got it. Okay. So let's see here. My partner in car was black. I'm white. We made policeman of the month together, catching armed robbers. We were close, best friends. I ate chitlins at his Thanksgiving table. Okay, so well, chitlins is definitely an experience. So if you didn't grow up with it, actually, I grew up with it. It was still an experience. So um, the question is, did you finish it? That's the question. Okay. Well, if you finished it, okay, you get credit. Some people be trying to be like, well, I tasted it, then threw it back up, and they still want credit for that. That don't count. Let's see here. So it's kind of hard because I'm like keep waiting to start seeing the light. I'm like, it should be light up by now, but I forgot. Actually had the windows boarded up because we just weren't sure what to be expecting tonight. Well, this night that's passed, but I can hear the vehicles going now. So looks like we're seeing through the most of it or the brunt of it, hopefully. I'm wondering how the town's going to be handling the next couple days because the curfew actually continues through Sunday. That's what we were talking about earlier for this side of 94. So, one thing I was thinking about is how are the like restaurants and everything going to handle? They basically get all their orders and before 7. Even delivery drivers, that's a short window. So let's see tomorrow. Let's see today, Thursday. Oh no, I think I'm going to my taco place. I think that's what I'm doing. Blacks are not the first eating intestines. Many poor ethnicities did. Yes, I was aware of that. Um, uh, and again, don't speak for the entire black community. Eating ham hocks, eating intestines, stuff like that, gizzards. We got to remember, again, this nation's history. Slaves were not given the good parts of the animal, if they were given animal at all. Even in corn, they were not given the good corn, they're given the husk. So a lot of this food comes from the fact that we were given the waste parts of the animals. And we weren't even given it, just the waste parts were discarded. So our ancestors, the slaves that were slaves were able to utilize these things because they weren't wanted. So a lot of the foods that were passed down, um, you'll actually hear this in the Black community where some people are saying, hey, we're not slaves anymore. Stop eating that slave food. You'll hear that. We're not slaves anymore. We can stop eating this trash, this slave food. Um, I can understand the sentiment. Again, free country, do what you want to do. Me personally, um, I'm not ashamed of my people because they were slaves. Let me make sure I say that again. I'm not ashamed of my people for being slaves. They didn't enslave themselves. So for me, when I hear the story of the foods that were created and the things that were done to survive to result in me being here today, um, I don't hear a story of shame. I hear a story of pride. I look at what was done to my people for an extended period of time. I can't claim that my direct lineage is one of the first slave ships, but and even though importation of slaves was made illegal in the early 1800s, we have the records showing that it was still done illegally, continuing past then. So can't say when my bloodline came here, but I find a actual huge sense of pride in that there was a lot of effort put into breaking us and keeping us down and keeping us um, from ever getting anywhere. And so, for despite all that, for me to still be here, I take nothing but pride. I'm like, that's the proof of the strength of the bloodline, the strength of the genes. Still have work to do, but my work desk is because others before me got me here. So I didn't build myself. I didn't chisel myself. So that's my attitude about it. That kind of segues into why many of us, and why me, for example, decided to say, hey, I can't sit idle on the side. I am going to be a BLM member. I am a BLM member. That was my reasoning, where I was like, I would have loved to just kind of sit on the side and just mind my own, just think about myself and only care about myself. But as the country, especially over the last couple of years, started going more and more in a crazy direction, I was like, I don't think I can sit on the sideline here. I got to figure out what I can do. And the crazy started over the last couple of years, but more of my community work probably started, I'd say probably more like 5-6 years ago, getting more amped up. Probably there was smaller things before, but it started going in that direction of, this is what I want to do. This is how I want to have an impact in the community. Mainly interacting, I came home from the military, and one of the first things I noticed is the different level of investment in the communities that look like me. And the other one is I got to put that up only because it's funny. So this says BLM equals communist. Um, so I have this great picture. It's from the 60s, where it's a picture of Martin Luther King sitting in a classroom, and it's marked, it's marked that he's sitting in communist training school. Um, and I just keep all these Martin Luther King letters to remind myself of all the things that were said about me today. Those same things were said about Martin Luther King. Same exact things. I mean, verbatim. The letters that were sent to him. And I read them for encouragement to me to not forget that all the things that are said about me and my generation, those same those same things were said about Martin Luther King, and that was passed down. So how the will for equal rights was passed down to my family, the idea that whenever black people want equal rights, that they're communist, that's been passed down. I mean, even in the cartoons, we still have it. Actually, shoot, I'll just go ahead and share it. So let's see here. It's just a great photo of, you know, it's really just old hat. This idea that whenever black people start talking about self-awareness and strength, that they're communist. Other reason why it's funny to me is because if you look at how I'm dressed, so far, I'm 38 years old. I have never met someone who's better off financially than me calling me a communist. I'm a investor. Once I came back from military, I've been a strategic planner, wealth investment advisor. I'm in real estate, own businesses, service industry businesses. I'm a data scientist. So when you look at that, it comes back to this idea of people are just saying things because it's just the same ignorance that was taught before. So let's pull this up. What people said about Martin Luther King before they killed him. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let me just drop these in the. Am I able to drop pictures in the chat? I guess we're about to find out. Clipboard, text editing modes. Oh man, that sucks. Okay, so I can't. It's got to be a way for me to figure this out. Maybe if because I lost my Facebook thread. It's normally where I put photos. Where can I do this? Oh, let's try this. Let's try. I'll actually log in with my phone in here, and then I'll just share my screen. This is a really good topic. And I actually keep these photos in my phone for this reason. That when people start saying the same old stuff they were saying about us blacks back in the 60s, I just say, free country, speak how you want, but definitely we're saying these things then. Let's see if I can. Handwriting search. Comments. Let's see here. Okay, hold it up to the camera. I guess that would be simpler, wouldn't it, Kelly? Okay. Thank you for pointing out that even a data scientist can be stupid. All right, let's hold it up to the camera. Okay, let's go. Let's see what people were saying about Martin Luther King back in those days. Can you see that? Martin Luther King, a troublemaker and a liar. Now, this is why I love this one. I want you to notice the cross and the American flag. When whenever there was a white racist group against blacks or whoever was new coming in, you almost always see that being done. This idea of crossing Christianity with a particular country, as if you were going to read in the Bible and Jesus blessed America. So you always see that. But you see the people in the background holding it up? That's them there. Let's show another one of that kind of mentality. Let's stick with the communism thing for a little while. Oh, check this one out. Okay. So this is a good one. So look what they did. This is a very common thing of the conservative right. They literally just took a random photo of Martin Luther King sitting, and they labeled it Martin Luther King at Communist Training School. This has been done to blacks since the very beginning. Now, for the record, Martin Luther King never went to any communist training school, but it didn't matter. Sell the lie. Sell the lie. That's all that matters. We need to shut these Negroes up. Let's see here. What was the other one I wanted to show? And yeah, that's why I keep them in my phone. So I'm following these here. Did Martin Luther King want violence? So this here, I'm going to show the picture. This is one of the letters in the Martin Luther King historical that was sent to him. It's a comic that was sent to Martin Luther King. Now I'm going to read what the comic says, and then I'll read around it. So, but you see that's Martin Luther King. There's a white reporter talking to him. This is from 1960s. At the top, it says, "I plan to lead another nonviolent march tomorrow." So that's what it says at the top. It's Martin Luther King saying, "I plan to lead another nonviolent march tomorrow." So what it's showing you is even back then, Martin Luther King was hated. What you find is a lot of older white folks, they love to sell this idea of Martin Luther King I call Black Santa Claus. It's this lie that they all loved him, or most of them loved him, except for a couple Dixie Democrats and some hillbilly KKK in the South. That's why I keep these, because in reality, that's complete and utter bullshit. Martin Luther King was hated. And that's why his family keeps all the mail that was sent to him. So you can see it comes from all over the world. I'm going to read what this lady wrote around, or this person wrote around it. You call yourself a minister of the gospel and you call yourself a Christian. You are such a deceitful hypocrite. You are not fooling anyone. You are nauseating. You talk about nonviolence, but your entire program is about violence. Instead of out there protesting, why don't you figure out why your entire race is in poverty? Sound familiar? Has anyone heard that recently? You know, instead of you silly Negroes running around asking for all this silly stuff that I think you already have, why don't you guys work on black crime? That's one you'll hear very often. Let's see. I think you have a new one here. Reading the BLM beliefs, they state they are Marxist trained. Send the link. There might be a faction of BLM. Like I said, it's very decentralized. So there may be some that are that. I know I'm not. So that's my honest answer. Where do you go for training? I guess you could read a book about Marxism. I guess so. But I'm guessing, as you admitted, you're an older white person. I'm guessing you probably personally don't know it. Let's see here. Martin Luther King and ministers seem that, no, that's utter complete bullshit. The man had several attempts on his life. He was shot in the damn neck. He didn't get along. Dogs on him, hoses turned on him, hate mail from all over the world. We can keep going through it, but that's a fabrication. After he was murdered, later on, that generation pretends like most of them loved him. They didn't. Let's go through some more Martin Luther King letters that were sent to him from all over the nation. Here's one of the favorites that I keep in my phone. This is dated. I'll show it to you, but let's next. So you see that's dated actually June 27th, 1966. Reverend Martin Luther King. And this is why I love this one, because you run into a lot of people who say, hey, you know what? I'm not, I was supporting black people, but now that they're tearing down statues, now I don't. Before I was your ally, before I was your friend, but because now statues are being torn down, I can't support that cause. So this is a letter written to Martin Luther King, June 27, 1966. Reverend Martin Luther King, sir, why is it you never refer to a thing like this as brutality? The niggers can do anything and no one says a word or raises a finger. Why? The hatred between the races is new at an all-time peak and will get worse as the niggers continue to beat, rape, and murder white women and girls. Signed, a former friend of the Negro, now a nigger hater. What it shows you is it is old hat to blame blacks, who have never been more than 13% of the population, for all or most or even half of the race relations. You often hear people say, well, you know, it's both sides. Here's the thing. I haven't read every history book, but I'm unaware of black side of town that had whites as slaves. Slavery and racism, it wasn't like, you know, in this town, white people were treated at the bottom, but at this town, black people were treated at the bottom. It's just a thing they do to each other. They capture each other. They enslave each other. That's not what happened. This is a very unilateral relationship. So while I have met people that were raised on plantations, born in the 40s and 50s, or I haven't met any slaves, but there's a lot of people who, even though we weren't there, they like to lie about the history or like the softball the history. And that's one of the things they do. So that's why I keep these things. So no, don't let people sell you that lie that because Martin Luther King was a nonviolent man, he was loved. He wasn't really loved until he was dead. So while he was alive, he was one of the most hated men in America. Were there people arrested? It seems like Kelly answered. Yes. Thank you, Kelly, for covering me while I was looking that up. I was moving too slow. Well, yeah. So there was just peaceful protests that I'm aware of going down 3rd. They moved up into in city, but we were scanning everything that we're aware of, and we had the same answer as Kelly. I think maybe that's a good thing to go with here. Let's keep talking about how Martin Luther King was really treated instead of trusting. Again, I call it the Black Santa Claus version, where Martin Luther King, I call it Black Santa Claus because what you're sold by that generation is that Martin Luther King was just this happy, jolly guy that when you turn fire hoses on him or you turn dogs on him, he just said, ho, 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 I love you. That's what you're sold. That's a very far from the reality of the type of man he was. Indeed, he was he preached nonviolence, but he also preached about riots being the language of the unheard. If you haven't ever heard it, go on YouTube. It's a speech. It's a response that he gives to a question in this context where Martin Luther King, don't you take any responsibility for all the violence that happens, during your protest? And, or, there was rioting. It wasn't even during one of his protests. It was just rioting in one of the cities. And like, how do you explain this? And that's what he said. Riots are the language of the unheard, meaning If you don't listen to people, if you don't respect them as humans, you don't hear them speaking to you, quite often that becomes their language. And, anyone who has read through a history book, just how Chitlins, that's not owned by blacks. Blacks are not the first to eat intestines. Blacks are not the first to riot either. Labor riots, for example, which is something that a lot of Americans are very proud of. They fought for this. They fought for it. And other countries as well. The unheard, that is one of the languages that they utilize when they are being ignored. James Baldwin, I believe, civil rights leader, he talked about the fact that when a white man says, "Give me liberty or give me death," he is applauded. We love the story of Spartacus. We love the story of Braveheart. A white man saying, "Give me liberty or give me death," is applauded. Me standing here right now as a black man, me saying, "Give me liberty or give me death," I am not applauded. I am not seen as a man standing up and saying something that says, "Yes, I support you, Ray. Give you liberty or give you death." I am seen as a threat to humanity, a threat to society. I'm a problem. People who personally do not believe in nonviolence try to preach nonviolence to me. I actually had that happen where just a public discourse and conversation, an individual within a church said, "Ray, will you here and now denounce violence of any form? I hear you're well-spoken, Ray. You explain yourself very well, but will you here and now denounce all forms of violence?" And I said, "Absolutely. The day after your church denounces all violence." And I began explaining to that gentleman how when I was in the Army, not only did we have soldiers that were in that denomination, in that church, we actually had a chaplain that was in that church. And I talk about how before we went out on combat missions, I see, yes, I do believe in Jesus. Before we went out on combat missions, the chaplain would bless us Christians who believed in Jesus to go out as soldiers of violence. We were infantry. We were not handing out apples. When I come back home and I tell people I was combat infantry and that I'm a Christian, no one can see it. So everyone has context here. So, Ray, do you believe in Jesus? Capital letters, please answer. So that's why it fits great with this story. It's a bullshit narrative because what a person is really showing you is, Ray, you're a black Christian, so I need you to act differently than white Christians, because I don't know no retired police officers who did not believe in violence. In fact, if you look how this individual started off this engagements here tonight, it was hard force and violence, curfews, that shuts them down. So what you come up to then is, this isn't about true Christianity. It's about this twisted semi-racist form where, because I am black and I'm saying give me liberty, give me death, you need different rules. So that's really what I look for. I have met pacifists who have said, "Ray, I would like you to be nonviolent." That's very respectful because that person's asking me to follow them on their walk. What I don't hear in the spirit of these questions from you is, actually, you're kind of getting weird. Nah, let's not go through that. So what I'm hearing from you is a fakeness. It's a false heart where you are trying to create a narrative to justify you. Let me show you so everyone can see. So what I'm seeing here is capital letters. So that shows emotion, that you seem like a person who's losing control right now. Because why are you writing in caps? Please answer. Why do you need it so bad? You seem to be struggling with something right now. So I answered, am I Jesus? Yes. Jesus, the Son of God? I'll go ahead and answer that. Yes, as well. So it's not about, so then you wrote here, becoming upset. No, it's about respect. And I don't think, oh, you absolutely do belong to a category, and I'm explaining it to you. You so far are a person who doesn't believe you owe showing the same amount of respect that you are being given. How you're speaking and how you're engaging, even how you're talking. So like I've told no lies to you today. So like even when I talked to you about Martin Luther King, I provided proof of it. You have told lies here. You lied and said that Martin Luther King was loved. We still have the historical records. We have the Gallup polls. Martin Luther King was not loved during his time. He was actually labeled one of the most hated men in America 2 years before his death. And that was after he won the Nobel Peace Prize, just for context. So when I say you're disrespectful is I'm not lying to you. You have told lies in this thing. Now, the question is, did you do it out of maliciousness or ignorance? Maybe you didn't know. Maybe you were taught bad history. I was taught bad history growing up. I'm getting the impression that you're an older person and you were there. So that's concerning, because if you were there, either A, you were so young that you didn't actually know what was going on, or you did know. And again, that comes back to maliciousness, because it's a fact that he was not loved by most people and he was not respected for being a man of peace. That's why, again, his family keeps the archives of the hate mail that came to him from all over the country. And I can read more letters for you from all over the country if you like. I keep them for that reason. So it's disrespectful in discourse to, whether on accident or intentionally, to tell lies about history. I actually argue that one of the biggest issues we have in this country right now is that, was I there? No. So this is another disrespectful thing. No, I was not there. So this is either ignorance or malice. Either you're saying that any history that happened, I was born in 1981. So any history that happened before 1981 that you don't like, you can say didn't happen because I wasn't there. Now, you can provide evidence that these letters that are in the Martin Luther King Museum, you can provide evidence that they're faked. I mean, but until you do, coming back to James Baldwin, what you're asking me to do, you're asking me to have more faith in you than the evidence that we have in the historical records. And James Baldwin talks about this in the Dick Cavale show. You can find this on YouTube as well. It's actually pretty awesome, where he's talking to a Yale professor, and the Yale professor makes a point. He says to James Baldwin, he's like, why are you making so much a deal about black race? He goes to James Baldwin. He goes, I'm an academic. You're an academic. I have more in common with you, a black man who happens to be an academic, than I do a white man who's a mechanic. So he's like, you're making it too much about race. We connect on more things. There's more to us than race. And he goes, while racism does exist, he goes, I feel you talk about it too much and you make it too much a part of the American story. Now, again, you can go on YouTube to find it. It's the Dick Cavale show. It's about 3-4 minutes. I think the 9 minutes total, but James Baldwin's response is about 3.5 minutes. And this is paraphrased what he said. He said, I do not know if the white suburbs are racist in their hearts. He says, I know they make rules to where I can't live there. He says, I do not know if the Realtor Association is racist in their hearts and they hate me. He says, I know they refuse to sell me a house. He says, I do not know if the schools in America hate me because I'm black. He says, I do know they don't allow me to attend. He then continues by saying, we live in a world right now where you have a certain subsection of whites who want you to ignore the evidence and have absolute faith in them contrary to the evidence. You were being asked, and if you look in this world today, everyone's like, show me the facts, show me the evidence. But when we talk about these things, he's pointing out that you're being asked to ignore the evidence, to pretend it doesn't there, pretend the letters that I just showed. Well, I'm not going to go there because you said, no, you don't. I do not believe they are fake. So I'm not going to use that analogy, but you're often being asked to have more faith in the unseen in men, not Jesus, in men, as if they were Jesus, rather than looking at the evidence. So let's see here. That means I can say the teaching of Malcolm X is your beliefs. Well, it's a free country. You can say whatever you want. I could say you're, a follower of Putin. I mean, it's a free country. We can have our opinions. That's not offensive. If I was offended every time someone who doesn't know me made some random comment, kind of like me being a communist when I am a top 1% income earner in the nation, I'd probably be boohooing all day. So yeah, the First Amendment gives you the right to say that. Absolutely. Now, for context to that, what does that mean? Does that mean like I agree? No, absolutely not. That's just stupid. It's levels of belief is what I tell people. So you have absolute right to say, well, I don't like what you're saying, so that means you're Malcolm X. You already made that foolish statement earlier when you said I was a communist. How am I a communist when I'm in the top 1% of income earners in America? So that was a stupid thing to say. It was acting off of reaction. You're leading with your emotions right now. No evidence. You're just spurting out things. There's levels of tolerance that are a requirement. So the first one is what we call legal level of tolerance. What that means is you can say, Ray, I think you're a communist. You must be a communist. And the government will not come in here and whisk you away and take you to jail. That is legal tolerance. I support that wholly. The next level is what we call social tolerance. That means you can say, Ray, because I don't like the way you talk, you're a communist. That means that the village won't take pitchforks and kick you out into the forest. That's what that is. The next one is called intellectual tolerance. So the first two are legal followed by social tolerance. Those two, no, have a good day. These are recorded, so you can go, but I think it's good for people to learn because they have your words here. So the first two are legal and social tolerance. Those a person should owe an absolute, okay? Meaning there should not be conditions or ifs to those. You should provide those tolerances. The final one is intellectual tolerance. You do not owe people absolute intellectual tolerance. So let's use an easier example. If a guy says 2 + 2 = 5, the government should not whisk him away to jail. If he says 2 + 2 = 5, the public should not kick him out of the village. Now, if that guy says 2 + 2 = 5 in a math class, and everyone says, no, it's 2 + 2 = 4, and he says, well, agree to disagree. Or he says, well, that's just my opinion. Or he says, well, I think it is. We don't owe giving that man an A like we gave the kids who wrote 2 + 2 = 4. We don't owe him intellectual tolerance. So that's what you saw play out here before the gentleman left or the person left here. You don't owe a person who, because they don't like you, says that you're a communist, even though it's very clear you're not. You don't owe that person intellectual tolerance. It's not a agree to disagree. That's foolishness. No, they shouldn't be locked up. No, they shouldn't be kicked out of the village. But that is completely stupid. You have the freedom to say that is stupid. Even how if you're reading through the things here, there's two people here. So if there's two people and the person has left, then that means viewership will go to 0 because I don't get credit for watching myself. So whether the individual's here or not, that's why I like the math example. That person might say, well, no, the way I see it, there's only two people here. This is an objective thing. We can't both be right. Now there's subjective things. Earlier, there was two of us sitting here. One of us was hot. One of us was cold. Those are subjective terms. We can both be right. But it's only one temperature in the room. That's objective. So in these conversations, we have to qualify and articulate when we're saying which. That's very important. So on these things, BLM is not a centralized organization. It's very well capable that there are some groups that are Marxists. I don't know them all. It's very well possible. There's some that could be anarchists. There's some that could be Republicans. I'm sure it's possible. But even with that, that doesn't mean that I am bound to all others. There's, that's like going to Italy and saying that all Italian people all think the same and walk the same and talk the same and believe the same. Not the case. Or look at America. Not all Americans support our president's initiatives. So you can't just assume a group of any size is a monolith. You can, again, free country, but intellectually, it's something that we don't have to tolerate. It doesn't make sense. That's an Einstein saying, make things as simple as possible, but no simpler than they need to be. Let's see here. Am I missing a message? Okay. We covered quite a bit in that last section there. So yeah, just to recap, we covered levels of tolerance. This is America. Give everybody legal tolerance, give everybody social tolerance. But if stupid is something stupid, it's stupid. Call it out as stupid. If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. As a data scientist, my job is to be objective. Doesn't mean I'm a robot or an automaton, but it's required. Oh, you're still here. Okay, let's see here. What are you saying? Some people look forward, so choose. I'm going to assume what you were trying to say is some people look forward and others choose to look backward, maybe? If that's wrong, you can maybe try to rewrite it. I'm trying to infer some people look forward. Some choose to live in history, and then they're ignored and removed. Some choose to look forward. Some choose to live in history. Absolutely. So I talk about this often in economics or behavioral economics podcast. Make America great again. When you look at that title, and when you look at even the follow-on rhetoric, it's nothing about a forward future look. It's about living in history. Make America great again. It's looking backward. It's going back. That is a living in history. And to your point, if you're living in history, that's ashes. Now, absolutely, you want to learn from history. If you think about our largest companies right now, from Facebook to Amazon to these billion-dollar firms, they're leveraging data. But how are they leveraging data? Well, data is a record of the history. They are using algorithms and models to understand what happened in time and gain insights from it better than ever before. So it's good to leverage history so you can move forward. But you don't want to just, let's say you're Amazon. Imagine if Amazon just imagine if Bezos just sat there in 1995 looking at the net loss in 1994. And he just kept staring at it over and over again, not trying to learn from it. He just sat there and stared at it. That would be the difference between someone learning from history versus living in history. So that's a absolutely valid point. I want to get back to Make America Great Again. There's actually a term for this, and it's called sadopopulism. So it sounds like what you think it is, sadomasochist. Sadopopulism is the term given to this new Trump thing where people vote for policies that actually hurt them, provided they can be convinced that it hurts someone else more. Now, you might say, what? That makes no sense. I don't agree with that. Let's talk through it. Make America great again. We're going to go back. GDP was never bigger in the past, but they're still saying we want to go back. Production was never better in the past. You look at this, and really what you're saying is people are like, oh man, I love that. It feels good. I want to go back. Really what they're saying is, I am willing to hurt myself a little bit if it will hurt them even more. Because if you go back in time, there's some people who will be hurt much more than others. Coming back to civil rights and Martin Luther King. If we go back to the 60s, I will be hurt more than a white male. On average, I will be hurt more. So that's an example of sadopopulism. It's just a good political saying. I technically have to agree with you. I mean, Trump has a devoted following. So I don't have to like a thing to respect its utility and its application. So I absolutely agree with that. It's a good saying. It works. If it works, it's good. Okay. Did Trump truly help black colleges as he states? From the economic evidence that I've seen, the answer is no. And so I have to clarify, I have not dedicated years of research to this question. I did look into it, and what I did find is he did not turn off monies that were already lined up. So kind of how Trump also takes credit for the economy. He says, I'm the reason why we have this lowest unemployment. If you actually look at the economic trend line of the previous, I think, 7 years, there's no difference in the slope. So, they call it the angle of the hill. There's no quick break. There's no fall. It's just going like this. You can't find when Trump went into office. It's a straight line. Now, if he would articulate and say, we have the lowest unemployment rate ever because I didn't jack it up, because I didn't mess with it, because I didn't interfere, or if he said, I was able to continue leveraging, then that would be a truthful statement. If he said, what was created, I'll continue. But we all know that's not what Trump said. He said things were horrible, then I came in and now it's fixed. So in both cases, it's a no. From what I've seen, I've studied the economics of the GDP and the unemployment rate a lot more in depth than the black colleges one, though. Did he make it easier for you to obtain versus then come back next year? For me, no. And no one that I know, he did not. But then again, you got to keep in mind, I'm 38 years old and I'm a businessman. So no, I don't place my bets on any president. So you have videotape of Trump voters. They're being asked, did Trump help you in your taxes? Did you get money back? And they're saying, yes, absolutely, I did. And they're asked how much money they get back. And they say, oh, I got $1,000. Oh, I got $2,000. I got $4,000. Here's the problem. Trump's tax cuts did not go into effect until the following year. So these people were just so blindly infatuated with him. They were lying about taxes. Black colleges, no, I've seen no evidence. I've heard him say it, but I've seen absolutely no evidence. If you can provide it, I will happily share it and talk about it. But so far, it's just been rhetoric, much like the slogan. It's just a good political saying. It's not actually real from what I've seen. And maybe that's a better way to say it. So far, everything he says that I've come across to vet, it's just been a good political saying. Let's talk about tariff economic policy. It just sounds good. But when you actually dig into the data, $6 trillion in debt. He said he's going to stop it. He didn't. Now, again, his supporters will make excuses all day, every day under the sun. But when you actually get into the math, coming back to those levels of tolerance, you can have an opinion that you like it, but math doesn't owe you aligning to your feelings. Facts first, then your feelings. I'm not going to say your feelings don't matter, but facts don't care about your feelings. Why were the black college presidents in the news with him as they thanked him? I don't know. Why were white Republicans saying that Trump is the worst thing ever and they were at the Democratic National Convention? I think in both cases, what we both did to each other was we cherry picked a certain subset of people to suit our narrative. Just because there was white Republicans saying that Trump is the scourge to society doesn't mean it's a fact. The same way, just because there's black college presidents standing in a news conference with him and thanking him doesn't mean that he actually did anything. I'll tell you this right now. I've been in many jobs where I had to stand there next to somebody. And yes, I did see it. Did you see the Republicans who are saying that Trump is a scumbag and he's horrible and do not vote for him? Did you see that? Hello? Did you see the news of all the Republicans who were, so we're talking about the same thing. So because you saw that, what does that mean? What does it mean? You saw Republicans saying he is the worst of the worst. Do not vote for this man. What does that mean for a fact? And okay, no worries. So I'll answer. The answer is nothing. Objectively, if we are going to put on our scientist hat, even if 1,000 Republicans say that Trump is garbage, objectively, that doesn't mean that he is. You could say it's evidence, but it doesn't make it a fact. The same way is even if every single black college representative in America said Trump is the greatest, it doesn't mean that he is. Which is why when people present the one or two blacks who are never able to outnumber the majority of blacks who don't like him, it doesn't matter. When you pull out your Candace Owens or your Vernon Stanton, it doesn't matter. It's not. You could say it's evidence. You could say, hey, I know 2 black people who like Trump. Okay, it's evidence, but it's not a fact. It doesn't mean that the 20,000 or the 13 million blacks, doesn't outweigh for sure. It's just evidence. Well, I don't think you're wrong that happened. Oh, I just would not think that the black college presidents would go public thanking him if he's not deserved. Well, I don't think Republicans would say that Trump is a dirtbag if it's not telling the truth. I have a feeling you don't agree with that statement. So I think it's more about bias. Because I truly, but I admit my bias, I don't think Republicans would stand up and say Trump is a scumbag and it be a lie in their hearts. I think they're telling the truth. So, to my point, I could be wrong too. I could absolutely be wrong, but I truly believe that the conservatives who are standing against Trump, they are telling the truth when they say, hey, we've seen this guy. He is a scumbag. I like neither candidate. I believe we are living in a diversion of minds of the people. I got no fight with you on that one. Me personally, I got no fight with you. I'm not about to force anyone to like anybody. Let's just say Biden stopped sending me Christmas cards years ago. I voted libertarian actually at the last election. Um, I was wanting to help build for the third party. I wanted more than two parties. So at the same time, I wasn't expecting a libertarian to win, but I was like, you know what? I want the world to see. So, of course, we all saw what happened. Trump won by less than 1 million. I think it was, no, he won by less than 100,000 votes in 3, if not 4 key states. I think Wisconsin was like 22,000 votes is what he won by. So yeah, I do remember like people coming like, oh, 5 million of you libertarians voted. And now we have Trump. And it's like, you know, as a libertarian, you're kind of like, okay, everyone's blaming me because I didn't pick their guy, you know. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to be casting an anti-vote. Yeah, an anti-vote against Trump, like most people. So they actually track that. They're saying that this will be the first time that more than 50% of Americans polled, they're not voting for a candidate. They're voting against a candidate. So they're saying over 50% of the people who are planning to vote that have been polled, they're actually going to be voting against Biden or against Trump. So basically everyone's going to be, all these people are going to be holding their nose. So I'm pretty sure I'm probably going to be one of those people. Not really voting for a candidate, really voting against a candidate. Trump is not my ideal of a leader. Keep in mind, I'm a military guy, so everything he represents for me is kind of low, spineless. I would never want to work under a commander in the military that acts like him. I don't want my kids acting like him. I don't want to be him when I grow up. So for me, it's an anti-vote play. But we'll see what happens if I actually vote libertarian again, or if I actually, because we live in a bellwether county, Kenosha County is a bellwether county. It will be like, okay, what do I do? Do I vote Democratic, even though I'm not a Democrat? Do I vote that way because I want Trump gone? Well, I really don't know. We'll see what happens in November. I believe that there are powerful people wanting to have a race riot occur. I don't disagree with that, but I also think there's very poor, angry, bitter white people that want to have a race riot occur. And I still see white and black because I actually follow chatter online. There's black people too who would be okay with a race war. So yeah, I think there's poor people too. I think there's stupid people too who would want a race riot to occur. What I personally saw was white people trying to trigger a race war. Here in Kenosha anyway. So yeah, I agree with that statement. Now, I don't get into that whole George Soros Illuminati crap. Coming back to Baldwin with faith versus evidence. If I'm watching a white man spit in my face, I really don't have patience to hear about a magical white man named George Soros who's really my enemy. No, unless he remote controls this guy, that guy's responsible for his actions. Oh, looks like we have about 15 minutes. Then we make it to curfew. I think I was saying earlier, I tried to get an Uber and the wheel was just spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. And finally it was just like, said no rides available. So my dumb self took me a while to realize that no, Ubers are not riding during curfew breaks. So I was like, okay, guess I'll just wait her out. Just watching morning photos here of people removing graffiti and stuff. You know, sun's been up now. Well, I wouldn't say it's been light out, maybe 30, 45 minutes. So yeah. Let's see here. There are some truths to globalists. Okay. I actually have less tolerance for that conversation line than all the other race stuff. I'd rather go back to me being a communist. Let's talk about me being a communist. I'd rather talk about me being a communist than globalist. Now, globalism is very real, but globalist, yeah, I don't like boogie. I don't really care to talk about boogeymen. Your thoughts on Bill Gates? Smart guy, worked his way up. You know, yeah, pretty smart guy. If you're trying to ask, do I believe in any of the conspiracy theories? Hell no. And you got to keep in mind, I might just be inundated with people coming at me with this stuff all the time. So I might just be fatigued on it, but I'm just getting a little over the guy, and you're retired, so this is not you, but I'm just getting tired of the guy who barely graduated from high school, who's working the cook line at Red Robin, who can't balance a checkbook, but he has unraveled this global conspiracy in his spare time. I mean, if you're that smart, brother, I mean, maybe you could work up to shift manager. It just doesn't fit for me. But at the same time, I'm a scientist. So if you ask me, is it possible that everything that I laugh at is in fact real? I will say yes, it is possible. And so for the people who, because I know people go back and watch these later and then don't understand me and cuss me out about something. Science, statistics, empirical evidence, likelihood versus possible. If you come to me and say, hey, Ray, I hear you're a money guy. I have an investment idea. I'd like you to tell me if you think it will work. And I say, okay, yeah, sit down. Tell me what you're thinking. And you say, Ray, I'm going to buy lottery tickets every day. And you say, that's it. What do you think my rate of return is going to be, Ray? I'm going to say to you 0. And you say, well, I'm going to play my whole life. And I'm going to say 0. You are not going to make money. You then go out and buy one lottery ticket, and then you win the lottery. And you say, Ray, you are the dumbest money guy I've ever met in my life. You said I wasn't going to make money, and I bought one ticket and I won the lottery. Science and statistics is stupid. And this happens a lot to me, by the way. what actually happened when that person asked me about their plan to buy lottery tickets the rest of their life, and then they actually bought one and they won. When the person asked me the question, I was basing it off of likelihood. What is likely? Or maybe this is a simple way to say it. When I said he's not going to win, I wasn't really saying it's impossible. I mean, someone wins the lottery. I wasn't saying it's impossible. I was saying it was unlikely, extremely unlikely. So when I said earlier that Bill Gates and all these people could, what's the one guy? I think the last guy I talked to said they're all lizard people. And these lizard people are like hundreds of years old. And that's how they don't age, because they're lizards and they run everything and they have all this money and they own all the banks, central banks. I know there was lizards and central banks and not aging. Is it possible? Yeah, sure. Is it likely? No. I wasn't in the government long, but I was in the government long enough to know government's pretty crappy at hiding things and pretty crappy at coordination. So the level of coordination that would be required to keep that one going, I just don't see it. Not impossible, but highly unlikely. So as a scientist, the use of DNA, RNA, changing biotech, nanotech scares me to be placed in my arm. Well, so fear is an emotion, and I hesitate personally over challenging any of your emotions. So I'm not going to say that's the fear is not valid. You have a right to the fear. It's not, you don't owe me or the world becoming comfortable with new things. So, I mean, you do what's best for you. Oh, NYU, good school. Congratulations to her if you said she just graduated. Well, hold on now. If she talks just like me, that means you raised a communist, don't it? Her and I had the same sort of professors. Are we talking undergrad, grad school, both? So my undergrad's business, graduate education is econometrics, data science. Isn't that a song? Times are changing, but staying the same, something like that. I don't know. I've only slept 2.5 hours in the last 2 days, so I'm probably making stuff up now. Man, marathon run. We're coming up on our 11 hours here. Make sure I'm not missing any of your messages, people. So I think she graduated with some sort of weird ability to make your own degree. Well, I didn't get to make my own degree, but the degree I got allows me to very often make my own job. So close. I'm just watching online chatter from all you over here. I'm wondering if we're going to be talking about this 17-year-old shooter. I'm wondering if he's going to split the city again, because we clearly have two groups, one that supports him and one that doesn't. So it's be interested to see where that goes. Oh, title of my degree, data science, master's of data science. Oh, she gets to make the title of her degree. Oh, that's interesting. Never heard that one. You too, sir. Enjoy your night. And I think we have hit. Okay, less than a minute left. But we're almost there. So everyone, thanks for coming out. And you'll be seeing us here at the Red Zone a lot more often, more consistently, talking about local stuff and useless trivia from me, whenever I have it. I'll try to keep up with the stuff you guys ask about. So my Amazon book pile keeps stacking higher and higher. So try to put it to good use. Be easy. Enjoy your days. And let's try to see if we can figure out how to move together where everyone is seen equally under the law and through society.